Okay, so what's up, everybody? Good morning. This is Angela on my Talk to Me Nice podcast. And this is just going to be kind of like a little chat on kind of just like checking in with everyone. Okay, so yesterday was Valentine's Day. So for me, my day was filled with a lot of love, a lot of like you know, thinking on dating and relationships, past relationships, current dating prospects. And, yesterday was like a lot of love for what is and what will always be, right? So I got to thinking about moving into this new category of life that I'm in because I'm always talking about compartmentalization. And one of the things I noticed, and it was kind of like something I thought about. I don't think as a older woman, dating for love is really a part of the agenda for me. I've fell in and out of love quite a few times in my life as a woman. Um, there's always that one person you'll love the most. There's always that one person you kind of can never stop thinking about. And I have one of those people, that I fell in love with. So I've been in love quite a few times. But with this age and category that I'm in life now, love doesn't feel the same as it did when I was younger. Love feels like I can love you, but I cannot ever call you or text you or be bothered with you at all. It's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. And I'm kind of doing a conversation because of this, because yesterday was Valentine's Day. I had a pretty good day. Like I said, my day was filled with a lot of love. I felt a lot of love and warmth in my heart. But the level of love that I give now as a woman that's in my 40s is completely different than what I would give or will be willing to give in my 20s. It's I could do with or without. I can love you. I'm telling you, I can love you down to the ground, be absolutely smitten with you, and I will never pick up the phone to call you. I'll wish you well. I'll hope everything is going okay, but I won't bother at all. If it's been situations where things have happened, I can be in love with you and can be completely content with not dealing with you, period. And at this stage in my life with dating, me and my mom, we was talking yesterday, and my mom was like, so what do you expect to get out of dating now? And I'm extremely hypergamous right now. And I haven't always been hypergamous. I've never dated men that didn't have any money, of course. I think that's like a natural requirement. And, listening to some of the stories and stuff that I hear on here, I realize that a lot of women met men and built them, or a lot of women met men and helped them get some money, or they took care of men. And I can honestly say that has never been I've never had a situation where I've taken care of a man. I've never had a situation where a man has not provided for me, black or white. I've never had that. If we were together and we were in a relationship, I was taken care of. So I guess you could say that would sound hypergamous, but it wasn't the goal. So I wouldn't say that that's what I was aiming for because it wasn't the goal. It wasn't, I would think at that time when I was dating, I was looking for companionship. I was looking for a friend. Friendship is really important to me within relationships. Um, and just a partner. Chemistry. I was really big on chemistry, and things like that. Things like that. But at this stage of my life, I am strictly hypergamous. I am strictly hypergamous. I want wealth. Okay. So any man that I date from this point forward has to have wealth. Okay. Money, money. Because I'm not dating for love right now. I'm not. I'm not dating for love. I'm not dating for companionship. I'm not dating for any of that because I have gotten to a point to where I realize a couple of things. It's a couple of things that I realize, and it's stuff that I've always knew, but at this position and place in my life, I am primarily focused on being hypergamous. It's not about love. It's not about gaining access to anything. I will not lay on my back at this time in my life unless some secure wealth is involved. And that's just where I'm at. It has to be some secured wealth involved. Period. That's just where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I want to be on the boat. I want to be on the plane. I want to have unlimited access to your finances. And I want to be extremely comfortable. And if I cannot get that, I will not lay on my back for anyone. You are going to have to break the bank and give me complete access in order to enjoy me in that way. Because the love part and the mushy squishy part, that ended. The last person I loved was my ex. I'm not dating now with stars and twinkles in my eyes because I like somebody. It's not that's not how I'm dating right now. I'm dating as an opportunist. Extremely, extremely. I'm an opportunist. I want to date the white guy that has the most money, that's going to feel like he's just hit the jackpot to have me in his presence. And I mean, feel in a way of showing me with your pockets. Because I'm dead ass. I'm super hypergamous right now. I don't care about love. I have my children. I'm not having any more children. I just want to look cute, dress, and rest. Okay? At this point of my life, my 40s, thank God I'm a Black woman, so I still look very youthful. And let me tell you something. That's all it's about for me. Dress and rest. Dress and rest. So my Valentine's Day was really nice. Really nice. Because of where my mind is at now. I'm not giving you anything unless it comes with some type of financial, like some, I won't even smile. I mean, my smile gonna cost you. And that's just where I'm at with it. I'm not, you can call it what you want to, you can call it gold digging, you can call it, but love is no longer worth my time. It's just not. And I'm not interested in it anymore. I'm interested in comfort. I'm interested in wealth. I'm interested in trips. I'm interested in hobbies. So I'm going into dating right now as like a business arrangement. It's not about love. Love died with my ex. That was the last man I loved. Right now, it's about business. It's about business. I want to know your assets and I want to have unlimited control over that. That's where I'm at, y'all. I don't care about love. I will marry you strictly for partnership. So, dating white men that feel like I'm the cat's meow, you got to give me some money, period. And yesterday, I did not expect none less than what the fuck I got because I'm dating white men with money now. That love shit, I'm just not on it no more. I can enter into a partnership that's more like a business arrangement and live happily ever after. I'll be faithful, I'll be loyal to the bag. As long as you release the bag, I will be a beautiful, doting wife, girlfriend, whatever, if you release the bag. Because having sex for the sake of having sex, for what? For what? That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's just where I'm at. Like my mom was like, so are you going to date this guy and take him seriously? I'm like, yeah, of course. He's a multimillionaire. Yes. As soon as he released that bag, as soon as I can convince him to release the bag completely, yes, I will pack all of my shit up, move right into his house, and start my life. What are you talking about? Of being a wealthy, kept woman. I don't got to be attracted to him. I don't give a damn about that shit no more. Attraction, where is it getting you? Sex, where is it getting you? I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't care about that shit. I'm extremely hypergamous right now. Extremely. I will pack my fucking bags, move into his house, make it comfortable for me, and demand the check. That's it. I mean, seriously. Exactly. Immediately. Immediately. It will love. What is that? I mean, I'm like Tina. What the fuck love got to do with it? No. No. These relationships is arrangements. Arrangements. A deal within between me and you. That's what it is. Make my life sweet and I will return the favor. Period. Mm-mm. No, pretty much anything. No, At this stage of my life, ain't no work. The guy I'm dating is a millionaire. I'm not working at all. I'm finessing right now to get to that bag. Is what I'm doing. That's a job within itself. But trust me, once I secure that bag, work. No, no. I'm going to be somewhere with my feet kicked up in the sand because he's always traveling. I won't even have to fucking see him with my feet in the sand somewhere crinkling my toes. And see, I don't give a fuck about men. So it's not that I'm gonna be running around on him or not. I'm gonna be virtuous, I'm gonna be true. But I need that bag though. So I can enjoy my motherfucking life. and jet set all around the world while you're working. Is what my life is going to look like at this last leg. That's what my life is going to look like at this is my goals right now. These are my dating goals that I'm sharing with you. These are my dating goals. It is not about love. It is not about love. And I'm not like I said, I'm not impressed by men. So the arrangement is for you to have a beautiful wife that takes care of you because I'm good at that. I'm a mother. And the exchange is that goddamn bag. That's it. And yes, we held a conversation about this yesterday. Didn't I tell y'all within a year I'm gonna probably be married? I'm not playing now. I'm strictly focused on securing a arrangement so I can sit the fuck down somewhere. Love though, uh-uh. Like I said, I'm like Tina right now. I don't even know what love got to do with anything. I'm too old for that shit. I'm too old to be running around silly willy nilly falling in love. I'm too old for that. That ship has sailed. That's gone. I'm talking about adios. If you done been in love a couple of times, okay? If you done been in love a couple of times in your life that had some serious relationship. I got 3 kids. I was in relationships. And then I had relationships outside of those relationships. I'm in my 40s. I done been in love. Okay? I'm just not interested in that no more. I want an arrangement. I want an arrangement. That's what I want. That's the goal. So that's where my head is at. And you're right. I got a strategy. That is where my head is at. It's not about love. I'm not going to allow that man to touch me unless he spend some serious fucking cash. And I fucking mean that shit. I'm talking about life-changing cash. Buy me a house, buy me a car, buy me something, or you're never going to be able to touch me. You won't even get a fucking kiss. Nothing. Mm-mm. And he knows it. And that's what I told him yesterday. I said, unfortunately, if you want to secure this, you know what the fuck you got to do. And that's exactly how I said it to him. If you want to secure me, you know what you got to do, Scott. Same thing is being said to Dean. If you want to secure me, you know what you got to do. Other than that, don't ask me for shit. You be lucky to get a smile. I'm here. I've arrived. I've showed up. That's good enough. I mean, it's just that simple. Right, Ludell? Right. I'm just trying to entertain. You know, listen, wait until I lock me down a millionaire. Wait, just wait, because it's happening. Because I'm dead hell bent on it. Hell bent on it. And see how the content change. See how the content change. Yeah, ain't no dating for love, boo. That shit gone. So you gotta look at see this is how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it very strategically. I'm in my 40s. I'm on that last I'm on that last decade of like before I really start getting up in age. And I look very youthful. I still look young. So this is that time to secure me a man that's wealthy in his like 50s, maybe even early 60s. I'm real strategic about this. 50s, maybe even early 60s that has money, okay? And is looking at me like I'm just the cat's meow. I'm just that thing. See, now is the time to secure that guy and lock it down and ride it out for the rest of my life. Because it ain't about sex, it ain't about love. If I secure a multimillionaire, I'm going to take care of him because he secured me. We secured each other. This is an arrangement. This is a deal. It's not like I'm gonna be sitting up in there mad that the sex may not be what I want it to be. No, I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make it work. It's about giving you what you want and you giving me back what I want. What I want is a wealthy, comfortable life. That is what I want. A really wealthy, comfortable life. Not middle class like I've been living. I want wealthy, okay? Comfortable life. And now's the time to secure that. I know that this is the only time I got left to secure that. Because I'm still hot. I'm aging backwards. And now is the time for me to secure that. Because within like another 10 years, 15 years, I'm gonna start aging. So now is the time to secure that older guy. And we know how white people age. They age like fucking spoiled milk. But I don't give a damn about all of that. I don't care about what he looks like. I care about the exchange and the life that I want to live. And that's the life I want to live. Because, like I said, I've been taken care of before, y'all. I've had men do some really nice things for me throughout my life, but I'm talking about endless wealth and endless gifts, big houses, maids, that shit. I don't want to lift a finger anymore. I don't. And I used to always think to myself, I used to be like, how do people marry for, because, a lot of white people marry for arrangements. And I will always wonder to myself, like, how do white people marry for arrangements? Like, how do they do that? Now that I'm older, I completely get it. I could not see myself being a hopeless romantic in my 40s. Come on, man. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. A hopeless romantic in your 40s? In your 40s, though. I couldn't imagine myself being looking for love in my 40s, like looking for love. Hell no. Hell no. I'm looking for a settle down arrangement. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Period. Not love. I couldn't imagine. And see, this is probably why people stay in relationships with people once they get a little older. They just stay in them because you think to yourself, you like, What am I really looking for? But see, this is what I thank God for. I thank God that my last relationship ended, even though I loved that man to death. Out of every man I've ever loved, he was the one I loved the most because we had a good chemistry with each other. It was really comfortable. It was really natural. It was almost like we knew each other before. So he was the man I loved the most out of, my 40 something years of living. He was very mature. He had a way about him that was very comfortable to me. I respected it. So it was like, I thought to myself, like, after our relationship ended and we both just kind of started doing our own thing, like, it took me a while to start doing my own thing. It took me a while to really, like, get out there and actually start dating for real. That took me a while to do. But once I started doing it, I realized I had to sit myself down and kind of put some intention behind what I was doing instead of just having fun. So my intention was like, what are you looking for? Just kind of like talking to myself. You know how you had those conversations with yourself where you got to check in and see exactly what direction you are going in. And I said, you know what? I can't see myself falling in love again. And I can't see myself having sex with nobody else, which is why I was still having sex with my ex because I was looking at it like, okay, I'm just dating, but I'm not fucking them and I'm not going to fuck them. I won't, just sleep with my ex. And then when me and my ex kind of tapered off with that, it was just like, then I started getting real intentional. Like, what are you looking for? And I had to answer myself. I'm like, listen, you're not looking for love. That's not it. I'm looking for the bad. I'm looking for comfort. I'm looking for a certain lifestyle because, like I said, I've never been the woman to be upset that, you know, I hear that a lot, with a lot of women saying they took care of a man. I've never took care of a man. I've been pretty lucky in that area. You know, I I didn't have to do that, but it's a different type of level of care I'm looking for now. It was cool for the first stage of my life, get your bills paid and, all of that stuff, or the bills paid because somebody lived with you. That's why I'm just saying, like, when you got somebody and y'all live together and y'all in the same house together, of course, I'm hoping that the man will have enough integrity to pay the goddamn bills. Shit. But at this stage of my life, I'm just not on love. Love is not it's not something I really really care about right now. I want to do something different and I want to have something different and I want some wealth backed up behind it. Yeah, it's just an arrangement between two adults. Like, listen, we got this. Let's work it out. And that's what the conversation will always be about. You ask me what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a secured placement. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a secured placement. Secured. A secured placement. That's it and that's all. Not love. I did that already. I'm not looking for that no more. It's not my lane, y'all. Not where I'm at. A secure placement is what I'm looking for. That's what I'm gonna start calling it. A secured placement. That's it. That's what I'm saying, Sweet Tea. Sweet Tea says, I wanted love as a hopeless romantic, but I've realized it's not realistic standard for me and it's a bit disheartening, but I like to be secured and respected now. It's all about the security for me. That's it. I want a bag secured and in return, you get me. Fair exchange ain't no robbery. Fair exchange ain't no robbery, y'all. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing out here. So you if you can get a fair placement, a secured fair placement with the man, just take care of him. Just take care of him and enjoy your life. It's real simple. Real simple. It ain't really nothing to think too hard about. It is what it is. Bring that wealth, and I'm gonna bring you what comes with me. What comes with me comes a lot of character, a lot of integrity, a lot of morality. I'm a good woman. I can give it, but it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you. Period. I don't have those same, stars in my eyes and looking at men and all that stuff no more. I don't have that. I don't have those same stars in my eyes no more. I'm not in my 20s. I'm looking for a secure placement. I'm not even looking your way. If you a worker, I'm not even going to look your way. I'm not. You will not be a worker. You will be the CEO or you will be nothing else. Okay? I'm not looking your way. So it's an arrangement I'm looking for. And in return, he'll get some of the best cooking he's ever had in his life. I'm not making a meal unless the arrangement is secured. I'm not making a meal. I don't even listen. Listen, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing nothing extra unless it is a secure placement in line. I'm not doing nothing extra. I'm not buying you nothing. I'm not giving you nothing. I'm not kissing you. You ain't making love to me. You not doing nothing unless it is a secured placement. Okay? It's that simple. I know how men are. And I know that you think that it's a game, and it's not a game because I'm playing the long game. The only time I let my guard down is when I'm in love. That's when the guard is down. In order for me to fall in love, it's going to have to be a secure placement, and I'm going to probably have to have been in that secure placement for maybe like 5 or so years before I start to love you by default. You know what I'm saying? Because you around me all the time, and we in the house together and we married. That is going to be a default type of love that I fall into in the next stage of my life. Love you by default because what you do for me, and we in the house together every day. I'm having sex with you, and I mean, we live together. You taking care of me. I'm spending big bags, and I'm buying all types of shit, and you don't give a damn, and you let me pay for it through your pockets. It's gonna be love by default. That's what it's gonna be for me. You're going to get love by default. You aren't going to get the love that I gave in my previous years. That's not happening. It's not happening. You're going to get it because you gave up something that I want. And you did it with a smile on your face. And now we locked in and it's okay. But you won't get it just because I'm smitten. No, you won't. Mm-mm. You won't get it just because I'm smitten. You won't get it just because I'm falling for you and you won't get it that way. That's not the way love is going to go for me this second time, this second leg of life around. That's not how you're going to get it, like I said, by default. That's how you're going to get it. That's how you're going to get it. You're going to get it because we in this thing together, we in the house together, we've got this arrangement now, and eventually you'll get some love. Eventually. But it ain't that smitten kind of, oh my God, look at him. I love him. Just looking in his eyes, knowing that you just love him so much and you just so in love. Nah, that ain't happening this time around. Those feelings have dried up and died within me, literally. Died up. Those feelings are gone, boo. It ain't no more of that, ooh, look at him. Oh my God, I just love everything about him. Mm-mm. Nope. Like I said, y'all, secured arrangement. Yeah, me either. Tiffany Joyner says, I don't be in love like that anymore. Me either. I ain't going on these dates sitting across the table from them looking all smitten and all of that shit. I'm not. I'm on these dates strategically thinking about whether this can become a secured arrangement and like I said, I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and we're gonna ride this shit out into the sunset together. Let's dap it up. Let's do this. We in this. Let's go. And I'm gonna give you like right now, I think I'm kind of just like selling the wife and girlfriend experience to the highest bidder. That makes sense. Because I mean, I've been in quite a few relationships, so I know how to give that wife and girlfriend experience. And I think right now I'm just kind of selling it to the highest bidder. I think that's what I'm doing, you know, to the highest bidder, to the person that's willing to pay the most. You know what I'm saying? That's basically where I'm at. To the highest bidder, y'all, to the person who is willing to invest the most in me financially will get that experience. I know how to provide that experience. I know how to make a man feel like a man. I know how to love him in a way to where he feels comfortable, he feels relaxed. I know how to do that. I know how to provide that. But you got to pay for it. You just got to pay for it. That's it. And like I said, you ain't got to worry about me running around, sleeping. I don't like men like that. So it's just gonna be us. It is. It's just gonna be a financial arrangement. It's gonna be just us. I would never, do you dirty like that. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta have a respectful arrangement between adults. Hmm. That's what I was saying earlier, Lisa. I was saying that earlier. You got to come with the bag. I mean, I really ain't, you know what I'm saying? It ain't even about dealing with nobody else or doing nothing else with nobody else or fucking around with nobody else. This is what I had to explain, you know, to him yesterday for Valentine's Day. We talked about it deeply, so I might be on to something, y'all. I might be on to something. And I just told him, I said, I ain't gonna even lie. I want to be like wealthy, taken care of. I need you to trust me when it comes to your money. I don't want you looking at me like, oh no, I divvy you. No, I'm not dealing with or being in no marriage with no multi-millionaire and I don't have access to the money. That's not happening. If that's the case, don't marry me. Like, don't ask, don't bring it up, don't talk about marriage. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be kept in the wealthiest way possible. I've already been kept. I've already had my bills paid by a man several times over. Okay. I've got money from men several times over. I've had men do nice things for me several times over. So I'm not new to this. I'm just taking it to a whole nother level. I was in the middle class stage. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get all the way there. You feel what I'm saying? Like I want that life. Okay. And I'm not gonna settle for nothing else. Like, it's either you want me around and you gonna pay for it or you don't. Or you don't. And then I'll move on to someone else. I'm not trying to make you do anything. I'm not gonna, I can't what I'm gonna do? Break your arm, break your wrist and get you to do it. But I'm not doing that. I'm telling you what it is. And either you will do it or you won't. I mean, either way, I'm going to move on. I'm in several circles around white men who have lots of money. So what you won't do, I'll move on. It is my strategic plan. Right now, I'm being extremely hypergamous. I'm not playing with you. I'm just going to tell you flat out, no, that's not what I want. This is what I want. And where the fuck is you going to get somebody like me again? In your face. Yeah, think about that. Think about that. When you'll get somebody that looks like me in your face, you think about that. Hey, Design. How you doing, boo?
You over here preaching?
Girl, I'm serious.
I know. You know what? You just really have me thinking about some stuff because, I've been doing my personal work and healing for the past 10 years. And just this year, I'd say probably by December, I took myself off of all of the dating apps. Lord, what is that? Okay, there's a big old truck behind me. Okay. So, because I don't know, maybe I realized I know that I'm open to romance, but I wasn't specific about it. And I realized I wasn't getting any action online anyway. So I was like, you know what? Let me just, you know, kick everything to the curb and start from scratch. And now you got me here thinking.
Because girl, it ain't even about it's not about love for me no more. Like the last person I loved was my ex. He was actually the man I loved the most out of everybody. And we still have a really good friendship because it was just something about me and him that just was like kindred spirits. And it's just like I can't do that whole love thing repeatedly over and over. Like I don't have that in me no more as a mature woman to be out here all bright eyed and bushy tailed, hoping to find love and romance. No, I just That ship has sailed for me, honey. I'm trying to lock and secure a future to where I'm comfortable and I can live the last, 40, because I'm on my second leg of life,
Right.
It's like I want to live my last 40 something years or whatever I got left chilling. You
Yeah.
know what
I
I'm
mean, I'm
saying?
52. I'm 52, and
Mhm.
I know exactly how you feel. And I wasn't, I guess I was feeling the same way, but you've managed to put it into words what was going through my mind or how I'm feeling.
Mhm.
And it's starting to really click. And I'm like, okay, because I was beginning to think I was just gun shy because of what I've been through.
It sound like it sound like you may have been gun, but you know why I think you was gun shy? Because you probably was still equating love into the equation. Love will make you be gun shy. Love, when you think about love at our age, we like, hold on, wait.
Right?
Like, you get a little nervous because you done already, I know for me, y'all, I done been tapped out with love. Okay. So
Yes.
now it's like a arrangement. Like, listen, I told him yesterday on our date, I said, listen, it ain't that I'm trying to take advantage of you. You already got the wealth, but you single and lonely. You
Yeah.
want me, right? He's like, yeah, I do. I'm like, okay, so this is what you got to do because I'm not going into this shit. I'm not going to be sitting up here going back and forth with you on dates. What do you want to do? Like, pull the fucking trigger or I'm going to move on to the next person. Like, that's literally what's going to happen because that's where I'm at. You can either secure me and lock me down and create a beautiful life for me where I don't have to fucking do nothing, and then you'll get me. Okay, I come with a lot. All right, but you
Yes.
got to fucking pay for it. Period.
Well, the man you've been dating, you've been around with around for years.
Right, but I ain't never
So,
gave him that work that I like what I'm the stuff I'm saying now. I never really
right.
gave him that he was looking shocked. He was looking at me like, oh my God, I never seen this side. Yes, get with it. Get with it. Because
You're like,
that's where
I'm
I'm at.
serious. You're like, I've been playing for the last 20 years, but I'm serious right now. So, like, what you
Right.
gonna do?
Like, and he said that too. He said, I kind of feel like now you finally are. He was like, so I don't. And then the funny thing is, he called me this morning and he was talking about how he was at the jewelry store. So listen, I laid it out to his ass like a motherfucker yesterday because he was like, what direction are we going in? I'm kind of nervous because I don't want it to be like it's how it's been all this time. And I'm like, oh, that's not where I'm at. I'm like, love is kind of dead. I said, but we gonna get to know each other on this level and really lock it in. You're gonna have to lock it in before you get access to me. Ain't no ass grabbing, ain't no kissing, ain't no hugging, ain't no none
Yep.
of that.
Yeah, I call that like boyfriend privileges is holding hands and kissing.
Mhm.
Husband privileges is a whole nother thing.
Right, like he ain't even getting whole hands and kissing. Okay, like I'm about to be real rigid for this
Well,
this this phase.
but I mean, think about it. You already have a friendship, so that's already
Mhm.
there. Everything else is going to be icing on the cake. So he really has nothing to worry about when he decides to take the plunge. And you might actually have to walk away before he realizes, you know what, let me just do this.
Yeah.
You know?
He last night he was just like he said he was scared because I've dipped out so many times over the years. And it's
Mhm.
crazy because I'll have people asking me like why you dip out so many times on a multimillionaire, like well, is you smoking crack? And I'm just like I wasn't in that place. I was still in that because I don't it's not about using him for his money. It's just
It's
I'm
about
in
being
this.
sure. Being
Yes,
sure.
yes, yes. It's
Because if
not
you had
about that because if
really
it was
gotten
about
involved
using
with
him for his
him,
money, I would have did
mhm,
it years ago. I would have
right,
did it years ago. It was never about, which is why he's comfortable enough with me to start talking about marriage now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
because he brought up marriage yesterday and he said, you know, I want to talk about marriage because, he basically said the same thing I said. I want a partner I want a friend. I want somebody I can do things with, and do handle my hobbies and stuff with, and have a good time. And I just was like, okay, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Like, it ain't, love can come later. We can figure that shit out fucking later. Just, you know what I'm saying? But it's somebody else on the panel. That Queen, did you want to add to it?
I just wanted to say that I've always thought I was the weirdo because I've never really, the romanticized version of love that Hollywood and childhood stories sell you have never made any sense to me. And that I think that marriage is just that, it's an agreement. What do you want? This is what I can provide. What can you provide? And you make an agreement with each other to take care of each other in whatever way you two deem necessary. And you go from there. And from there, it's kind of like what people would say, like arranged marriages, where you match compatibility factors, whatever, different cultures do it different ways. And sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not. But each time, the ones that are successful, even the ones who aren't that I've spoken to sometimes, they always say, I didn't know him from a can of paint, but I trusted my matchmaker or my relatives or whatever. And we did have a lot in compatibility features, and we could do a lot for each other to make each other feel secure. And later on down the line, I developed love for them. And I look at it similarly to how you would be with your best friend, or even if you have like a good sister or a good brother. You guys
Mhm.
don't know each other from a can of paint, but as you grow up, you notice what is compatible, what's not compatible, how to work with each other, how not to work with each other, what your triggers are, what they aren't. And either you choose to go along smoothly together and you develop a deep bond and a love for affinity for each other, or you don't. And this whole romanticized version of, oh, I looked across the room and I just knew that was the person for me, and these ups and downs and these arguments and disagreements, all of that is BS. And I think that's what is the biggest problem in relationships right now, is people aren't thinking logically, they're thinking more of this romanticized butterflies in my stomach. And I've noticed the people that I've had the best
Mm.
long-term companionships with, I didn't
Mhm.
get butterflies with. I just looked at them. I was like, oh, we're cool. We click. We like make each other laugh. We enjoy the same things, yada, yada, yada. But it was never like those butterfly feelings or whatever, but they would last for years. And when I was done, and I could move on and not feel bad and remain friendly with some of them, and they never ended on bad terms. And it was just like, that's, to me, makes more sense. And you learn a lot more about yourself and about
Mhm.
other people and how to treat other
Mhm.
people when you get rid of all those googly eyes and butterflies and hearts and love. And love to me is so intricate and detailed and ever changing and evolving that you cannot pinpoint one thing that love is. That is
So,
a ridiculous concept to me.
so what you're saying is, even whether you have love or not, love is different than having a relationship. Love doesn't build a relationship.
No, I think the relationship builds the love,
Okay.
because once you establish that trust and that, like, I can call people that I haven't spoken to in 10 years or so, and call them today and be like, yo, I need A, B, and C, you know, yada yada, and they'll be like, no problem, not a no problem, because that love was there, but it was built over time. And some of these are platonic friends, some of these are romantic friends, some of these are just I still have a what you call it, a friends with benefits that I can call and do that to, and be
Hmm.
like, yo, I need A, B, and C. And he's like, no problem. I'll be there in 10, 15 minutes. No work. Don't worry about it. But that's the kind of thing, like, and you compare that to people who were married for 50 years and got divorced and they can't stand each other. They want to shoot each other in the foot. Like,
Mm.
what are you talking about? So it's kind of like, to me, the love comes after you've established the trust, the foundation, the bond, the knowing that you really do have my back no matter what.
And
And
that's what I'm
that
looking
is
for.
something that they don't teach. You can't teach that. It's just something that you it doesn't happen overnight. That just happens through, what do you call, trial and error, over time. Like, when I was up, you was there. When I was down, you was there. When I was just floating straight in the middle with no ups and downs. You were still there. You would always tell me the truth. You were always honest with me. Even when I needed my collar snatched, you snatched my collar. Like, it's okay to do that, but there's a right way and there's a wrong way to do things. And people have this weird notion that just because I say I like you, or just because I buy you this or buy you that, you're supposed to bow down to me and you're supposed to do that. And I'm like, who wants to do that? Nobody is comfortable doing that. Men aren't comfortable doing that with women. Women aren't comfortable doing that with men. It's a unnatural state to just, to kowtow to somebody. That's an unnatural state for anybody.
Yeah.
Well, Angelina, did you want to add to the conversation? She might be on mute. Angelina, you might be on mute.
Good morning, ladies. How's everybody doing? I always end up on the back end because I miss your live, and then I got to go back and find out what the topic is. But listen, you preaching a whole word. When I got married at 22, I got married for love. After I got divorced at 30, I was like, if you ain't got no money, we ain't talking. And listen, because I just wanted a certain type of life. And then when I got remarried at 40, I was like, I met my husband and I liked him. But the fact that he was an entrepreneur and created a multi-million-dollar business, like, I'm trying to travel and enjoy my life. Like, do I love him? Yes. But was that the most important thing? Like, absolutely not. But unfortunately, like, for Black women, they make us feel so bad for caring about men having resources. Like, they're like, because I feel like we're the only group of women that really focus on love. Like, in other cultures, they're like, if that man doesn't have resources, if he can't take care of you or your children, like, he's not even an option.
Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it. But people just, we're forced to just be in our feelings, our empathy gets played on so that people can get what they want from us.
Yeah.
But we're supposed to give up everything. How dare we want
that
in return?
That reiterates the marriage is a business arrangement. Marriage is a joint contract of what you will provide and what you will accept, and you go from there. Most people would think it illogical for you to get married and have children and you have no means of providing for the wife and the children. That doesn't make any sense. So why would you rely on a feeling? Because again, feelings change like the wind. Why would you rely on a feeling to solidify such a monumental part of your life? That doesn't make any sense.
You got to have that friendship. You got to have that relationship dynamic to carry you through, because love will wax and wane. Is that the words? So you have the friendship to carry you through those parts where it's waning. So
because it was like, I had a really nice day yesterday, but it really just brought me to the conclusion of my intentions right now, and what I'm manifesting for myself through my dating experiences. And I noticed yesterday, it was like a vibe for my attention, like to be, because they're aware that I'm not only dating just him. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm dating. So it's like that vibe for attention that, going out of your way to, give the best gifts. The gifts were nice. The time spent was nice. That's why I say it was like a lot of love surrounding me yesterday. And that is how it was supposed to be. But that one conversation was just like, you know what? Like, I could dance around this, but I'm just not her anymore. I'm just going to tell you flat the fuck out. Listen, I'm not doing this. I'm not playing in this stage of my life. It is what it is. And this is exactly what I'm looking for. And if you are willing to oblige me and let's do this, we can do it. But I'm not going to play. I'm not here to play. This is what I'm looking for. I'm very intentional about it. And I'm not at the place to where I can coddle your emotions and minds at the same time. I'm not. I will handle mine. You will handle yours. If you want to make a move, you know what the move needs to be. Other than that, you got a certain amount of time before I just move along. because I am intentionally manifesting something into my life, and I expect it to happen very soon. So it's that simple for me. I'm not playing with nobody. Nobody.
Well, yeah. Well, because once a woman is over 40, you done been through enough with men. You've been in love, you fell in love, and it's like it's not that important. Now, friendship is important, but that love thing, like, listen, I'm trying to travel the world. I ain't trying to be
Mhm.
in love. I'm sorry.
I know that's
Mhm.
right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be all in love and shit. Like I'm with you, Angelina. Like that's not my goal. And I was like, I know that sounds harsh because men kind of want you to like worship the ground they walk on. But I'm like, dude, like when are you looky here? When are you going to because and ooh, I was petty, y'all. The last woman he dated, right, ended up like really using him for a lot of money, right? So when I was having this conversation, he looking at me like, and I said, "See, you allow all the wrong people in." He was like,
Yep.
"No, because every opportunity I tried to work with you, you're gonna start trying to bang on the table." I was like, "You need to calm down. I've tried to be in your life for over 20 years," and I was just like, "You have, because he has." But I was like, I wasn't at that place, so now we know where we at now, right? We know where we at now.
But you
I'm
didn't
a,
take advantage of him, right? I
I
mean,
didn't. I didn't take advantage of him at all. But he's had people come in his life and take advantage of him, and you know, it's a lot of times it's family. You know, family. You know how it is that person because he comes from very humble beginnings. He's the only one in his family that's wealthy like this. So
mhm,
you know what that responsibility comes with. You know
right.
what I'm saying? His family's always asking for shit. They always asking for something. And his mom, he takes care of his mom, and she's older, really old. And he takes care of her too, really well. And but he gets all those phone calls if anything goes on with the family. He gets all those phone calls, well, so and so is can you he gets all of that. So he gets a lot of like
Mhm.
frustration in him a lot of times when you talk about money and stuff like that because he feels like everybody around him right. Ludell said he had a little tantrum. He did. it, it
Because
cracks me up though
you
because
didn't
I
do what
know
you
him and I know
wanted
he
you
would
to
not
do
harm
when
a
he wanted
fly.
you to do it.
This man would not harm a fly. Like I'm just sitting up there looking at him like, okay, calm down, Scott. Like you're not gonna do anything. Cut it out. He
You
was just
didn't make
like,
it convenient for him, right? You didn't he couldn't wow you into it. You had to be ready for it. And, he's a little frustrated about that.
yeah, he is. He's been very frustrated because he's not only been around for all this time, but he's literally watched me go in and out of relationships. So it's like, but I've watched him too.
Right.
I've watched him too. So, and he would always talk to me. But see, the thing with me is once I got into a relationship, I would go on mute with Scott.
Mm.
I will be like, because Scott is going to call me all day, make sure I'm okay, make sure my kids is okay. He want to ask about how's my mom and my dad doing? How's everybody doing? What's going on? You got it's everything. He's going to do that. So that's kind of like disrespectful when you with somebody, So I will,
Yes.
even though I wasn't as involved in his relationships, I will fall back.
Right.
They would always be little raggedy white girls all the time. I'm telling you, they would be little raggedy white girls. Like just, oh my God, they would be so raggedy, child. I would just be looking like, dude, why is you even wasting your time with this?
So does he have a what I call a white and shine a knight in shining armor thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He
He's the
must.
guy that likes to help everybody and he just likes to help people. And so people take advantage of that. And I told him, I said, I already got the game plan down. I'm like, listen, if me and you get married, oh, it's a lot of people getting cut the fuck off. Only people ain't getting cut off is your mammy.
Mhm.
That's it. That's your mother. You know what I'm saying? But all these people you helping, he got a construction business that pulls so many numbers, like building half of the restaurants and shit in Cleveland.
Wow.
And he be always trying to hire young black dudes to give them a chance and teach them shit. And I'm like, stop hiring them. God, they always need some fucking money sooner or later. Stop
Right.
fucking hiring them. They always coming to him like, man, can I get an advance on I got some stuff going on. And I'd be like, oh, stop hiring these fucking makers. My God. Girl, I can go on and on about that shit, but him hiring the Nakers is something that's definitely gonna come to an end. That shit is not. No, we ain't going. Nakers need to find something else to do.
Need to be certified electricians, something, but not just
He
anybody
be
else.
trying to teach them on the job and certify them and get them, help them with all these certifications, and like he that dude that always feel like he got to help people, and I'm just like, man, like no. It's aggravating, actually. It's quite aggravating, to be
like,
honest.
so hold up. He gives them a job and they have the nerve to ask him for money.
Yes, one of them asked for an advance not too long ago, and I just so happened to call him out the blue, and because he had called me, I missed his call, so I was calling back, and right when I was calling him back, he was like, yeah, I'm going back and forth on, whether I should give him a $1,400 advance. He said he really needs it, and and I was like, no, absolutely not. No, absolutely fucking not. These are the same people you complain about that owe you money. No, absolutely not. No, don't do it. No, it's a no. It's a hard no. Okay. Like, what the fuck? No. Like, he has a job. The fact that he's not managing his money properly has nothing to do with you. You gave him the job. Okay. Like, no. Girl, I can already see me now, like, stepping all the way in and canceling every goddamn body. Girl, like, I'm telling you, like, because the people they just, girl, it'd be a lot. But hey, Lou Dale.
Hey, ladies. Hi.
Hey, girl.
That cracked me up. He had a little tantrum. You knew that was coming down the pipe, though, in a way. You had to let him have that.
Yeah, I did. I ain't say nothing. I ain't get
tiny
mad at him. Yeah.
You're like, bitch, all these idiots. You see us banging his little fists on the table.
Girl, his little old fist on top of that. I was just looking at him like, dude, you can just chill. Like, but I let him have it, though. I let him have it because I do understand. I think he feel played, but I don't know why he feels played, because I was never in his pockets. That would have been making you feel played. I would have been in your pockets. And he knows, because he called me this morning saying he was at the jewelry store and saying, he was like, I had to think about it. You are one of the few people in my life who you don't ask for my money. And he was like, it's the reason why I've always valued you and respect you. And I'm like, because it wasn't about your money. I'm thinking in my head, like, but it is now. It is now.
As it should be.
It is now, buddy.
I mean,
I'm a little bit too old. It is
listen,
now.
Has he seen how expensive food is in the grocery store?
Okay.
Especially when he don't even think, like, he just spend money because he makes a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? But he's a little rigid too at the same time. So it's like, but yeah, it wasn't about the money before, but it is now. That's for sure.
Yeah, because people with money's relative. That's what my husband say. Whatever it costs is relative to how much you got. And if you got a certain amount of money, it don't matter how much it costs, because you can afford it.
Right. You're not always coming from that standpoint where, damn, let me see, I got $2 over here. Savings account. I got I transfer 35 over here. I can get the light bulb. A lot of they don't. That's not their zone. And honestly, that's not how you should be living your life. Like, you really need to evaluate if you got to be doing all of that.
Yes.
But my thing, I wanted to come up and say, because I had a thought when we were talking about how we're conditioned, to look at relationships with the priority being love. And we talk about, the Disney fairy tale princess and all that stuff. But if you really break it down, when it comes to, the stories of Prince Charming and everything, even Prince Charming had money. So, Cinderella could afford to do the whole, that's where the standpoint that's coming from. It's not like, oh, you're going to find your prince one day, not in this sea of Pookies. No, and that's the difference especially with women, white women, even their fairy tales, the men have a package that they're coming to you with. You know what I'm saying? And when you really break down the whole myth of finding love, when you look at the fairy tales and you break down all of those stories, the men were not poor, so
right.
even the conditioning had came from a certain standpoint, and as Black women, we never had that standpoint to believe in those fairy tales like that. We were taught to believe in those fairy tales, but our lives did not involve Prince Charming, and we weren't working with the type of bank account that would come with a Prince Charming. So when we was out here flailing in the wind with love on the mind, that's how you end up, in a struggle with somebody. And I just I found that fascinating when I was thinking about it. It was like, even the fairy tales are financially set. They're secure. These are secure men in these fairy tales. These ain't no broke ass motherfuckers.
Except for the fairy tale that they gave us. Like, you guys, do you guys realize that, like, the Princess and the Frog partnered with somebody who was broke, who ain't have shit? Like, literally,
and so did Aladdin.
Pass us.
Like Aladdin did as well. So it's like the minority princesses were all partnered with broke men who somehow swindled their way into their girlfriend's money.
Right.
Well, there's something I came to realize. My middle sister and I were talking one day, and she mentioned something about 50-50 relationships, or maybe I said something first about wanting to be taken care of, being hypergamous. And hypergamous for me is not even, it's just double what I make. It's not like I'm looking for a millionaire, but I definitely want to be comfortable. And I said something about a man taking care of me, that I'm not going to take care of a grown ass man. And my sister's like, well, I think her thought process is she doesn't want to have to depend on somebody. So I went ahead and called one of my younger sisters, and she is hypergamous. Like, she is the most hypergamous woman I know personally. And I talked to her about it. I was like, so how did you guys decide on doing, the hypergamous thing, when you talked about it? And she's like, well, she goes, he's not going to let me not be hypergamous. She goes, he's an alpha male. He's going to take care of me. And she goes, and I didn't make as much money as him, so it would make sense to go 50-50. And I was like, yep, that makes sense. And then it was then at that moment that I realized the trust that you have to allow somebody to take care of you. And because you have to make sure, first of all, that they're actually going to do it. And second of all, that they're not going to take advantage of you when it happens, because if they think they're paying for everything and they get in their heads that you can't go anywhere or that you're stuck, then they can abuse you. So I was like, okay, so I was like, I have to find, they have to have a character.
Oh yeah, when men start doing things for you financially, it is something that comes with that from some men, okay. It's a saying, it ain't tricking if you got it, right? So it's like, for a lot of men that got it, it's like, this is why I always say, when I was dating, when I was still dating Black men, I've dated drug dealers, I've dated entrepreneurs, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, I prefer dating the drug dealer than the goddamn worker. And I'm gonna be honest with you, because I wasn't dating the drug dealers that was still standing on corners. I was dating the drug dealers that was pushing weight. So it was a better experience dating them with their level of confidence and how they would share the wealth, as opposed to a guy working a job and he get a certain amount of money every week and he acting like a little bitch with his check. It's just like, I ain't got time for that. I don't have time for you to be fucking trying to figure out how you can take me to Applebee's. I don't got time for that. You know what I'm saying? How you can squeeze me in on your next check. Nope. Don't got time. So I had a better experience. And my experiences with Black men, like drug dealers, like not, like I said, not the little tennis shoe hustling drug dealers, but those dudes that supplying the community with the drugs. And even though they was doing a bad thing, but I was dating them, I ain't have a care in the world, honey child. Okay. Money was given freely. Can I have some money? Yep. Here you go. Like I used to go in one of my little boyfriend's pockets because he would always keep so much money in his pockets. And I used to dig right in his pockets and he would just be like, just take it, man. Just take it. Because I already know you're going to get what you want anyway. Show is. And show is. And so to me, it's like different experiences with different races. Like if you ain't dated outside of your race or dated Black evenly in all different type of categories. Like I've dated Black men that are college educated. And to me, they are the worst. Those educated lames are the worst.
I've seen how they treated my friends in college.
Yes.
I used to see how my friends were treated by their boyfriends in college. And I didn't equate it to Blackness. I just equated to those are some jerks. And so I don't know. I just saw what they
I don't like the educated lames. I don't like them. Every time I dated them, I had a bad experience. They was always assholes. They was always stingy too. Really stingy. I just don't like them. I don't like them now. Like they're the same people online that they was in real time when I would attempt to date them. Somebody would always try to hook me up with somebody, or you meet somebody at work. And Black men as educated lames are the most saddest, miserable, bitter bitch you will ever meet in your fucking life. Okay, Black men with jobs. Black men that don't run their own business and they are not entrepreneurs, don't waste your time with them. They bitter as fuck and evil. Don't waste your time.
They still have that baggage, especially if they came from, humble beginnings, a poor family. They went to school, they got an education, but they still have that baggage. So they end up with high paying jobs. Yes. A lot of them don't know how to handle their money. They're still egotistical. They feel even more entitled than your average pookie. And so I think after they graduate and get a high paying job, they end up with even more baggage. And then they're bringing all of that to you. And you're just supposed to kiss their feet. It's like, okay, but I have a degree too. You ain't, what do you say? You know what I'm saying? Like, you just because you did something that you were supposed to do. You were supposed to better yourself on an educational level. Right. You're supposed to get a job that pays well. Like, how many cookies do you want for that? Right. So I wouldn't mess with them either. They have extra baggage that on top of baggage that they had before they even got the damn degree. So,
well, ladies, I have to talk to you later. I gotta go to a stand-up meeting. I have to go to a meeting.
Bye, goodbye.
Not working. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Monet Avery says they are miserable, mean, and hate women if they are happy and glowing. That's what I'm saying. It's something about them educated lames. I do not like them.
No, my younger brother is highly educated, went to top prestigious boarding schools, went to one of the best colleges that was founded, like the Constitution was written. And I mean, he's my brother. I love him, but his level of arrogance, and he makes very good money now. He's like an editor of a magazine, but he dates out because he says Black women don't like men like him, which is fine. No judgment here, but he lives in DC. And I'm like, DC is full of beautiful, Black, highly educated women. You can't tell me you can't find a Black woman there. But, he's been with this white woman for like 4 years and splits cheeseburgers with her and everything. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like, and he has a lot of money. And he still is like, I'm not paying half of anything with her. And, I'm not paying for everything with her. And I'm just like, that's crazy.
And she's just settling. She's just settling for it.
Because she's like a feminist. She's like, oh, you can move in with me. And she owns her own like flat and, pay off the rest of your student loans. And he is like cool with it. All of his other friends are married. They've had kids. And he's still just stringing her along. And I'm just like, wow, that's crazy.
Do you ever say anything to him or you just, it ain't going to get nowhere?
It's not going to get anywhere because he doesn't, I would say he dates women that are less attractive than him so that he has the upper hand. So he doesn't date really attractive women because he's like women that are attractive or snobby and full of themselves. So he date these little dusty white women that are like feminists that are just willing to date him because he's black, you know, because they done been dogged out. Most of the women that he's dated, they're like, he's the nicest guy I've ever met. But I mean, his level of arrogance is through the roof. And he's my brother. I love him, but I'm just like, you know, I told my mom, I'm like, he should be married. What is he doing? And she's like, well, he's a good guy. And I'm like, is he? If the check $20 and he asking her for 10, is he really a good guy? When he got plenty of money, like, it's a no for me. Like, I just can't. I wish my husband would try to split a check with me. I'll fight.
That's what I'm saying.
A cheeseburger, like the cheeseburger.
Yes, girl,
one
cheeseburger. She
comes
said.
to the table and he pulls out the butter knife. Really? Is it that serious?
No, but I'm saying whenever they go out, they take turns paying the bill. Like he'll pay sometimes, she'll pay. And I'm like, but you make plenty of money. You don't have kids. You live in the city. You don't have a car. Like, why are you splitting with her when you make more than enough money to pay for everything? But listen, he still got that Negro mentality. I'm sorry.
Right. That's what it comes back to all the time. All the time.
Like nothing's changed.
And that's what I be saying. They be trying to make it seem like it's moved on because they educated lames that they so much better than the Pookie and Ray Ray. And I'd be like, dude, I had better experiences with the Pookie and Ray Ray than with you. You was a jerk. You was an asshole. You was uptight. You thought you was better than everybody just because you took your dumb ass to school. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm not.
And he still got a lot of pent up anger and rage. Like he's always going in on my mom. Because his dad's a piece of trash. But I'm like, at the end of the day, you know, the black men always matter at their mothers and their fathers. And it's just sad. Like, he'll always turn up on her. I'm not saying he don't love her, but any little thing she say, he'll turn up. Because he's just got all this deep-seated, like, anger and rage. Like, dude, you need to go lay on somebody's couch. Because, you know.
That's what I was
But where is
that
rage coming from?
I guess he's just mad at my mom because his dad's a deadbeat. But it's like, you know, I mean, he's been afforded a great life. I don't know if you guys ever seen Dead Poet Society, but in that movie, the school, the private school, that's literally the private school he went to. He went to school with the DuPonts and the Johnson & Johnson kids. Like, I mean, crazy education, and he's still bitter. Like, and he went there from 9th grade to his 12th grade year. Then he went to a prestigious college, and I'm like, he's had a great life. Like my mom.
So your mother invested a lot into him.
Yep, and he will turn up on her quick. But she wouldn't take that.
I would be cussing his ass.
But it's like you can't say nothing to him, you know, because it's like he's hypersensitive. So it's like I just let him do his thing, and I'm just like,
I'll be cussing his ass out, girl. I won't give a damn if he was sensitive or not. I'll be cussing his ass the fuck out. I do it to the men in my family when they try and play games. You like my Aunt Linda, the one I tell y'all about all the time, my favorite aunt. Her son, she got all sons, and my cousins really be trying to play. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if I'm there, they like to bring their little raggedy white wives and try and be like all disrespectful to my aunt. I will beat that bitch up, and I will smack the spit out of your mouth, nigga. Like, no, I am her. My aunt. It was not this Super Bowl, but the last Super Bowl. My aunt threw a party for all like the young people in the family. So we all came. She lived in Columbus. This is the aunt I told y'all packed up all her shit after 20 some years of marriage and then rode out into the sunset to her condo. So we go to her house and she's so hospitable. She's very when you come to her house, she roll out the red carpet for you. She got all types of stuff laid out, entrees, food, drinks, and it's nice. So we go over there. All the food was just so good. They come with their little raggedy tail wives, thinking they about to be funny acting. Oh no, honey. I'm telling you, I told y'all I will ruin every party for respect to Black women. Because it seemed like to me, people try to disrespect when we like in public so they can try and like sit you down because they think you ain't gonna say nothing. They think that you're gonna be embarrassed. No, I don't get embarrassed. Okay, so let's do this. What the fuck is your problem, bitch? You know what I'm saying? What is your problem? Because you can drop that chip, you can drop that nacho and go the fuck back outside. Don't sit up in here thinking you about to eat my aunt's food and be disrespectful because this raggedy nigga got you thinking you can be disrespectful. Fuck no. Hell the fuck no. You not disrespecting my aunt, not in her fucking house. The fuck is wrong with you? You better get gone, bitch. You ain't have to come. Like, I don't care. No, I will. Yes, I will go there. Like,
yeah,
I am known for the women in my family. Don't fucking play. Don't play.
Yeah,
Because the
now
men,
I
when they
wouldn't let
get ignorant,
anybody else disrespect my mom, but like the way my mom and our relationship is, like she'll hold mammy, and I'll be like, you don't have to fight that battle. Because girl, she'll just call me and just roast me for no reason, like just so tight in the chest because my husband white and my kids biracial, and I just be like, but she'll come visit me, girl. She'll be like, "Ooh, can I come visit you?" And then talk shit and be like, "I don't really like your husband." I'm like, "But you'll come stay at my house."
wow,
I think what's going on with
okay.
your brother is that when he was going to all of those schools surrounded by so much wealth, I think a lot of that disrespect, I think that's based in some sort of resentment because it can be a lot of pressure. Yeah, because I went to NYU when I was younger, and I felt you're immediately surrounded by all of this wealth, and these kids have a whole different way that they move. And it's always reminding you of how you grew up, and sometimes you can get resentful. For me, I just I've removed myself from it, but I think for him, that's probably resentment. Like, why didn't I have the upbringing that they had? Yes, I went to the same school, but their families. He probably got invited to their homes, and sometimes they're like, well, damn.
Yeah, you're probably right. That makes a lot of sense because when you say these people got money that we can't even imagine.
Yeah, like the whole conversations with them are completely different.
But my thing is, why not appreciate what your black mother provided for your dumb ass instead of trying to make her compare her to a family? She was a single mom, and she still provided you to be in these spaces. So be thankful, bitch, instead of being ignorant.
Because he's a typical black man. I mean, nothing changes. Like, that's just how they see it. Like, they're always going to blame it on the mother.
I fucking hate that shit. I'm so fucking sick of that. That's why I'm so irritated with Tina Knowles right now. Like, girl, if you don't go sit the fuck down.
I was so mad when you told me that. Listen, when you came on live and I heard that, I was ready to punch a bitch. I was like, are you kidding me? We're out here dying in the street, getting murdered, throwing 2-day-old babies in the lake, and you gonna bring your raggedy ass on the interwebs and say that? Like, I just can't. My level of rage with that whole situation is through the roof. And I ain't even in the black community like that, but I'm like, I get so sick of seeing black women dying every day. Like, I can't.
That trailer was absolutely ridiculous. What are black
men?
We're strong. We're competent. And then you got Billy Porter propped up with both his titties on the couch talking about that whole trailer was just so crazy. I'm trying to figure out what prompted her to do that. What was the reason? You're Tina Knowles. You can get up and spend all day in the spa if you want to. Why did you even put your name on that project? Why would you even do that? Why did you? I feel something like either she's just really ridiculously obtuse, or somebody put her up to that. I can't see her being that insecure where she's trying to stay relevant. But maybe that might be the case. Sometimes people get a lot of money and they still fight for clout because they're insecure. I don't know, but I'm flabbergasted when I saw that.
I'm curious.
Like, what planet?
Yeah, I'm curious if she believes what she's saying, or is it just gaslighting? That's the part I'm not understanding. Like, is this like what you believe? Like, after you see everything is going on, or you just saying some shit out your mouth just to say it? And that's the part I'm confused about.
Yeah, like you just wanted to produce a documentary just so you can have the executive producer title or whatever.
Do you think she believes this? Like, that's what I'm curious about. Do y'all think that she believes what she's saying?
We seen how she talked to that goddamn husband of hers on her own network. Hell no.
Because he dusty. He remind me of just a roach that you can't get rid of.
Yep, me too.
Can't stand him.
Yeah,
But it's weird because
he's so goofy and dumb. He never says anything important. You know what I'm saying? And she always be looking at him like, just shut your dumb ass up. You know what I'm saying?
She's like, you
So,
just here just to be here, not because
mhm.
you're of any relevance.
I think she was just attracted to him because he's a handsome older man. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
until he
saying?
opened his mouth.
Yeah, until he talk, and then you see how stupid he is. But I think she just wanted to have him just for looks, like, just something to do. She worth 25 million. He worth 100K. Come on now, you know what that was about.
Yeah, I couldn't even.
I haven't seen any interview. Yesterday when it came out, when you had the chat going, I was going scrolling through Twitter to see if Beyonce or Solange said anything, and they never said anything about the video or the series. And then I looked at the Discovery Plus site Twitter page, because that's the channel it's on, and they tweeted about it like once or twice, and then that was, and the response, there was like 2 comments to it. And I don't even see a lot of publicity for it. Like, what was the whole point? I haven't seen any.
I only seen her on CBS Morning, and I see that it's not a lot of publicity on it besides CBS Morning. And I think the only reason why she got the publicity on CBS Morning was because of Gayle. And that pissed me off with Gayle. Like, Gayle, why the fuck is you sitting up there talking about you felt rage when you watched it? Why did you feel rage when Snoop was saying he wanted somebody to stomp your ass out? Why did you feel rage?
I know Gayle from way back when. Not know her, but because I've worked in media, and she's always been a little flaky and a little aloof, and I don't even think she knows what she's talking about. Like, she's never been in situations where she's had to deal with Black men in reality, and she's always been very wishy-washy to me. So that doesn't surprise me.
I was a little irritated by that. Like, that's what I'll be talking about. Like, Black men, when I call them a protected class, they're a protected class when it comes to this victimization and police brutality and how the media has projected them. So that's going to be a long grind, long grind for us to break that down and get our voices heard. That's why I was kind of irritated with Tina for doing this, because I'm just like, girl, you ain't even decided to look in the room and check the temperature and see what the fuck was going on. You just running your mouth over some shit that happened. You're 68 and you don't know that the temp is changing. We aren't there anymore. We don't give a damn anymore. Yes,
Right.
and that's what I said too, Cheeky Chick. I noticed that Oprah didn't promote the shit.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, why did you just get distribution to Discovery Plus, which is a sub channel of Discovery, which is probably a sub channel of another the network? So it's like 3 layers down. Like, why isn't this on Netflix? Why couldn't you get this on Netflix or Hulu? So that's the other thing. Like, how it's very strange, because you're Tina Knowles, you're Beyonce's mom, and if you had the real clout, and if people were really open to this bullshit series, it would have been on Netflix.
Well,
see, that's telling too, because nobody open to it.
Yeah, but you know what? There might not be protection for us as far as Black women in change, but these nakers out here killing everybody now. Like the woman they just killed in New York City, the Asian lady. And I'm telling you, somebody's going to put a stop to them. And when they start taking them out, I don't want to see no Black women crying in the streets.
My ass will be in my apartment in Brooklyn.
For sure.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. And the Asian community, they don't play. They get laws passed. They're an actual community. Whereas what we got, I don't know what we got. But other communities, they don't play, and there was a huge outcry on that. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes down. But they're just out here just acting a whole fool. And so, no, you're not getting any more parades, and you're not getting any more, marches in the street, because it is gonna come to a head, like you said, and they're just gonna start just taking them out, sniping them out. And you brought it on yourself. You out here biting people in the face. Like, what is going on? But then you want to whine and cry at the same time. But look at your kids out here, your teenage kids out here terrorizing young women. Like, it has to come to an end sooner or later. So,
I'm
Don't
working
be
on it,
you know.
Neely. I'll see him, y'all. I got it. I see the little trolls sneaking in, being a mess. People that troll crack me up, man. Because it's like, how the hell you got the time to troll? Like, literally troll somebody? Why don't, see, this is my thing with the trolling. Why don't you just say you like the person? You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Just say you like the person. Just because if you taking time to create whole channels just to troll people, you like them.
Like, don't you have something to do? Like, how did you even get over here?
I don't know. But I'm telling you about the Vamp Queen, is you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. About the dating thing, y'all, that's just where I'm at. I'm on some hypergamous shit. And I'm real strategic about it. I've even started like switching up my dress because I'm real casual. I'm really casual, like really dressed down. So I've started like switching up my dress, switching up how I show up and all of that. Like, y'all should have seen me yesterday. The dress that I brought for yesterday, it was nice. It was nice.
Yeah, I think we don't take enough time to speak what we want. Like, I'm still learning how to do that at 49. Like, really think about what it is that you want, and don't be afraid if what you want isn't traditional. You know what you want. Like, I'm 49, and I have not had a lot of boyfriends. I haven't been on a whole lot of dates. They were all limited due to past trauma, and but I know what I want now at the age of 49. And that's it. I want what I want, and you're entitled to that, especially when you have so much to offer yourself.
Right. And see, that's just what I feel like. I feel like the benefit of having a woman is a big thing. It's a major thing. And it's just like, I'm not looking, when I was trying to explain it, me and my mom was talking about it. I was like, being hypergamous is not about taking advantage of anybody. It's just that, I want a wealthier experience in my dating life this time around. And I'm not going to settle for anything else. And it's just, to me, it's just that simple. It's not really about using anybody and hurting anybody. It's just, I want an arrangement. I want an arrangement with somebody. That's what I want.
Exactly.
But the crazy part of the Black community being so big on struggle love, I swear, I've been staying at home since I had kids in 2001. And people swear I'm over here getting stomped out. Like, they really like, oh, you getting abused, you giving blowjobs every 2 hours. And it's like, why would you think that women have so little value that a man wouldn't be willing to provide for her?
I don't know. I know a lot of people assume that Black women don't get provided for. And I'm like, okay, that has actually not been my experience. But I hear a lot of it, though. I hear a lot of it. I hear people saying all the time that, and they automatically believe we don't choose the right to exit or leave relationships, that we always get left. They just automatically believe that we don't have the right to exit a relationship. And the only reason why we not in a relationship is because somebody left us. And I'm like, where do y'all be getting these ideas from? Do y'all know that everybody don't base their whole lives about whether they get chose or not?
Well, listen, I will leave somebody quick. Anybody who been with me know. My husbands know. They be like, she will wake up and leave you and be gone. Because it's like, I'm not gonna tolerate shit because I'm content being by myself. I like the provision and the company of a man here and there, but I'm good alone and I'll walk. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not attached to men like that. Like, my worth ain't tied up to a man. Anybody can get a man or a husband if you want one, but get the right one. Like, this idea that men are so hard to come by and a husband is so hard to come by is ridiculous. women do the choosing ultimately, because you could say yes or no. But I'm just telling you, they see women that are provided for is like, oh, you're getting abused. Like a Negro with no money ain't stomping women out. Like they just really think that you're getting abused if a man has a certain amount of money or status, but that's about integrity. That's why you don't date men who don't respect women who don't have integrity. Because a man who don't have integrity will dog you out whether he got money or not. That's the crazy part that these women don't understand.
Yeah. They have a lot of fantasies attached to money and bags. You know, it's like, it's not a video. This is not a music video. Like, you get it together, you know?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't.
They were trash. They were arrogant. Some men with money are arrogant and disrespectful.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And you, it would be so arrogant to the point to where you won't even want to fucking deal with the money. You say, fuck that goddamn money. You know, so it's like, it's all about you. It's all about the person. It's all about you. But like I was saying, it's like one of the common misconceptions is that Black women don't make choices for themselves in relationships, and that they just settle on whatever it is that the man gives them. And I hear it all the time. They always would be like, well, that man, he left you. How you know I ain't leave him?
I ain't been left yet. But
right. Like, it's like, how you know I didn't make a decision to walk away from some shit myself? Like, what the fuck makes you think that all Black women just stay around just to be around? Like, that's not the case. Some of us leave situations. A lot of us leave situations.
Statistically, women usually file for divorce. It's not the men. They don't care. They'll stay.
Right. They will stay because more than likely they getting the better part of the deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, more than likely, you know, women give a better part of the deal. So it's like, I'd be so lost when I see, you know, certain people, you know, just saying little stupid stuff and just automatically thinking that women don't make decisions and choices for themselves in relationships, and that the man is the one that make all the choices and decisions. Like, I don't know where y'all get that from. Maybe that's y'all life and how y'all been living y'all life.
Because I'm not even impressed by a man paying bills. I'm like, you living here. What else you gonna be doing?
What the fuck else you gonna do? Exactly. That's how I look at it. Like, if you in this house, what do you think a man is gonna do if he in the house? Y'all in the house together. He's going to pay the bills because he lives there. That's why he's paying them, because he lives there. That's why I say that's not even a flex to say.
That's not even impressive.
Yes, it's not.
Like, not impressive. You keeping a roof over your head? Okay.
Exactly. I don't be impressed with that. A man, you know, women be like, that's how you know it's something different for Black women, because that's the type of shit that they brag on. They brag on a man paying their bills. And I'm just like, I never even knew, to be honest, until I came into this space, I never even knew that was like a real like thing like that until I came in this space. And I saw so many different women bragging about that. Like, you know, he paid my bills, so therefore I cook and I clean and I do this and I do that because he takes care of me. And I'm like, how is he taking care of you? Like, if he didn't live there and he was paying all your bills, to me, that would be like, okay, he taking care of her. But he lives there. So it's like, it's just strange. It's strange.
Yeah, like, you don't get no kudos for that. Now, when I left my husband and another man went and brought me a house and he still was like, hey, this is my wife, I'm gonna make sure she have money. Now I'm gonna give him respect for that. But you just doing for a woman because you live with her, like, no, we don't get no brownie points. You ain't getting no high five for that. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm selfish and unappreciative, but I'm not impressed. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
The expectations from them are so low that anything they do, they buy the eggs for the week and they're heroes. And, you know, this other people do things, it's not even a thought. Other, you know, non-Black couples or people who are get into relationships, paying for bills, that's not even a thought. If you go into automatic drive with that, that's on automatic. Like, it's not something that you're going to get an award for. And I don't understand why they don't get that. Like, are you really that trifling? Like, even if your dad wasn't around or whatever and didn't teach you how to be a man, you know, there's still some things that should just be common sense. Like, I don't understand why the expectations from them are so freaking low. You know,
and you'll notice because what the women brag on, when the women brag on getting their bills paid and they brag on cooking and cleaning, it's like you can just tell the expectations is low. It's like, why is that a flex? Like, why is that it should be a flex for you to cook and clean, because as a grown ass motherfucking woman, you should be doing that shit anyway, whether you got a man or not. You should be cooking and cleaning. I mean, that's a human task. That's not a gender task. That's a human task. We all have to clean. We all have to cook. You want to eat, don't you? What you doing when you in your house? You just sitting there? Like, it's everybody cook and clean. So I never understood why that was a fair exchange trade-off in the Black community. You know, you ask these men what they want from women, and they like, a woman that can cook, a woman that can clean. It's like, what?
Yeah.
The bare minimum is bare on all sides to me. It's bare on the women's side, and it's bare on the man's side. We got women running around here talking about how well they can cook and clean just so they can have a man. It's just like, it's just bare on both sides to me.
That is just so silly.
Yeah, if you can't cook, go to Pinterest. If your ass can read, you can cook.
But that's because the rates of single motherhood it's really high, and so these are the type of women where they get a man and the fan, because they're not independent. You know, you can be a single mother and be independent, and you can finally get a man. You know, some of these women get men, and they're just so happy that the bills are being paid, but that's something that, you know, you're supposed to do, period. So they're so used to not having a man around and even being raised without a father that it becomes a flex for them to say, you know, I have this man now and he's paying these bills, you know, and I cook and clean. Like that, those were things that just come naturally. I don't get it.
Yeah, I never got it either. Like, I used to, when I first came on this app, I would go back and forth with people about that, because I would hear so many women saying, well, I cook and I clean, and they were so proud of it. And I'm just like, I just wanted to dismantle that rhetoric, because I don't think how pressed and desperate Black women understood it made them sound. It's just like, you know, as a woman, you keep home, you keep a house. And, you know, if it ain't a man in my house, what you think I'm doing in my house? You think I'm just walking over piles of clothes and chicken wings in my dining room floor? What do you think I'm doing? I'm cleaning my house and I'm cooking. I'm doing that regardless. Even when my son's not here and they gone, what do y'all think I'm doing? Y'all think I'm just not going to eat? I'm not going to eat. It's just, that needs to stop being bragged about. It really needs to stop being bragged about. You know, I understand that being a homemaker is something special to women. It's something special for us. We enjoy keeping our homes clean and fresh, and, you know, it's our little space, our little sanctuary. So I think that it's just a woman thing, but I don't get why it's being pushed as a way to get a man. That's where I get a little confused with that at.
Yeah, and if you put that out there like that, then that's what they're going to ask for, and that's all they want. And that means that's all you mean to them is, you know, you're the maid and you're the cook. So it's like you have to stop putting that out there, because that's how you are now being seen as, you know, I want you to, you know, what you bring to the table, you can clean and you can cook. Like those are low expectations again, you know. And so women like that don't understand when you say that you now want to have a companion who is wealthy and you ready for the next level of living.
No, they was in the comments while I was talking, asking me why I you know, why I'm not looking for love. And I'm like, it's not that. The thing is, it's not that I'm not looking for love. It's just not important to me. I'm looking for a partnership because I've done love already. Love will come later. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you in a situation with somebody and y'all together and y'all spend a lot of time together and y'all building together, love can come later, but I need some type of arrangement. Like I'm looking more for an arrangement because I'm older and I'm in my 40s. It's not important to me to be all glee and you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and stars in my eyes and over a man. It's not. It's not. That's
We're
not
the only
me.
ones that do that. We're the only ones that do that. Like you all were saying earlier, across the world, love is not the priority, you know. And where you're at right now is where a lot of women are taught to be at in other parts of the world out the gate, because that's part of the culture. Like, if you're going to get married, we need to see him, what he got, what's going on, and if he's not up to par, no, you're not marrying him. It's a family decision. Like, no, we have to discuss this. And then you have arranged marriages. So we're the only group of women that put love as a priority, when culture-wise across the world and on other continents and other countries, that love is not the priority. You know, that comes later. The priority is, can you provide? Like, in other words, you're not worthy unless you come with the whole package, period. And if you don't come, and the men know it in those cultures, they know that if they don't have their shit together, they don't even have the right to ask anybody to marry them. They're not expected to propose to anybody, and everybody knows that. Like, you don't have your shit together, you still in school, it's not even a thought for them to dare to ask a woman and her family, can she marry me? Because he doesn't have it all together yet. He's still, you know, working up the ranks of whatever job he got, or he's still getting his money together, or he's still getting his education together. It's not a thought for them. They don't even think to do that. You know, that's the attitude. And we're the only ones where, you know, they can roll up on you with $2 in their pocket talking about, you know, I want you to be my woman. Nobody else does that. Nobody else does that. We're the ones
Not
that have to deal
$2.
with that.
You are
Yeah,
messing
you
down.
know. But
Do
it's
you
like,
think that being in a partnership isn't what to me being in a partnership where both parties are free to make demands and requests and approve and accept, to me that is a little bit more difficult than being not difficult, a little we'll stick with the word difficult, than being in a relationship based on love, because with a love based relationship, people feel like, oh, as long as you're in love, you can make it through anything, da 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 da. But within a partnership, I don't like to say a scorecard, but you can point out easily where agreements aren't being met. Like, we agree to this, this is not being met. We agree to that, that's not being met. Are we going to fix this, or are we going to, you know, separate, dissolve the partnership? To me, it seems like a lot of Black people, Black community, whatever you want to call it, don't like to call it a partnership because there's accountability there. If you aren't meeting the criteria that we set up, the end resolution is really clear. So it's like, well, I didn't hold up my end of the bargain. So you know, you can't blame somebody else. Oh, you know, she just fell out of love with me, or she did this, or he did that, or he did that, because there's like, well, no, this was the agreement. You didn't hold up to the agreement. Now the agreement's over. It's time to move on. I kind of see it sometimes, like, people see it as the love will conquer all type of mantra, whereas the partnership, it's a logical standpoint where
and it's
you
healthier.
go, it is very much so healthier because it keeps communication open, because you don't feel like you have to hide anything.
Exactly. But then when you really break down this whole love thing, that you're talking about an emotion. You're talking about partnering up with someone based on a bunch of emotions that you have, and within those emotions you have hormones and pheromones, and you know, the attraction thing, and the chemistry and all that. But all of those things are centered around emotion. So you get blinded by that, and you don't think about the typical daily living that you're going to have when you're partnered and when you're together with someone. And that's when it starts getting real, and they're like, well, wait a minute, we didn't talk about these things. You know, we in love, you know, and we're so focused on the wedding.
Holly jumping through the fields of roses and everything. And it's like, you start to let stuff slide until it can't slide anymore. And then there's this huge blow up about A, B, and C. And you act like you didn't know where it came from because you've been ignoring all the red flags this whole time.
Yeah. Especially as women, we're not taught to think pragmatically about it. Well, Black women, I'll say, because, you know, again, white women and other women across the world, they're not raised like that. They're not raised with the whole Disney situation. They're raised from a totally different standpoint. And it is expected of them to have a partner that is worthy. And it's supposed to be a mutual worthiness. You know what I'm saying? And we're the only ones that do that. And so we weren't even raised to think about, to include practicality when we're looking for someone. It's all about love, 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 and, you know, find your Prince Charming. And
how does he make you feel?
Right. You know, and then now we're here, the wedding is over, we don't put all the gifts away, and now we have to live. And now it's like, okay, you know, it's it's dysfunctional to me.
It is. And then what's the saying? Love don't pay the bills. That somehow got turned into like, people call it the bitter woman's mantra. Like, it's like, no, it's the truth. I can't go to the phone company, pay my mortgage, go to the bank. I can't do that just because I love you. So there has to be some substance underneath this. And if you don't have any, what is the point? Like, what are we doing? We're just going to be struggling and be all googly-eyed with each other, all homeless on the street underneath the bridge, making a house. Like, no.
Right. Living in a refrigerator box.
Right. Have a cardboard penthouse.
Right. You know, there has to be security there. We don't get taught to think about the security. You can have love all day long, but, you know, if you're sitting on a foundation of security and all the things that security entails, then you could be googly because you already know that everything is on automatic payment.
Taken care of.
Exactly. Everything is done down to wills, college funds, trusts, all that stuff.
Right. You're taking care of everything for the next generation.
Exactly. So then, you can do that, but, you know, not in a refrigerator box under the bridge. That's not right. That's not gonna work.
Yep. Definitely.
I think that the way that Black women date is based around the struggle. And it's the reason why Black women aren't happy with their dating prospects. I think the victimization of Black men is the reason why we don't have good relationships with them, whether it be platonically or romantically. I think that, you know, ever since we were young, you know, it's kind of been beat into us that they were victims and that the world didn't like them and that the world, you know, treated Black men unfairly. You know, if you were a Black man, that automatically means that you were going to have a horrible experience. So, you know, growing up around them with them being our brothers and our fathers and our friends and, you know, and stuff in school, we, you know, hearing that all the time put you in a position to feel like it was somebody that needed to be protected. You know, it was somebody that we needed to stand up for. And, you know, the world is treating them so unfairly, you know, to a point to where it made Black women completely forget about themselves and how unfairly they were being treated. So I think that now, you know, all of that stuff seeped into our relationships. And, you know, all of that victimization, you know, a lot of Black women think they in relationships, but they not. They're just muling.
Right.
You're not in a relationship, boo. You're muling. You're muling for a Black man. You're not. He needs validation. He needs you to stand in front of him. It's almost like that beard concept. You know how they use the beard concept for gay men and they get that woman that's just their beard to protect the world from knowing that this person is gay. A lot of Black men and women are in relationships and the women are only there to mule. That is the only reason why they chose you, because you're the biggest advocate for their degeneracy, and you advocate and you advocate. And then what you do is you use your leverage as a woman to bring other women in to believe in the degeneracy of this Black male. And so your whole relationship is centered around you advocating for your man. So a lot of Black women, you aren't in relationships. Most of y'all ain't in relationships. Most of y'all. Most of y'all are muling. That's all you're doing. That's all he needs you for. He needs you to paint him as the victim. He needs you to paint him as the person that needs help. People should support him. People should like him. People should get to know him. You like his publicist. You're literally like this man's publicist.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what women are tired of. That is why you find yourself in relationships with Black men that you don't respect, because the whole time you in that relationship, he looking at you like, you ain't gonna take up for me. You gonna let them talk to me like that. That's the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you doing.
And so they're okay with that. That's the sad part.
And they're okay with it. They will do it. And I'm telling you, they will do it. They will do it. They will do exactly what Tina Knowles is doing. They will sit right in your face and say, I've never experienced such a thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. This has not been my experience. Black men have been great to me. Girl, bye. No, they ain't. Black men ain't been great to me. I don't know what they done been to some of y'all, but Black men have not been great to me. I done had some experience that's been a little better than others, but great? Hell the fuck to the no. No. Right. I had Black men say and do some stuff to me that you wouldn't even fucking believe. And most of the time, Black women never even deserve it. That's the thing. Most of the time, we don't even deserve it. Most of the time, it be from Black men we don't even fucking know or have affiliations with. How many times have you had somebody's little fucking nigga boyfriend want to come at you mad because you have an indifferent attitude towards Black men? Black men have a very difficult time when Black women are indifferent to them and they don't pay their asses no motherfucking attention.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If they not getting your attention and you ain't licking they musty ass, they got a problem with that, and they will peep you out. They are so narcissistic that they will recognize you in a room full of people. They will recognize that Black woman that don't give a damn about them. They will peep you out, and they will create an issue with you. I can't tell y'all how many times this fucking happened to me. I can't tell y'all. I'll be somewhere minding my fucking business, and here come a goddamn ape. Every single motherfucking time. Because I'm not all in their face, looking at them, doing all of that, because I'm somewhere doing me, they always want to know. They pick up on the energy. Trust me, they know women like us, which is why we bump into the most issues, because they have an issue with the fact that you don't view them as being this level of greatness. What has made you great? What, getting a foot on your neck, a knee on your neck? What has made you great? What, getting shot down in hotels, Martin Luther King? What has made you great? Malcolm X walking into your own fucking lion's den and them niggas killed you? What made you great? Dying? Dying made y'all great. Because that's all y'all been fucking doing in front of us is dying and getting murdered. So that made you great? Dying? I mean, what else have they done, y'all? Like, can anybody tell me what else they've done besides being murdered and dying to put them in history?
About it. And writing, horrible rap songs.
Just dying. That's it. I guess they want us to memorialize them because they died. It's just like, this shit is fucking ridiculous at this point.
As far as they're concerned, that's their greatest sacrifice, is to be able to die. I'm like, anybody can die. We are going to die at some point in time. There's nothing special.
And the thing with these women that accept that is they get threatened when you come in and you are that type of woman that you're not going to do that. And they get threatened because that means you're threatening their existence, which is muling. And they mule because that's the only way that they feel that they can keep a man, because they're so insecure that they don't dare ask for anything else. They don't dare ask for more. They were conditioned not to ask for more from their mothers. And so when you come in, it's like, whoa, you stepping on my situation over here. Like, don't do that. but they're doing so much damage because they're bringing in other women and acting like they can confirm that this is a great life, and it's not. If you're muling, like, and so when somebody steps to them and tells them the truth and gets them to face the facts, it's a huge threat to them because they think that that's all they can have, that particular type of man, and it's really sad. They don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not impressed. I'm sorry, black men. I'm not impressed with y'all dying. And just so y'all know, that revelation just hit me. I'll be doing a live stream on the fact that all y'all have done is die. Okay? Because I need to make that point very clear. I need to drag that point all the way around the corner and back up and down the street again. Because that's all the fuck y'all have done is die. I was very pissed off that they created a whole statue about George Floyd. For what? Calling his mama? For what? After he had just held a pregnant woman up by gunpoint, kicked in her door with 5 other men? For what? Yeah, we're not impressed.
Know that at the time. Yeah.
I didn't know. How come that's not more talked about?
Because white men think it's fucking funny to get this fucking most dumbest black men ever and memorialize them just to prove a point and put them on a bigger scale to show the world that ain't worth shit. And black men don't even know that's what the fuck white men is doing.
And I think any attention that it did get, we were still muling for them and marching in the streets, so it got downplayed. I'm pretty sure somebody, because these news stories, they start digging into your shit. I'm pretty sure somebody said something, but it got suppressed because it was all about Black Lives Matter and marching and all that shit.
Yeah, I caught flack for that because I never joined the Black Lives Matter, and I had actually stopped watching those cop killings 3 years before any of this happened, and people were like, "You're not supportive. You're turning away from the black community." And I was like, I don't have to traumatize myself every day by watching people get killed on TV. That just doesn't make any sense. And then number two,
is the thing about
when you
them
go
dying,
into their background, but when you go into their background, they're not good people. Like, very rarely was it like a case of, okay, this really shouldn't happen. When you look at the other ones, it's kind of like,
Like Ahmaud Arbery, everybody was going off about Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery was in that community and he had robbed a couple of people before. So yes, those white men wasn't going for that shit because some people actually care about their communities. Black men, so they weren't going for that shit. They targeted his ass. Like, we gonna catch up with his little ass and running around here trying to rob people. But see, nobody talks about the fact that he got 2 charges previous to this where he did some fucked up shit. Nobody likes to talk about it. And I'm just like, black people just aggravate me. Seriously. Like, it's aggravating.
Yeah,
it's aggravating that we sit up here and act like we don't know what the fuck is going on. Just like with Jonathan Pitland, when he was pushing that dude out the community, that dude had 2 arrest charges previous to that where he was harassing white women in the community. Like, it's a reason why when Jonathan saw him, in the community, he reacted the way that he did. So it's just like, nobody ever wants to fucking tell the truth. And that's why I say I don't have no respect, because it's people out here dying. It's people that really, really do advocate and die for a reason. It's people strapping bombs to their chest, getting on planes to die for what they believe in, right? But no, y'all not even dying for what y'all believe in. Y'all dying just as some straight ass suckers. Y'all getting murdered. It ain't like y'all just planned some shit and said, you know what? We ain't letting this go down. We about to march through that bitch and we about to get this shit cracking. That ain't what y'all doing. Y'all just getting murdered for doing stupid shit. Stupid shit. So what the fuck is we supposed to like? Why are all these black men who got murdered doing stupid shit in Black history? I'm not impressed. I'm fucking not impressed, man. I'm not impressed. I'm not. I don't care about the age. I don't care about nothing. I really don't. I'm not impressed. And we all supposed to just be sitting up here looking stupid. Like, no. This shit is aggravating. Meanwhile, black women running around here doing all types of shit to advocate for the causes and the concerns of black women. It's frustrating, y'all.
It is. And I just, last year I removed myself from that whole situation. It's like, I'm not even, because when you really look at it, all of that marching and stuff, it's male identified. And once I started to release that, then, you can start seeing things for what they really are. Like these were not saints that ended up getting murdered by cops. Majority of them had passed. They weren't these saintly things that should have, monuments built for them. Like we're so entrenched in Black male identification. And I wonder how many other women who did march and who did the whole Black Lives Matter thing to the fullest, I wonder how many of them now have thought about it. Like, hold up. We did all of that, and y'all out here insulting us at every chance you get across all social media platforms. You treat us like crap. Like, what did I do all that marching for? Like, it's nothing's reciprocated. So why do it? I wonder how many women just remove themselves. How many Black women remove themselves from that whole situation? Yeah.
I don't think enough of them did, because I remember. Do you remember when that I think he plays for Raiders, some Raiders football player in Las Vegas, super drunk, driving 100 miles an hour down the street, crashed into a girl who was on her way back to school from leaving her parents' house and killed her. And I got into it with my sister because I was like, they need to throw the book at him. Don't ever let him out of jail, yada, yada, yada. Well, you don't know what he did. I said, it doesn't matter whose fault the accident was. He was driving 100 miles an hour down the street drunk, 2 times over the legal limit. How can you even wrap your mind trying to defend him? What is the point of defending this multimillionaire who is being reckless and kills an innocent person for no other reason, just because he could? Like, it's something is broken in some of these women's minds, where they just, anytime a Black man is up on a charge or has done something ridiculous, they have to jump through hoops to find any kind of credible, what they call a credible excuse, to somehow defend them and get them off. It literally just doesn't make any sense. And I think that a lot of those women who were protesting and stuff, they're still in that mindset. You have to defend them to the death. Like, you're gonna die to defend somebody who wouldn't spit on you to put you out if you were on fire. Like, come on now. You gotta be kidding me.
They always look for a reason, and then the Black community grows up hating the police.
Right.
They hate the police because of all the propaganda.
Yep.
And so it's Black women that, even though they are in danger, they will not call the police on a Black man. They won't do it. They will not do it. It has been literally grained into the thought process of Black women not to call the police on Black men. So even though when they got some nigger at their house cutting up, acting a fool, they won't call the police. That shit's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's primarily why I promote it so much. I promote Back to Blue as much as I can, so that Black women get comfortable with feeling safe with the police. Like, the police are people, so it's going to be some rotten eggs in every organization. I don't care what it is. It could be a hospital. It can be, hell, it can be Popeyes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think every employee is a good employee? No. That's any place. It's people. But you have got to start getting comfortable with the police, Black women. You have got to. You have got to. I know the media done got y'all thinking that they're your enemies, but that's why I be trying to post heartfelt stories of them doing other things outside of getting into conflict. Like, they save lives every day. They do all types of shit. Like, you got to think about other areas. Like, you can't just focus on the bad all the time.
Yep, I will call the cops in a minute.
And be thankful if you live close to a station.
Mm-hmm. Right. I live close to a satellite station.
Mm-hmm.
Block and a half away.
They get there real quick when you live close to a station. That's a blessing. There is a blessing. Yeah, don't be hating these police for these dudes, man. Don't do it. Mm-mm. You never know what type of mood a police officer will be in, because you never know where they just came from. And like I keep saying, they people, and their job is literally to deal with the fuck shit of the world every day. How would you feel if you dealing with fuck shit all day long for a shift? I mean, I try to think about them from a human perspective and not from, oh, they supposed to be this, they supposed to be that. I try to think about them from a human perspective, because I couldn't imagine doing that job, to be honest. I ain't running after nobody. I ain't chasing after nobody. I'm not walking out into the world every day putting my life on the line for people I don't fucking know, who don't give a damn. And then just look at the state of what the world is in right now. The world is in a state of fuck the police. So how the fuck you think they feel coming to work willing to put their life on the line for you, and the world is trying to get the police defunded? Like, just creating a horrible situation for these people who have signed up to kill or be killed for your unknown ass, because they don't fucking know you. And y'all running around here talking about some defund the police, and they got to get up and go to fucking work every day. With the world being in the state that it is right now, I would have quit. If I was a cop right now, I would have quit. I would have been like, no, I'm not doing this shit no fucking more. I'm not dealing with these motherfuckers. They don't understand. Fuck it. Fuck it.
That was so stupid when it came out. I think I was still into BLM when they started that. And even then I was like, that don't sound right. Like, what do you mean? Like, that don't sound like, what do you mean defund the police? Like, who came up with that? What are they supposed to do? What do you want them to do? Why are you trying to take their money? Like, why are you trying to get all up in their budgets? What is that supposed to do? Does that mean you think that they won't be able to buy guns? Or it's illogical. It just, even then I was like, that don't sound right. I can't co-sign with that. I can't do that.
Yeah, I'm not about defunding, but I'm about preventing. So I think education and getting to the kids, and hopefully some of these degenerate families, somehow preventing people don't defund them, but you can, put more focus and emphasis on the prevention instead of the punishment. That I would think would help a lot more and start to curb some of these the ignorant outcomes that come out. But you don't defund them. You just, you have to, there's a steps to the solution. The police are the last resort. So if you're taking the proper measures up until that point, and some people are still, needing to deal with the police, then let the police handle them, because you tried everything you were supposed to do, education, training, whatever, therapy, medication, whatever needed to be done. You put this individual through this like 5-step process. And when they meet step number 4, this is the last step. So after this, you don't want to pay attention. You want to do right. You don't want to act like you have some fucking sense. Then we're just going to let the cops deal with you, and you go on about your business. We tried.
Right. But it was just like, to me, it's like, I couldn't imagine being a cop during the time of the George Floyd situation. I couldn't imagine being a cop. It's so many situations that come in that don't make them proud to do their jobs. And then you got to understand, the media creates that climate, and then they got to walk into it every day. You know what I'm saying? It's like some people done created this propaganda around you doing your job based off one person in a whole nother state that you don't even fucking know. And then you got to get up every motherfucking day and walk into that climate that the media has created.
Right.
It's not cool. You know what I'm saying? It's like, especially for people that can lose their life at any given moment with whatever situation they walk into. Who the fuck else you know that their job is literally to walk right into violence? Right into it. That's their job. And you talking about some fuck the police? Like, nah, I ain't going. And, you know, as a human being, I respect it. As a human being, because it's a job I would never take. I would never put my life on the line for people I don't know. I would never do that. Never in fucking life. Never would I fucking do it. Never. So I have a level of respect for them as human beings. And I'm just like, man, that's a hell of a job, because it wouldn't be me.
Yeah,
it would
just like
not
saying
be me.
defund the firefighter. Okay, cool.
Right.
Take their
Who
water
gonna
away.
put your
You know,
fire
your shit
out
is
then? You
ablaze.
gonna grab a bucket? Is you gonna get a bucket? Like, what the fuck?
Right?
No.
It makes no sense. Really? And they the first ones you call when your shit is aflame.
Right. It's like we
It just makes
need
no
them.
sense.
Like, and then y'all creating this shit and got these men walking into these situations. Like, every time I see the post, what it is, Lord Jesus. Have y'all noticed that?
Yeah, you went out for a minute. What happened?
Oh, I went out for a minute. My bad. I said, I don't know what it is about firefighters, but they is always fine.
Yes. yes.
My God.
When I see one, I purposely walk by like, all right, what's going on in the truck? Let me see. Okay. They are gorgeous.
They are beautiful. I just be like, why the fuck do firefighters look like this? Cops be a little frumpy sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, you see some handsome ones here and there, but them goddamn firefighters, Lord Jesus.
They just built different. Like they had one day, you know, they rang my bell because they had to use my fire escape in my living room. I live in an apartment on the 5th floor. And they like, we need to get to you. It's like, just let us in. I was like, cool. I cleared the way because I know it's not no joke. And just watching them walk, it was like 3 or 4 of them to my living room. And, you know, I pushed the window up for them. I moved the curtains out the way so that they can get on the fire escape. I was like, damn, y'all want something to eat?
Right.
You leaving? Oh,
right.
And they came back through, and I was like, okay, well, you know, thank you for your service and everything.
I mean,
you sure you don't want no eggs?
I have never, like, every time the fire department has came to my house, they've been fine. Like, just when my son had to call, because I live right around the corner from a fire department, and so whenever like any situation has happened, the fire department, it show up first, like in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So when I had COVID and I told y'all my son had to call 911, the fire department came first and then the ambulance came second. But the fire department was here first. And I'm telling you, all of their asses was fine. But the dude told me flat out, he was like, you know, you got caught. I was like, well, I already know I got it. I was like, but I think I need to go to the hospital because I can't breathe. And he, you know, was putting a little oxygen thing on me. I was just looking into his eyes like, wow, you're amazing. He was so damn handsome. I was just looking like.
Face be chiseled to the gods, eyes be clear as day. It's like, where y'all come? Is there a special group they pulling from for y'all? Like,
that's what I'll be thinking to myself. I'll be like, how the fuck is you? Why is it that all firefighters, like, I'm telling you, like, it's very rare.
Never seen an ugly firefighter. Never.
It's very rare I've seen them. I'm talking about very rare. Most of the time they are tall, they are good looking, they are in shape, they have nice bodies. It's just, they just, damn, like, that's what I'm saying. Practic said real life superhero.
It's true,
right?
Because they look like they really stepped out of a movie when you see them in action. It's like, where y'all, what pool are they pulling from? So I can just go straight to the pool. Where they getting y'all from? I mean, they just gorgeous.
Yes. And see, Practic, let me highlight that. That is one of the primary reasons why I like the police and I like firefighters or first responders, period. Like men that are in the military, those type of men just like, they do it for me. And when I see men in uniform, like, you know, it's something about it. I've always been extremely attracted to it. Like, I've cried when I see men in the military. Like, you know, you see them at home sometimes and they still be in a uniform.
Fleet
I've
Week in New
literally
York.
cried talking to them. Like, I have a very soft, tender spot for men that literally choose a profession that is built around saving the world. It's like Practic said, like real life superheroes. It's just like, it's like, God damn, I'd be so infatuated with it. Like, oh my God. You really do just want to save the world, huh? Such an endearing, it's such a noble career. You know, it's just, it's noble.
I've been in Manhattan, you know, doing errands or whatever, take the train to Manhattan from Brooklyn. Sometimes when Fleet Week was going on or whatever, and they'll be out, they'll be walking around. It's just like, oh God, oh my God, y'all are so handsome. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm telling you, I've seen men in the military and literally cry, hold tears, and they always think it's so sweet. They always just hug me like, oh, I'll be like, thank you for your service. You're such a nice guy. I don't even know them. They could be a complete asshole. But in my mind, it's just like they literally do just look like fucking superheroes. I don't know what the fuck it is. I've just always loved them. I love men who make that type of decision because it's like, you got to be real badass. My cousin sent me a picture one time because he's in the military. A lot of the men in my family are in the military too, so it could come from there. But he sent me a picture of him on a plane. They had to jump out. And the guy that was on the plane with him was a little fresh-faced 21-year-old white boy. He looked at every bit of like 15 years old. And he had the biggest gun I've ever fucking seen, jumping out of this goddamn plane with a gun. And I'm fucking looking like they do. I was so upset. I turned into an instant mammy. Like, why the fuck do they got that little boy on that plane like that? My cousin was like, that ain't no little boy, 21 years old. I was like, little boy still. My cousin was like, no, man, like that shit ain't nothing. He was like, they be the ones that got the most courage. He was like, it be these old niggas that don't got no courage. He's like, these young ones, they come in and be ready to go to war. I was just like, I was instantly on my mammy shit. Like, why they got that baby up there?
Yeah, gun so big, they couldn't find a smaller gun.
We can't hear you, Ludell. Your microphone shuffling around.
Oh, sorry. You're like, why? Get him a smaller gun at least. Don't.
Right? I was like, I was so amazed. And he looked so unbothered. Like, I mean, so unbothered. Like, and my cousin, you could tell like whatever, it was like a jet or whatever they use in the military. And the whole side was open, you know, so they was about to jump out. And I'm just looking like, what the hell? Like, this is just and my cousin, we worry about him all the time because he go on tours in Afghanistan and stuff like that. He the one that told me to stop eating tilapia. He said it swims around in the sewers in third world countries.
Oh, wow.
Yes. He said it's the dirtiest fish you can ever eat. So please don't eat tilapia. And he's like our family member that we worry about the most because he worked for the United States Artillery Department and he do a lot of tours and stuff like that. And it'd be dangerous. Like the stories he be coming back telling us, I'd be worried about him mentally. Like, you know, when he age, because he talks about seeing children get murdered and, you know, all types of stuff. So over there. So it's bad. But yep, y'all, that's my little, like, that's one little thing about me I don't think I ever shared with y'all. I'm like obsessed with men that are in the military and like first responders and stuff like that. Like they really like pull at my heartstrings like a lot, which is why I always back the blue, because I have a soft spot in my heart for police officers.
Definitely. I mean, it's one thing to say defund the police. I mean, you can make it mandatory that they have certain sensitivity training or something like that, you know, as a part of their graduation. But funding them, that makes absolutely no sense. You want them rolling up on a bike, you know, when you call them with a little water gun? Like, what are you saying? I didn't understand that at all. That was just complete. That was the height of the lunacy of the whole marching and all of that. That was the height of it. That was when it was like, okay, this is out of control. this is it. That's enough. Y'all need to stop.
Right.
I was like, okay,
it was
I'm
going
done.
too far, and I'm just like, okay, y'all doing a little bit too damn much. Like, what is the world gonna be if we don't have the police? Like, come on now, y'all tripping. Like, that just don't even make sense.
That's when I was done. I was like, all right, yeah, I'm done. Y'all taking it too far. Let's not be stupid over some black men acting a fool in the street.
But that's, I think, but see, that's black men equate the police with white men in slavery. That's what they equate it to. And that's how they view the police. Even though the police is multicultural, multi-ethnicity, race and background and political background, is definitely all over the place. It's Mexicans, it's blacks, it's whites, it's so many different ethnicities and cultures. Is Asian police officers. Anybody can be a fucking police officer, but for some reason, black men associate the police with white men. That's really the goal. Black men want white men out the way, and the only way they can do it is cry.
And the thing is, not only did you have us out here marching,
when you show respect to the police, they get pissed off. Yeah. They get real mad that you respect the police. It's like, listen, I fucking love the police, okay? And that's why I said they don't keep on playing with me on this app, because every time I talk about Back in the Blue, I get a lot of black men so mad. I'm like, y'all gonna keep playing with me, and I'm gonna bake them some cookies and do a video on it. Keep playing with me.
I can go right
They
around
love
the corner.
baked cookies. Bake them some cookies, fry them some chicken. They be sitting in there hungry as hell, happy as fuck to get it, okay? Especially the firefighters. Because that's all they do is cook in there.
The firefighters can get a whole pan of macaroni and cheese from scratch.
Right, because that's all they do is cook in the fire stations. That's all they sit in there and do is cook.
They can get
so don't play with me. I will fry a whole pan of some of my delicious honey baked chicken, and I will take that shit up there to them and record it and watch them smile and skin and grin and kiss me on my cheek. Okay.
Child, please.
Because they be happy, girl. When I was maybe like in my 30s, I took my son up there one time because he was talking about wanting to be a police officer, my oldest son. And I took him up there. They were so welcoming. I made some cookies, and they took him around the whole police station. They let him slide down the thing and, showed him the cars, took him in the cars, took pictures. Like they be so happy that people show them love, that people actually come and thank them for literally wanting to die every day for your ass. They be appreciative. I'm telling you, they be happy as fuck. Like, really? Thank you. Like, damn, don't nobody really give a fuck about me. Thank you so much.
That's true.
Like I'm here to protect the whole community, but nobody cares. And I've been thinking about it lately to go in there and check in on them and see how they doing, and bring them some chicken and see how they doing. And record it and put it on my channel. Just because I'm telling you, I see them all the time. If I pull next to the police at lights, if they window is rolled up, I have them roll their window down. I'll be like, thank you for your service. They smile so hard. Like I had a white lady, I could tell she was gay. She was a police officer. We was at the same restaurant together, and I brought her meal. She came in. I was there for lunch. She came in and still in uniform eating, and I brought her lunch. And I came over and sat with her at her table because she wanted to know who brought it. And then when she pointed at me, I went over. And I was like, I just want to thank you for your service. That woman looked like she was about to cry. And she was like, you don't know how much that means to me, you saying that. And I gave her a big hug. And I could tell by the way she hugged me, it was a tight hug. It wasn't one of those like little pats. No, it was like holding on. And before she left out, she came back to me. She said, a lot of people buy my meals because I'm a police officer. And that's typical. If you've ever worked in restaurants, that's typical. When police officers come in, they get a discount. It's like a 30% discount that they get. And typically people eating there will say, I'm buying their food. Typically, that's how it works. So she was telling me, she was like, that's typical that people buy my food, but she was like, the love you had in your heart, it just felt really genuine and it meant a lot to me. I just want to tell you, it just like really made my whole week. And I was just like, oh, that's okay. And I was, but I've had situations like that with the police a lot. And I'm a convicted felon, y'all. So a lot of people be asking me like, why do you love the police so much? And I'm like, I don't know. I got an appreciation for people that's willing to put it all on the line for other people. Like that's not a normal job. You going into your job, doing, even nurses and medical professionals and stuff, people that's saving lives every day. Like just think about their mental health. They watching people die. You know what I'm saying? Every day they seeing the worst situations coming through the ER. Like, so it's like, cut these people some slack. Cut them some fucking slack. That's why I say hospitals ain't the safest place to be right now, because they're overworked, and it's just that simple. They people. I know y'all want to see them do the best job they can possibly do, but nurses and doctors are overworked right now due to COVID, and they are fucking depressed too. They are overworked and depressed.
They are.
It's not a good time right now to be going to the hospital. You can keep yourself as safe as possible. That's the thing, because I'm telling you, I've had COVID twice. And first time I got it, it was like barely made it through. The second time I got it, I just got chills, a fever, and like I was breaking out in sweats for like 5 days. And I noticed something, y'all. Whenever I go out and I'm around a bunch of people, when I went out to watch the Super Bowl the other day, remember I told y'all I was invited out? I didn't even know where the fuck. Do y'all know I did not even know it was a Super Bowl? That's just how connected I am. I thought it was just a regular game because I don't keep up with sports, because I'm not really, like, my ex wasn't into sports. So I only keep up with sports when it's like the person I'm with is into sports. So I'm just getting back out there into the dating world. So I'm just figuring out, whoever it is I'm dating, whether they into sports. So I was invited to a watch party, and I get there and it's the Super Bowl, which I enjoyed. The halftime show was really good. But I noticed the next day, and this happens to me every time since COVID, every time I go to an event that is jam-packed, a lot of people, the next day I be a little sick. Like I be like, I can't explain it. Like
you get like a little scratchy throat. You're like,
little scratchy throat, a little fever. And so I went and brought some of those tests, those COVID tests. And I've been taking them because I noticed this from me going out to public events where it's a lot of people, and I would get sick the next day and be sick for like 3 to 5 days. So I've been checking them, and do you know it'd be positive for COVID every time?
What?
But my symptoms are going down and down. And so I met this chick. We was out and about on my date. Yesterday, I was waiting because he hadn't arrived yet. So I had to wait for like 15 minutes. And it was a lady there. She was waiting too. So we both was kind of waiting. Like, it was like an upscale restaurant. So they got this waiting in the lobby part thing where they got this little decorated. It's really nice. And she was talking to me. It was another Black lady. And she said, I'm almost for sure I've had COVID 4 times. And she was like, I get sick every time I go somewhere in public places. And she was like, and it's starting to get lesser and lesser. She was like, so I'll get really sick, or she was like, the first time I got it, I got really sick, and now it just tapers off. She was like, either I get a fever and I get nothing else, no cough, no nothing, or either I get the chills, and she was talking to me about it. And I told her, I said, I've been taking those tests, and I done tested positive a couple of times, just going outside. And she was like, yeah, I think our immune system is getting broke in with it, just like the flu and common colds. And I think the same.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's like, the herd mentality also. with building immunities to it, because that's the only way we're going to get out of it. That's why I don't want to see any more new strains.
I'm kind of thankful though that I got it, the first time, because it hit my immune system hard. And one of the things the doctor told me before I left the hospital was that was a sign for me to rebuild my immune system. He was like, clearly you're doing something that's got your immune system a little low. He was like, so, this is the time now that you made it out. He was like, because this is going to boost your immune system because you made it past it. He was like, so now it's time to start working on your immune system and building your immune system. And that was some good advice.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, Miss P.
Hey, Woman Spirit. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hello.
Good. How are you?
I'm great. So yesterday I was on your live when you was talking about Tina or whatever. And what's the second document, the second episode? It's like talking about how Black men are absent fathers.
Yeah.
So I was on TikTok yesterday, and that is, even if it's not true, they still are absent to like a certain degree, because a lot of the fathers who were not absent, the only reason why they showed up is because the baby mom or the moms, they was giving that coochie away, or they had to, because the father, they wouldn't come to like they dance recitals and stuff like that. And I was like, it was like a Facebook post that had went viral, and I was seeing so many like Black women that were agreeing with it, and I'm just like, Tina is a motherfucking lie.
Definitely a lie. And what she doing right now is like, it's detrimental. I even had a lot of Black women mad at me for even fucking sharing it. Like, they was in my comments like, why are you even sharing this? Nobody watches the Discovery Channel. Like, don't talk about it. Like, you're bringing it. And I'm like, no, I need to talk about it because it really just fucking bothered me. It really did.
Right. It aggravated me too. Like, especially like with that post, and everybody was just like agreeing to it, and they were like, how, because like it kind of happened to like me, but I don't have any kids, like, but that's the only point I wanted to make, like, that a lot of Black women, when they do have like baby dads, their baby dads will stop messing with them and the kids just because they can't have sex with the mother no more.
Wow.
I think that I think she's trying to cover with something. I think that she's trying to cover whatever. It's something going on with that husband of hers. But then somebody else said she got a divorce. I'm like, I thought she got a divorce from Matthew. I didn't know if she got a divorce from Richard. I don't know.
I think that they're still together because his daughter Bianca Lawson, like I believe like she still like be around like the family and stuff. So
I always thought that he got in with Tina because of Bianca, because she's an actress, and I used to watch her a lot when I was younger, because she used to be on like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and things like that I used to watch. And I thought he kind of gravitated towards Tina to help boost Bianca's career because she had fell off for a long time.
Oh, well.
His daughter, he got a daughter, you said?
Yeah.
She's very pretty.
I didn't know that.
She was in that movie with that white girl and then that Black dude, and it was like it was like a dance movie or something like that. I forgot the name of it. And she was like, watch me squash this shit right now.
Thank you, Philander, for. She said take a mixture of ginger, lemon, turmeric, coconut oil, and a little cayenne pepper. Make a tea. It will build your immune system. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Bianca is on Queen Sugar. She plays the baby, like, what is her? I can't remember her character. But if you guys watch Queen Sugar, she's the brother's wife. And they have a kid together. And that was the first time I'd seen Bianca in a very long time. So that's why I always thought it was kind of an arrangement for him because he could get some money and help his daughter boost her acting career and get back into the swing of things. I always thought it was a ploy on his part. Not that he's not interested in Tina, but that it was more of a benefit for him than it was for her.
That's sad that he got to sell his pen for his daughter to get on.
I mean, he probably wasn't selling his pen. He probably was securing his future too.
That's what I'm saying. It was for both of them, but I think I know him and his daughter are very, very, very close. And I always thought that he was kind of like, oh, okay, well, if I can roll over here and put her up in this crew over here, I can help her career and help her boost her notoriety and her money.
I know she probably was like, my daddy done married Beyonce mama. The hell?
Exactly. You're right. It probably was
right. It's like you're not gonna argue over that,
right? She probably was like, hell yeah, my daddy done married Beyonce mama. But Beyonce, Miss Knowles don't seem like a really nice lady.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what type of mother, I don't know what type of stepmom she is.
Yeah, I've always been Team Solange.
I did not even know that was his daughter.
Too.
Wow, learn something new every day. But I think he's a handsome guy. I do. For an older guy, I think he's handsome. And I think that's why she married. He seemed like he's kind of easygoing and handsome. And she probably just was like, Miss Tina probably was like, I got the money. I ain't never going to. I mean, Miss Tina ain't never going to do without, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She's not going to do without. Beyonce is her daughter. Jay-Z is her son-in-law. Solange is her daughter. Like, she just never going to do without. She's always going to be taken care of. So it's like, I think she just married that man because how he look. He's a good-looking older man. And she was just chilling.
Yeah, I mean,
he looked better than Matthew.
Right. And who else could she get? Even if she's trying to get somebody on her financial level, what nigger is on Miss Tina level?
Nobody. And then look at her personality. Look at Miss Tina personality too. It's kind of sharp and rough. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, kind of dance around with that a little bit. Like, who gonna deal with certain things? And you know what I'm saying? Like, she kind of sassy. She real sassy. Like I'm that bitch, type of energy. Like, ugh, you guys are peasants. Like, she got that type of vibe. So it's going to take a certain type of dude. That's why he be looking goofy and dumb every time he with her and shit.
Somebody said that Tina isn't the billionaire Beyonce is. Okay, that's Beyonce mama. You think she's not
exactly.
She's
going to always take care of her mama. Right. She wrote a whole song about taking care of her mama.
Right. Why people don't understand that, though? Because remember, they used to give Kandi Burruss such a hard time for letting her mother. Remember, they said they was trying to talk about Miss Joyce. That's her mama name. Because she got a shopping channel addiction. And that's all she do is be on the Home Shopping Network. And so they tried to talk about her. Kandi got mad as fuck. Started crying like, that's my mama. I said, I know that's right, Kandi. Because I'm telling you right now. Some people just get whatever they want from you, man. What you doing telling your mama no and you got all that money? Like, what the fuck? Right. That don't even make sense. Like, of course, Miss Tina ain't never going to go without. Look at her daughters. Even Solange got money. She may not have as much as Beyonce, but she still got money. That woman, Tina, is never going to go without. Okay. So Miss Jigglypuff said, you said no man is on Tina's level. There are plenty on her level. Who on her level?
What nigger? Where they at?
Who on her level? Because see, you trying to denounce her because of her because you trying to say that she wasn't successful in her own right. The woman is worth $25 million. Okay. The reason why she's successful is because she had a salon when they were little girls. So she was always a business owner. Okay, let's start there. She was always a business owner. When her daughters became successful, she also was a very good seamstress. So she used to make her daughters clothes. So when Destiny's Child was getting off the ground, all those little outfits and stuff they was wearing, that was Miss Knowles making those outfits. So they paid her well. And then she moved into another territories, which is why she's doing this weak ass documentary right now. You know, she started parlaying her money into different lanes. So it's like, I'm not quite sure why you're saying that Miss Knowles ain't successful in her own right, because she was successful before her daughters even became successful. She was successful before her daughters became successful, actually. You know, it may not have been the level of success that her daughters reached, but she was already a business owner with 3 hair salons when they were children that they talk about all the time, running around and playing in. So she was always successful. It's just a different level of success at this point. And because Beyonce done broke down all types of barriers.
Right. And I think like the real flex is that the fact that her daughter is Beyonce. How many women you know just pushing out Beyonce out they cooch?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think that a lot of people look at the parents and say, oh no, not the parents. And it's like, no, like if you become a billionaire, what you think your parent gonna be? In the projects?
Fucking billionaire.
You wealthy by default when your parents get money or when your children get money. You know, if it ain't no Kobe Bryant situation. You know, but we know how them nakers like to do they black mammies. So, because look at another example is P. Diddy mama. What the hell do she do but spend that nigga money?
As she should.
And he don't got no problems with it. That man don't got no problems with it. He talk about buying his mama the most shit all the fucking time. I really think, I don't know, I think that's a family thing, y'all. I think that's when you step into a lot of money, the first people you should be thinking about is your parents or your children. That's the first people you should want to, like, if I hit the lottery for, let's say, 500 million right now, I already know who I'm buying paid houses for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just certain things. Because what you supposed to do with a lot of money? I don't know. Like, I don't get where
my people.
Yes, like when you get a lot of money, the first thing you doing is you're gonna take care of some people. That's that. I mean, if you got a good heart, because what you doing with $500 million? You just gonna sit on it?
Fuck no.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy my folks a house. I'm gonna buy my aunts houses. I'm teetering on my uncles. No, I'm just playing. I'm dead ass serious though, because they ain't the ones I think about, but they is my uncles. But it would definitely be my aunts, my folks, my children, of course. I swear I be teetering on these men. I don't care how much money I got. It'd be like, think about that.
Well, I'm the little voice in your head that's like, men deserve nothing nice. Don't do it.
Girl, because in my mind, I'm like, See, my aunts, I would love to see their faces, you know, get them a house and then get them an interior designer to decorate everything and all of that. But my uncles, I just look at them like, but why?
Yeah, most definitely. Like, if I had that money right now, I'm putting my mom in a different house and my aunt, and then I'm gonna throw you a little bit of something, woman spirit, because you're so inspirational to me.
Thank you.
And then that's it. Ain't nobody's getting nothing. At least not a man. No man in my life. No.
Right. I can't even think about releasing like that to men. It's just like, even though I would be fucking filthy rich, because you see, Beyonce don't even help her daddy. Beyonce they don't fuck with Matthew. That's what I'm saying. It's something about them nose, because how you go with your daddy your whole life and he fuck around and slip up and have another baby and y'all say fuck the other baby and fuck dad. They don't even talk to that nigga. That's deep.
I believe he had like 2 kids like prior. It was a boy and a girl that he had. And I think the little boy's mother, she was like homeless and fucked up, and she was crying in the media like, oh, his sister is Beyonce and I'm homeless and struggling. I'm like, but you didn't fuck Beyonce, you fucked her dad.
And I think that's why they don't deal with him, because he would have all these issues that they would have to constantly be trying to fix.
It makes sense, because I wouldn't want to have to pay nobody's child support just because they my sibling. Like, I didn't procreate with you, mamas.
It's just amazing to me that they don't even fuck with him at all. They don't fuck with him. They don't even talk to the man.
I'm sure it was a lot. I think that was probably the straw that broke the camel's back. But growing up, I'm sure they've seen a lot go between, because Matthew has always proclaimed he was not a good husband. Even his autobiography and his interviews that he's done, he would talk about little stuff. You know, he would hint at some of the bullshit he would be doing. And, you know, so I think he just kind of knew it was going to get to a point where they was going to cut me off. And that was it, where when that lady was crying out in the media, putting Beyonce's name in his mess.
Do y'all think Kelly Rowland is they biological sister?
No.
I
think they met Kelly at church.
At church.
And then
I mean, he could have been banging one of the church ladies out.
You never know.
I don't think Tina would deal with that. I don't know.
She's doing a whole documentary on dealing with black men.
Yeah, she says, you know, in the public atmosphere and what she deals with privately, I think are 2 different things. Like, you know, you have some people that'll carry the torch and the mantra for the outside public appearance, like I have to look like I support this, support that. But on private, I think there's a real solid line. Like, no, we're not doing this.
And then I'm sorry, I was born in 2000, y'all, so I don't remember the girl's name, like the original ones, but it was like this light skin girl, and she had like red hair, and Michelle took her spot. It was also said that Beyonce's dad was like, you know, trying to sexually like harass her or something like that.
Which one? One of the girls in the group?
Yeah, she was like from the original one. And they said that she couldn't really sing or whatever, but Michelle replaced her. I forgot her name.
Latasha?
I believe so.
Or Farrah Franklin. V. Carter said Farrah Franklin. I think that's who it was.
Farrah Franklin, yes.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit of Joe Jackson syndrome going on.
I do too.
This is the way they treat him. Like once they got old enough and realized, okay, you know what, you just stay over there. We good.
Yeah, because they let that man. See, to me, it's a little shocking. People saying, you know, loyalty to the mom, but it's at the same time, you would think to yourself, like, you know, once you get older and everything done died down, mom is remarried, you would try and rekindle some type of relationship with your father. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they don't even feel the need to do that is deep. That's deep. Because they ain't even trying to get mad. They just don't fuck with the man. That's deep.
I think it's because of all of the drama that he brings to their doorstep. He seems like an angel of chaos, honestly.
He do.
And you never know what's going on with the money.
I ain't seen you in a long time. Hey, Imani.
There could have been some stuff going on with finances too, you know.
Yep. And once they got him cut out financially, that's really when they moved forward and said, fuck it all. Oh my God. That typically, like, people saying loyalty to the mother, but y'all got to understand, like, families go through stuff like this, like where the parents, they fall out because the man ain't good to the mama or the mama ain't good to the daddy, whatever case it is. And they fall out, but they get, the children can try and like rebuild a relationship with their parent. The fact that these young ladies don't even want to do that, it says a lot. Because parents ain't always perfect.
Yeah, but sometimes, like, I feel like maybe like some girls, like, they just take on like the pain from their mom, like, so they feel like their mom's pain because they're so like empathetic to their mother. And then like also it's like some women, they just don't tolerate like any disrespect to any woman, period, no matter who it is. Because I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm still trying to work out the feelings towards my dad from like the times where I know he disrespected my mom.
Mm-hmm. It's like, that's what I was trying to explain when I was talking about my sons. And it was the primary reason why I didn't want to talk about my sons, because I know that the pain runs deep so much in this community of content towards Black men that I didn't want to put myself in a position for people to say something ignorant about one of my sons. Because I know that the realistic conversation is not being had. The women in divestment aren't talking about the fact that they're raising Black sons. Only thing they want to mention is their daughters. And the reason why I never brought my sons up is because I knew somebody was going to get disrespectful. I knew somebody was going to be ignorant, and I knew they wasn't going to be grown enough and capable enough to think outside the box and had a conversation. My relationship with my sons is going to be completely different than what they have with a woman. I cannot say who they're going to be to women. So I would get offended when people would ask me in this space, well, what about your sons? Don't ask me about them, because my relationship with them is different. They're my children. Period. But I can't tell you what my sons will be. And I will never encourage my sons to mistreat a lady. Never. I would never use the relationship I have with my sons as a way to weaponize it against other women. I would never do that. And I would never uphold my sons in any fraudulent situation. But I already know who my sons is to me. I already know how much my sons love me. I already know that they're going to want to protect me all the time, or they try and do it now, and they're little people. Okay. So I already know what my sons are going to be. I feel like that is a backhanded question. I think that's just a way of women trying to argue with you about your sons, which is why I would not ever have the conversation, which is why I stayed away from it for so long. Because I knew it was women just wanting to be angry and point the finger at my children. And it's just like, no, like, you need to resolve that. You know what I'm saying? Because my relationship with them is different. Like, it's not going to be the same. And it takes a grown woman that's not married to talking points to understand that. Like, you got to understand that my situation is going to be different with them. And what do you expect me to do? Abuse my sons? Is that what you want me to do? Because that's what it be sounding like to me, y'all.
Yeah, they definitely are leading with hate.
Oh, yes. That video I did about having Black sons, y'all would not even imagine the type of comments I had to remove. People was calling me sick. They was like, this sounds sick. I'm like, how does it sound sick to love my sons? How does it sound sick to love my fucking sons? It sounds sick that you think it's sick. And that's primarily why I didn't want to have the conversation. It was people in the comments saying I was raising my future's killers, that the relationship I have with my sons is unhealthy. The fact that I love my sons, something is wrong with that. Why do you have your son sleeping with you in your bed? My sons are my sons. My youngest son is 4. And I'm a single woman in this big ass California king size bed. He ain't going nowhere. What is it? Was y'all should have seen the comments. Y'all, I screenshotted them because I was gonna do like a quick, like little TikTok video on the toxicity of a lot of the Black women in this movement and how toxic they are and how dangerous they are with the message that they're promoting. It was just like, it was a bunch of sick comments. Like why do you, this is, so you're basically raising the men that will kill you. Okay, that's smart. Okay, you let your son sleep in the bed with you. You let your sons get in your bed. Why? That sounds weird. Somebody needs to call CPS. I'm like, I get in my mama bed. I'm a grown ass woman. Do somebody need to call CPS on my mama? Because I sure get in her bed. Me and my brother, when we go over there and she's sitting in it. I get in my granny bed.
They need couches, all of them.
Don't they?
Yeah, they some thick ass coons.
If you are
like,
degenerate to that point,
I screenshotted all of them because I wanted to share them with y'all and show y'all, like, these are the women that need to not be watching these videos. Y'all literally need to be in somebody's office on somebody's couch. This isn't going to work for you. This is not, like, you need to be somewhere in somebody's office on somebody's couch, and that will be a better place for you because you can't obviously think realistically. What do you think I'm doing to my sons? It makes me wonder what you're doing to your sons. That's what it makes me wonder. But India, did you want to add to the conversation?
Hey, I heard what you were talking about with talking about the women of divestment and sons, and I was just coming on because I agree. I have a son, and I was just agreeing with some of the crazy stuff they say. I just like, oh my God, some of it is crazy. But I was also going to say, I heard when you guys were talking earlier about how Beyonce and her sisters don't, mess with their dad, even after their mom has been remarried. I was thinking about how I felt with my dad and the way he was disrespecting my stepmother. Like I never viewed my dad in a positive light because of it, because I saw the way he treated my stepmom, and she treated me. I had a wonderful stepmom. I have a wonderful stepmother. To this day, my dad is passed and she's still my mama. And I could not stand how he treated her. So I think some women just have an attachment or something, an allegiance with women. I did not like how he treated my stepmom ever. When they separated one time, I wanted to live with her. And my mom, of course, wouldn't let me. And my dad, of course, wouldn't let me. But I was ready to go with her. I wanted to leave with her. I didn't want to stay with my dad. I wanted to go with her.
So. Yeah, I've seen men mistreat women, and I just be like, yeah, that ain't. It's not a good look ever. I don't know why Black men don't recognize that it's just not a good look to be mistreating women. And, some of us get it. And like, listen, the girls that get it. And the girls that don't. And unfortunately, there are a lot of women that just don't get it. Like, that is why I'm so protective of my space, because I'll be damned if I have any one of y'all feeling uncomfortable over here because of a naker. You got me fucked up. You got me, but ain't no naker, because naker's like the bully, okay? Ain't no naker about to bully my space to where Black women are like, I don't even want to go over there no more. Like, I don't want to be on her panel no more. No, like, Yeah, it is. It's an allegiance. Some of us have an allegiance towards each other that's natural. We don't have to get to know each other. We don't have to be running holding pinkies, jumping off into the sunset. It's just, it's just, we don't want to see you be mistreated. I don't want to see the women that come to my space being yelled at, fussed at, clapped back at, and men being nitpicky and petty and, and like, no.
I wanted to ask you in regards to having sons, do you think that some of these women who have who I understand their dislike and issues with Black men, because I have the same issues, but it seems like it spoils or turns into an anger for Black boys. and I don't understand the anger toward Black boys because they're Black boys or children. So why this disdain?
Well, from what they've
children?
been saying is they grow up, and it's like, okay, newsflash, we all fucking grow up. Look at the horrible human being you grown up to be, running around here hating children. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody grows up, but my thing is, I just don't. It's nothing. It's the reason why I stayed away from talking about my sons. It's not that I'm not proud of my sons. It's just that I didn't want to have to really lose my shit on some woman because she's not healed properly, and so you're going to attack the relationship I have with my sons. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's what I find disturbing, because I said, well, what chance are you giving the Black boys? Like, we already know these nakers out here are doing what they do. But are we going to also now say that the Black boys have nothing? Like there's no hope at all for none of them?
I think for a lot of them, I think a lot of divested women, like, it stems from that hurt, like from when they were on like the playground and stuff like that. So they just see like Black boys as Black men, like they adultify them the same way that people adultify Black little girls.
Yep, that's what it is. Black and Bougie said it. She said, in their mind, they're future nakers. And, I get what she's saying, but see, here's where the conversation lose the realistic aspect, and you just faced on the internet. People have got to go the fuck outside. Okay, you have got to address these talking points from a realistic point of view and not just some shit on the fucking internet. Because the fact of the matter is, most of those divested women have biracial sons, which means in America, their sons are Black. So I want to know why you sit over there hating Black boys. What are you doing with your sons? Don't ask me what I'm doing with mine. I'm loving mine. Okay. Right. What are you doing with yours, though, is more of the question. It's too extreme.
It's a little disturbing. Yeah, it's a little disturbing to hear. Like it really is. And my brother will tell you, he thinks I'm a Black man hater. He literally says it. So I'm not over here making no excuses or nothing for Black men and their behavior. But I don't understand that being put on boys, like little boys. I don't understand that part of it, because it just seems, it's just disturbing to me, because it's like, dang, you shouldn't even be around children. Like, what are you? Who?
Yeah,
your nephews? Like, who are you around? Because you're already ruining them before they can even have a chance. Like you already putting it out there.
When I did that video about having Black sons, I had a divested chick come in my comment section and say, I don't have this problem. My son is white passing. Like these listen, this is what it is.
Sick ass coons.
What's happening with them is that they have lost the ability to compartmentalize things.
Right.
And that's mentally distressing. If there's some serious mental distress going on with you, if you cannot draw a line between not wanting to be with Black men and then, looking at young Black boys as a menace when they're still kids. If you are a divester and you fine. If you have Black sons, it's your duty. You want to think that naturally, since you've seen the worst that Black men can become, you want to raise your sons to be better. But if something's going on in your mind where you're not even thinking that way, from a motherly perspective, then you really need to get some counseling, because that's not cool. It's dangerous for your family, and there's something going on with you where you can't separate the two. You can't separate the fact that you are divested from Black men and that young Black boys are young Black boys. Like, you cannot, the vitriol, I don't understand it.
Then as women, missing. Do we even see gender a lot of times with children? It's almost like they're separate like thing. It's just like, they're just children, It's like, and you treat children accordingly. You care for them, you make sure they're safe, even in public when it's just random children. If you see a child running into something or something, maybe the parent ain't paying attention, as people, we protect children as adults. It's just, when Divested Zillet was saying that, it was really shocking to me to find out that she was a nurse. I'm just like, damn, like, what are you doing with children at your job? You sitting up here saying you don't want black boys on you. So it's like, what are you doing with children? Like, but Tequila, did you want to add?
Hey, honestly, I didn't. I just wanted to come up here and say hi, and I was listening from the clouds because I haven't said hi to you in a long time.
Hey, how you been doing, girl?
I've been doing well.
That's
but I just wanted to say hi. But you know what? Oh, I do want to say something. I've been around in different spaces, and I do want to say that I really appreciate your space because you are so welcoming over here, and it's not a hostile space like some other spaces where I've been at. If I were to jump on a panel, like you said, if it was with a group of men, they constantly start being combative, or just saying rude things, just being mean. Just flat out just being mean, or start yelling. So I mean, I appreciate your space. But
girl, my last time doing it, I was over in a co-ed space, and I enjoyed the lady, but I don't respect how she run her channel though. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like. I think what women need to understand is that men are way more aggressive than women are. You know what I'm saying? So it's like no woman enjoys being yelled at by a man. Even though we're not intimidated or scared, and some of us have a little bit more resilience than others. Not all women are like me. So I think like that. It might be some women that might get off here and cry. You know what I'm saying? Right. And be sad as fuck, because I used to like that's why I was telling y'all, when y'all seen me cry on my stream, that is who I am at the heart and core of who I am. But the Black community kind of erased that from me and turned me into being indifferent. I went through all the phases. I went through rage, where I was fighting all the time, and like, y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? I was kicking ass. And then I was like, okay, this gonna keep getting me in trouble. So I got to stop this. And I'm raising kids and shit. I can't just be out here kicking ass. And so I started dwindling from that. And then eventually, I say like the past 2 or 3 years, I've just became very indifferent to Black men and the Black community in totality. It's the word you used, because I try to use that word all the time. Mean. They are mean. And it's so unnecessary. It's so not needed. Just like I had some young ladies up here sharing, and I had this chick from the UK that just came up throwing salt all over, everybody every time. I'm like, see, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, even if I go on mute and y'all don't hear me for a while and y'all just be up here kicking it, trust me, I hear everything. I put y'all on my loud sound, my surround sound in my house. Even if I'm downstairs, like throwing some loads in, I leave my basement door open, I still hear y'all. So if I hear anything that sounds a little crazy, I might let it pass the first couple of sneak disses, but like that 4th or 5th sneak diss by a woman, I'm like, man, you got to go. You might be in the wrong place. We don't sneak diss over here. I'm real direct.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I love about over here, because it's just a welcoming space for women. Because I have conversations with women that are, pro-Black, and women that are divested, and I was explaining to them that I mean, I'm somewhere in the middle. Like, I truly do love Black people, but I don't. I'm more black woman first, or if that makes sense. Like, I love Black women more.
I really think that's the majority. No, no, it do make sense, because that's the majority of the women that are subscribed to me. Like, they aren't dumb women. They know what's going on, but they don't identify with divested, or they just know what's going on. They know what's up.
Right.
Like, yeah.
And but the thing with me is, I've stated in the past, like, I don't personally like men of other races, white men. I don't. But when I say stuff like that to some women, they like, oh, she's a mammy or something. Or if I say what I say about me not really caring too much about black men and their feelings or their plight, then I get called a bad wench or divested.
But Tequila, that's the space. They need to try and put you in a box. If you have talking points that are like, black men is, disparaging black women, they're doing this, they're doing that, and then they say, oh, she's divested. They automatically go there with it. And it's like, no, she's aware. She's aware of what's going on. And I would say that that's primarily who watches me, women that are aware. I do have a lot of women in divestment that follow me, which is why when I announced that I was not going back to dating black men anymore, I let them come up and talk to me and share their voice because, at the end of the day, it's about content. It's about talking to y'all. It's about communicating. It's about allowing. I just don't do the extremists, but I would never tell the women of divestment they can't come to my channel, even though I go hard on them and they know I do, but they go hard on me too. You know what I'm saying? They go hard on me too. Trust me. They be like, she all over the place. She just need to divest. You know what I'm saying? So, if divestment women ain't going to do shit, they're going to tell you to divest. Okay?
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. I just wish
anything you say in the complaint, women in divestment is going to tell you divest.
Divest. Yeah, I'm about to say that's the solution. Divest.
Yeah.
Divest or die. That's how they be.
Right.
And I feel like that's so crazy to me. That's insane. But yeah, I just want to tell you I appreciate you and I love the convo. I'm going back to the clouds.
Okay. Bye, Tequila. Thank you for coming.
Hey, bye, y'all.
I think it's messed up, like how in this space, like black women can either be like, oh, pro-black or divester. Like, I think that people think like we are black men. We're not black men. We're not like them with that whole Pookie and Ray Ray and educated lame spiel, okay? We can do what the fuck we want to do, okay?
Right. And I think that a lot of people want spaces like mine to turn into divestment spaces, and it's like, even when I announced that I was not dating black men anymore, people automatically say, oh, she's divested now. And I'm like, no, I'm not divested. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. The women in divestment I don't knock what they do for the ones that are, just given the initial first wave of divestment, because I think divestment is on its second wave. And I think it's moving into the third wave, to be honest. It's getting a little bit more extreme. And I think that, I try to do my part by trying to give out warning shots. Like, y'all better chill, because when mainstream media gets aware of this space, they're going to lump us all in together. Because a lot of our talking points are similar and we all feel the same frustration with black men, they are going to lump us all in together. So every single little hateful thing, be prepared for it to be put on your shoulders. And the first woman that gets out there into mainstream media is going, because you're a black woman, going to have to answer to all of this shit. It ain't going to be like how it is for Kevin Samuels. Yeah, just sliding across. It's sliding on the cross. See, it's easy. It's respected to talk about black women. It's respected. But black women, we don't get that pass. So all of this negativity, once this space is discovered, oh yeah, just be waiting on it. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen just like how I'm telling y'all. They gonna expect the black woman to be held accountable for all the shit that's going on in this space. And Kevin Samuels is gonna usher everybody into it. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a look.
And Black and Bougie, she said that I still cry about Tamar Rice and Trayvon Martin. I can't divest. So you can't be considered a divester if you feel sympathetic for and bad that innocent black boys were murdered.
I guess not.
Okay.
Because I mean, I'm in Ohio, so of course Tamir Rice affected me. He was a 12-year-old boy. My son is 12. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, that situation wasn't a good situation. Neither was Trayvon Martin. He was just going to the goddamn store. You know what I'm saying? So it's situations that are, when it comes to children and adolescents and teenagers, I think as women, we lose our humanity by, not identifying with the fact that they didn't get a fair shake and they was taken out by adults. You know, it's not.
But
I'm with you, Black and Bougie. I can't get that far off into the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't lose sight of being who I am and what makes me care about people. Like, I can't get that far into it. Like, I don't care about the Black male collective as a whole in totality, and I don't involve myself in Black male issues. It just, like I said, I'm indifferent to them. That's the only way I can really describe it, is indifference. I'm very indifferent to them.
Right. And then, like, I feel like those women who made like those talking points, those divestors or whatever, they are monsters, like, literally, because like what makes women great and amazing is the fact that women are loving and warm, no matter who it may be. Like, you can come across like anybody and you're gonna show them love just because you're just a great human being. Like, that's what separates us from like Black men. So I don't understand.
Yeah, but
and then I want to know about the little Black boys in your family. Like, what you doing with them?
Yeah, because my thing is like, okay, so are y'all saying that you show no love to the Black boys? So then what happens if they're not being nurtured? Because they're basically promoting not nurturing boys. Like, they're basically saying just forget them. So then aren't you creating the exact thing you don't want? Like, you're not even going to try to raise him or nurture him or nothing. You're just saying just forget the boys, just throw them to the wind.
But see, that makes me wonder too, India, because all I'm thinking about is their sons that they having with these white men, because their sons are still going to be considered to be Black boys. So it's like, I'm just trying to figure out what they doing with their sons.
Yeah, it's a little scary. It's just
why they asking about my sons. I answered the question. Okay. But what about you? Put it in reverse. Flip it and put it in reverse. What you doing with your sons? Divested zealot. Ain't your oldest child a biracial boy? So it's like, what are you doing with your son? You never mention your son. You only mention your daughters.
But then what's interesting is those same women talk so much mess about biracial women. So it's like you guys are creating these biracial girls because you're marrying white men and you're having biracial daughters. But then you don't like biracial women because they don't represent Black women. They confuse me. They really confuse
They talking points don't make no motherfucking sense. I say that all the time. I'll be like, you gotta have no brain to sit over there, because the talking points wouldn't add up after a while. That's exactly it. You're creating biracial daughters, but y'all hate biracial women. So what is it? Like, it's not making sense. I'm sorry. It's not making sense.
I said to them, I mean, they attacked me when I said it, but I just said, like, you guys seem to have this, like, y'all seem to have just as much issues as Black men do. Like, y'all, it's like the flip side of it, because it's
exactly
like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
They're like the reflection of Black men. They're confused hexes.
Mm-mm-mm. If you listen for long enough, you will see like how fucked up they are. You know what I'm saying? That's why it'd be funny to me when I see Black men trying to jump on the bandwagon of the women in divestment. I just be looking like Black men are so fucking stupid. Like, why are you trying to jump on the bandwagon of divestment? Do you see that they make absolutely no sense?
Teresa, we are not mischaracterizing divestors. Like, you want to act like you don't know what's going on and like you didn't hear that video on Baller X whatever. But if you need a refresher, I'd advise you to go check that out.
But see, this is what they do. They always like to come in the chat saying no, like listen. Divestors will always be welcome. All Black women will always be welcome as long as they can be respectful on my channel. I don't care. I'll drop the link, Teresa. Hold on. I'll drop it.
We're not saying all divestors are like that, but the fact that the majority of y'all are like that, it's an issue. And the fact that that is like the biggest message that gets pushed from y'all group, that's a problem. I think it's very much so problematic.
And it don't make sense. Like a lot of the talking points just don't make sense. It's like India said, like y'all talk about biracial children, but y'all haven't biracial women, but y'all make biracial children.
That makes no sense to me. Like, how are you dogging biracial women? There's been how many videos on Thandi and her whole little thing talking about biracials and all. They don't represent us, but you're also at the same time promoting divestment. So what are your daughters? Your daughters are going to be biracial women. So you're hating what you're creating? You're hating already what you're creating? That makes no sense to me. It just makes no sense. I'm really confused by it.
Yeah, me too. Because it's like you're not only hating, you're hating your daughters, but you don't even want to talk about your sons. Like, what about your sons? They're going to be Black. All right, Teresa, go ahead and give it to us.
Hi, you all. I'm sorry. I'm sick today, but I'm still listening. I'm off of work. But I just wanted to call in because I hear this all the time. This is actually my first time ever calling into a show. And even I've been listening to all variety of different Black women in this space. And my conclusion is to divest. I have a son and a daughter. And each woman has to decide how to move forward from this mess of Blackistan, from this trauma, from this brainwashing that we've experienced, from all the danger that we're in with Black femicide. We have to figure out how to move forward. And the label of divestment has just really worked to negatively impact Black women who are trying their best to figure out how to bring their children forward, bring their lives forward, and move from the toxicity and harm and just the entire negative experience of Blackistan. So I and a couple of my friends have divested, and I say what I said about not judging all divestors by a few divestors that are on social media. I really have. I'm just one of those people. I don't have a whole lot of respect for people on social media. They have their own views. The reasons why they're doing things a lot of times is for attention or for money. I'm in the real world. So I understand that it's for entertainment or for what people want to do it for. But in the real world, we have to make some real decisions about what to do as Black women. And when we, as other Black women, disparage divestors, what you are doing is you're discouraging Black women from making a choice. It may not be your choice, but respect another woman's choice. And once she makes that choice, understand it may not be how you understand it to be. I'm also from Ohio, Angela, so I understand how you talk, and I talk that way, and I'm just trying not to right now. It is what it is. This is what it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to like it. That's not your choice. But it isn't helpful to a lot of Black women who are in this conundrum to figure out how to move forward. If you sit up here and disparage this divestment just because you don't like this one aspect of it or you don't understand this other aspect of it, and you have your opinion, you want to express it, that's fine. Just understand it may work to discourage other Black women, particularly younger Black women, from making a choice that they have to make. I'm of the belief that it is the only option for Black women moving forward. If you want to still straddle the fence, if you still want to dabble with Black men, if you still want to only date Black men, do so at your peril. You will be doing so at your peril, period. There's no other way around it. So that I would just wanted to add, because whatever you think you understand about divestment, if you're not a divestor, it's like a white person trying to describe a Black person. You're not a divestor. So to mischaracterize it is not only a lot of times inaccurate, It works to discourage other people from making what is an absolutely necessary choice on the way Black women have to move going forward. With respect to compartmentalizing and raising my son, I love my son to death. I have no regrets about it. I'm able to absolutely separate my view and understanding on how I need to move forward and how those in our community, meaning Black women, need to move forward from my son. I'm doing the best that I can to raise him. He's 18 now. The best that I can to raise him to be a responsible, loving, self-loving Black man. But I know that there are so many things that have been fighting against me in terms of his identity and in terms of his social group and his socialization. And I can do is he knows he has me. He knows he has me as a support, but I'm not going to coddle him. I'm not going to, I've talked to him about a lot of the issues that we've talked about. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything with him. And so there are a lot of divestors who are not out there, as you guys are saying, who don't need a couch. We're balanced. We're out here. We're high value women who do not subscribe to a lot of the stuff that's rather extreme on social media. So I just wanted to share that. And you all can express whatever opinions that you can express. Just realize that it lands somewhere and that there's some 19-year-old girl who's trying to figure this out, who may listen to you and may say, well, I'll give this Black man a chance. And that's the last Black man she ever gives a chance.
Okay, so let me stop you there, because now you using our opinion as a way to say that we misguide Black women. Like you just said, don't mischaracterize you. Don't you come up here and you mischaracterize me. Because if you've been listening to me long enough, you know that I go back and forth and I always say all men. I'm just not the girl that says one group of men. I am literally one of the only women that came into this space saying all men, because everybody else was talking about jumping from one dick to another. And I didn't want to do that to women. I felt like that was a mischaracterization. Okay, now that is mischaracterizing, because to sit up here and say that to make you have a better life, all you got to do is leave Black men is a goddamn lie, and the truth ain't in it. It sounds remedial. It's ABC 1, 2, 3 type rhetoric, and I'm just too goddamn grown for that shit. All men are oppressive to women. All men are oppressive to women. You fuck around and get with the wrong white man and you be jumping off a building with your 7-year-old son just to get away from him. So we're not going to sit up here and act like Black men are the only ones, doing harm to Black women, because that's just not true. White men are fucking over some Black women as well. So it's just like, we got to just say all men. We got to remove, and this is why I can't rock with divestors, because you refuse to say all men. You just keep saying Black men this, Black men that, Black men Black, as if white men ain't fucked up too. And that's just a very minuscule, immature way of thinking. Yeah. So when I think about 19-year-old girls, I think about them from the level of being a mature ass woman that's been around the mulberry bush quite a few times, so I can share some information with them. See, I just didn't start dating out. I've been dating out since I was a teenager. So I just didn't arrive at a place and say, oh, Black men ain't shit, now I'm gonna go ahead and move on. No, I've been a sovereign Black woman my whole motherfucking life. I've always marched to the beat of my own drum. I've always done everything I wanted to do. And that's what I want to encourage into young Black girls. Not, hey, leave Black men alone or they're going to kill you. Go to the white man. Like, come on, man. That shit don't even sound right. That shit sounds silly. That shit sounds slow. And I know that any woman with a brain knows that shit don't add up. And that's what we up here talking about. We ain't talking about all of that other shit you just got through talking about. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about things that make sense because we're critical thinkers and we're sovereign women. You talking about having these biracial children. We talking about the children that arrive here. These children are still going to be viewed as Black in America due to the race theory. Okay, so what are you doing with your sons when you want to ask about my Black sons and why I have all Black sons? I can tell you, I can give you an answer. What answer can you give me? Let me give you my answer. My answer for the reason why I have all Black sons, because I didn't want no motherfucking misguided ass, multiracial children running around here trying to find a goddamn identity. You want either be Black or you gonna be white. And since I ain't fucking white, guess what you gonna be? You gonna be Black. So I got my Black children, but for me and my personal relationship this, and the lane I'm going in now, I'm being hypergamous is what I was talking about. So now I want to date up, and I want to date wealth, and I want to date white men, and that's exactly what the fuck I'm doing. I make my choices. I compartmentalize. But one thing I won't do is put one above the other. I would never do that to women. To women, we're going to tell women another race of men is better than the other, when historically we know that white men have been treacherous to every goddamn minority group in the world, and white men was literally feeding our babies to alligators. And white men are literally known for being bisexual and all types of shit. I can run down the laundry list of what white men are, just like I can run down the laundry list of what black men are. And that's what I need you to do before you start talking to young black girls about anything or saying I'm mischaracterizing anything, because that's exactly what I don't do. I'm the only bitch on this goddamn motherfucker who makes it an even kill. So we won't do that. We will never do that.
Yeah, I didn't say that you did.
No, you did say that in the comments. But we got a young girl on the panel right now, and she made, listen,
that
I have a young girl.
There's a mischaracterization of divestors that it may land that way. And secondly, I have
a young girl on my panel right now that made more sense than
any
you.
other race. I didn't mention anything like that. So
no, you did just say that. You did.
I didn't say anything about another race of men.
Yeah, Teresa, as a 21-year-old girl, I understand that divestment, that whole like plight, that's bullshit, because there are women in South Asia who are going to fertility clinics to go and get babies because they don't want Asian husbands. There are white women who are going to fertility clinics in America to get babies because they don't want to deal with men. So it's not like, oh yeah, let me just go get with this white dude in my life and he gonna save my life. No, that's not it. Like,
yeah, I agree that's not it. No, I didn't say that. I don't believe that the answer is in human beings.
But y'all just
so that I didn't mention anything like that. I mean, so that argument doesn't even apply to me. That's not what I said. Okay, I didn't say anything about another
black women. Y'all are running around telling black girls divest or die. You just said that if she messes with the black man, that might be her last black man. So you just said
yes, I did say that.
She's not.
As I said, I didn't say anything about another race of man.
Like that white man is not going to kill that black woman. Or
it's not about a white man or Asian man or anything else. I didn't mention any other race of men. You're imputing parts of my argument that I did not state. Period. I didn't say anything like that.
Ma'am, you just said that.
Divesting is withdrawing your time, your resources, and your attention from something. I didn't say to invest it into anything. My argument is that you invest it into yourself. And that's what I'm saying is the problem that you all are having. Some of you all are having. You are imputing what you believe about divestment to what divestors are doing. That's not what divestors are doing. That's what you think divestors are
calling little black boys.
So since you are not a divestor, you can't speak for a divestor. I am. So I'm telling you that not all of them elevate or promote dating other men. That has nothing to do with it. Divestment is about withdrawing your time, your attention, your resources, and your whole ideology and paradigm with which you live in this world from what you have been socialized to do, to reinvest it into what is in your best interest. It has nothing to do with another man. Now, there may be some divestors who out there who say, okay, now I'm ready to date again. I know that I'm going to date outside my race, and I found this particular race attractive, and that's what I like. That's on her, but that's not divestment, and nor is that all divestors. And that's what that's my point of calling in, is saying don't lump everybody together and don't characterize pieces of what you think divestment is about and project it onto divestment. It's not. If you have a problem with divestment, then that's your personal problem. That has nothing to do with whether divestors are truly that way.
Okay, well, India, did you have something to say? Did you want to add anything? You or Vant? No.
Yeah, I do. I was just, I'm sorry, I just walked away from the laptop for a minute. I was just listening to her. I was just going to say that I think you're not really listening to what we're saying, because what we're critiquing are the things that don't make sense that divestors are actually saying on platforms. So if you're concerned about women women being afraid of divesting, or women being afraid of letting go of Blackistan, then you should be just as concerned of divestors talking some of their crazy talking points that don't really make any sense. Because I'm divested and I don't even date men. So I've divested completely away from the ignorance of the Black community. But I'm not going to sit up here and say I don't want little Black boys touching me. That
neither would I. Neither would most divestors. I mean, we have to be reasonable. I don't think most human beings would say they don't want a Black child or any child to not touch them. I mean, come on, we can't judge. We can't make a rule out of an exception. That's somebody extreme. Who knows what their motives are? Maybe it's just to be sensationalistic. I mean, it's entertainment.
Those are the things that are being said. So if you're concerned about young girls being misinformed, then you should be just as concerned.
I am. I didn't say I wasn't. I am concerned about that. I don't listen to those channels either.
That type of stuff, like that is just as damaging as someone saying to continue to date problematic Black men. That's just as damaging. In my opinion, that's just as damaging. It
sure can be. I mean, I'm not subscribed to that. Most divestors aren't subscribed to that. You just said you're a divestor and you don't. So
I don't group myself as divestors. I don't group myself as divestors. I just said that I have divested my energy from the community, but I don't group myself with y'all because y'all are extreme. You guys are extreme. Okay. And I don't deal with extremes. I deal with real life and nuance, and there's nuance. And I'm not going to sit and I can't group myself with either group, really. That's why this platform has worked for me. It's only
I think that social media has tried to put labels, and as Angela said, put people in boxes, and we really don't fit into a box.
But my question
is, Black women should really even embrace the whole idea of boxing Black women up. If you are divested, then you are a divestor, period. It's like if you're a homeowner, you own a home, you're a homeowner. That's what it is. So I understand it's unfortunate that there has been so much negativity associated with the label divestor that we don't want to be associated with that. But that's back to the point that I was originally making, is that people are so afraid of being called a divestor because of some of the extreme people in this space, and I agree with that. And other Black women trying to, I think some of them are still listening to Black men who want to demonize divestors. All divestors are people who said, that's enough. I've heard enough. I get it now. That's not what serves me. That's not what's in my best interest. Now a lot of my experiences make sense. How can I move differently? That's all divestment is. It's nothing more than that. It's not a boogeyman. It's not a whole bunch of divestors trying to kill Black babies. It's not all of that. And it's that just discourages people from making what is the only intelligent, self-saving choice, is you have to move away. Again, not to a group of men, not to a particular group of men, but you have to move away and say, okay, what serves me really? What's in Black women's best interest? That's all it is.
Well,
that's all it is. It's nothing more than that.
I was getting pushed instead of calling little boys the Hardy R with the
I agree.
Like you were pushing that message instead of them, because that's the look that they give y'all.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, think of how Black women's image it's tainted in every facet of our society. I mean, we look in the media or in entertainment, that's not most Black women, but that's the image that's out there. I mean, that's just the way it is. But the thing is, what I like about Angela's space and spaces like hers, and there's not many like hers, is that Black women are put first and we respect each other. And I think if we know each other, if nobody knows us, we know us. And we're not these extreme over-sexualized women. We're not these extreme divested women who are saying kill Black sons or whatever. We're not that. We're not that. And that's why I wanted to call in. I didn't call in to disrupt the conversation or argue. I wanted to call in to say, hey, we're on a spectrum. We all have slightly different views. Of Black women are not a monolith, but we respect each other. We have to respect each other's choices.
So let me ask you this, Teresa. Do you participate in spaces that promote that? Because I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. And this is where my concern lies and why I've been talking about divestment for months now. Like, I've been putting videos out there for months because I've seen it become more and more and more extreme in certain spaces that are popular. It may not be the spaces that you're a part of, because I will agree there are other spaces that aren't as popular that are way more laid back and chill. Then there are the spaces that are creating a lane. And I'm telling you, what's going to happen is one of us BWE content creators, one of us Black women is going to take flight. And when we take flight, this whole space is going to be reviewed. And when this space is reviewed, it's not going to be the Black men that really fall too hard, because people are already used to them being the bucks that they are. They are used for bucks. They are used to carry media propaganda and everything. They're being used the same way they've always been used, right? But Black women are always the ones that take the fall. So everything that we're saying in this space is going to be held. And see, there are some of us in this space with our faces out here. So all of these women hiding behind avatars, promoting divestment, talking about children, and, you know, having nooses as their avatars and all of that stuff, like, but nobody knows who they are. You know, it's some of us people know who we are. So there's more to lose, because you know what they do to Black women. They lump us all in together. So I'm not understanding why your outrage isn't there, as opposed to saying we're mischaracterizing by talking about who the women of divestment are. Why isn't your outrage there for what is to come, for the collective of Black women, for the hatred that's being spewed by some of the women of divestment that are more popular? Why don't you have outrage there?
Honestly, I don't listen to divestors who are extreme. So I could imagine there may be a couple that come to mind that maybe I could go on and raise some concerns, but I really don't. Like I said, I listen to you, I listen to a few others that are, I would say, moderate divestors. I don't want to say any names, but I don't listen to the extreme ends of it, so I really don't voice it. But certainly when I heard about aborting Black sons, let's talk about that. I'm against abortion. I'm pro-life, so I'm a little different. I'm against abortion, period. So I railed against that in any respect. So, because my argument is, let's just get back to being more selective about who we have sex with. Don't even get pregnant. But that's a whole other thing. But I agree that there is a danger that if this does become mainstream, that Black women are going to get it much harder than Black men will ever get it, even though they've been doing it much longer and saying much more horrific things. I mean, they're talking about like genocide of Black women over there. So I do believe you're right that once this gets to light, there's some danger here. My only thing is I don't really know who they are that are saying it. That's why I wanted to come in as a moderate voice for divestors to say this is most of us, not these extreme voices. But if I hear it, I will make a commitment to say something about it, because I will express an outrage. Like I said, this is my first time ever calling in, period. I don't call in that much. I really just listen occasionally, but I will.
I'll take that as an honor that it was me that you called into. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm able to handle the hard conversations, y'all. That is why we are here. I keep telling y'all, I'm going to keep this a safe space for Black women if I don't do nothing else. So we'll be here. You know, you might get yelled at one day. If you want to come back the next day, you can. But I'm going to tell you one thing. It will never be no knuckle dragging ass motherfucking Naker yelling at you over here. Okay?
Well, I appreciate that, because that is a criticism that I've been having of some of these, quote, divested channels. And they'll have these men up there hollering and screaming and saying what we all know they're going to say. And why are we even doing that? My hope for us is really for us to work together. We need to literally work together offline. And I know with COVID and all these limitations that we have, but Black women really, we don't think about it. If we have an issue, what organization can we go to advance our interests on Capitol Hill or anywhere? I'm in the DC area. So like what organization is representing us? We don't really have that. So I'm hoping that at some point that we are able to work together, advance our interests. I mean, we have a whole, and you talk a lot about, Angela, about the healthcare part. I won't even get into what I do and all this stuff. Like, it's so many things that we can focus on to better our quality of life and any children that we have, regardless of gender. So I'm gonna hop off because my throat's still getting sore. But I thank you all for listening, and I may call back in another time. I appreciate it.
All right, always welcome. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Everbrad, did you want to add to the conversation?
I was just gonna say that I think that she made a lot of decent points. That like it sounds all good. Like in terms of like I think a lot of divested women they're coming from a good place, but then it's like these things start to grow legs and the extremists speak the loudest in these spaces, because when you go into like dive into like researching and like looking for people and going into like the spaces, they're not talking about what she's preluding to, like it's not like it's nothing like that. It's like just circulated arguments that goes right back to what Black men do, the same thing, the same talking points, and then you ask them like, okay, what is divestment? And they're like telling you like, oh, it's it's basically women's empowerment, basically. Pretty much that's what it sounds like to me. Like, glowing up, doing what you got to do to be successful, vetting and all that. But when you go over there and you talk to them, you engage with them and stuff, and have conversations with people who are very prevalent in the spaces. Oftentimes they do still talk about Black men. They talk about Black women. They shame. They do a lot of shaming too. I think the shaming is more towards like women who offer a counter opinion. That's trying to be like a balance, because it's just too much like hatred. And I understand these women's plight, because it's like, it's kind of like I feel like they're matching Black man's energy, but like if we go like with the census, it's like two wrongs will never make a right. So it's like you just won't be getting anywhere, right? With that kind of stuff, those kind of methods. It just doesn't look like it's going to work. And that's the thing I'm worried about, because like you say, in these spaces, like there's not a spokesperson that has like a profile picture up or even show their faces talking about these things.
And that's like, to me, it's just, it gets a little awkward. It gets a little weird. I'm with you, Queen Cornbread. The shaming for dating Black men is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's corny and it's childish. Like, it's like, that's, to me, if I don't pick up anything else from their spaces, is extremely childish to me. There's nothing mature about the talking points. They don't meet real life and how real life aligns for a lot of Black women. It's just these weird little games they play on the internet, and it's just, how does it equate in real time?
It doesn't, and they don't even have, like you said, they don't show themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Why
running this?
So why not take a strategic opposition, so to speak, kind of like what you're already doing, Angela, is you bring it to the forefront in order to, I don't want to say talk it down or shut it down, but to make a clear delineation in the sand, who's on what side and who's the extremist, kind of like, with governments or white people per se, the right wing extremists, they get shoved into a corner and nobody talks to them. When you ignore them and let them build their momentum little by little by little, you get quote unquote the Tea Party or whatever like that, because instead of shunning them and pointing them out for the nonsense that they're spewing, and you just let them slowly creep up and build up their numbers, before you know it, you're outnumbered. That's the whole point of calling out the weirdo divestors who are talking about we don't like Black boys and Black children and all this other kind of nonsense. The point is to shine a light on them so that their idiocy is not easily repeated. That's the most logical thing to do. You don't just let them fester in the dark, because mold festers in the dark, and before you know it, your whole house has to be burnt down. You got lung cancer and everybody in your house is dead. You don't just let them fester and grow their hatred little by little by little.
Vamp Queen, you broke that. What you say again? Who gonna die?
It's like, because the mold festers in the dark. If you want to shun these people to the darkness, they're just going to grow in numbers little by little by little, because nobody is opposing an opposite view. We get that divestment means divesting yourself from men and anything that does not serve you, and you gain that power back to choose to date who you want to date, when you want to date, if you even want to date. You might not even want to date. You might just want to be rich and balling by yourself. It doesn't matter. The point is you don't let the mold fester in the dark, because that will definitely kill you before you even realize it's a problem.
Well, I think that with them, they get so upset when you don't you notice how upset they get when you challenge their talking points?
Right, because
And they never quite answer none of the stuff we be saying. That's like we trying to figure out what's going on. They never quite answer it. And they always feel like, another thing I notice is that they always feel like we don't know what we're talking about. You notice that?
Yeah. But that's the point, is that's kind of what the extremists on either side, left wing or right wing, it doesn't matter to me. The extremists are extremists, and they never have an answer because they know they're crazy, but they don't want you to point out the fact that they're crazy. They want you to just kind of cower on the sidelines and be like, oh, she crazy, don't even think about her, just ignore her, she'll go away. And that's what they want. They want you to ignore them, because they know when you ignore them, they're able to grow in secret and in silence, and before you know it, you're surrounded, and you're like, how'd I get surrounded by idiots? Like, what happened? And so they will deflect, or they'll get angry, because a lot of people back down from other people when you yell at them. I don't want to, we don't like conflict. We don't want to argue. And it's like, no, you have to stand up twice as tall and shout twice as loud just to shoot them down back into the mud where they belong. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to not do anything and just to brush them off as nonsensical.
I think for me, I've noticed that whenever I talk to them, I don't never get a straightforward answer. Like, I never get one. It's always like even when Teresa came up, I appreciated her point of view for what she was trying to say, because I think she was trying to just like balance it out or whatever. But my thing is, you can't tell me you divested and you don't know about divested Zilla and how toxic she is. So it's like, why don't you have no venom for her? Like, that's what I don't be understanding. Like, where's the venom for her instead of us?
Well, because you obviously wouldn't be able to have a conversation with her, because she's going to shut you down. She's going to yell at you, overtalk you. Her little minions in the chat is going to try to harass you. And, so it's kind of like you come to the person like you who has sense and is interested in the conversation, and you take your gripes to that person, because the other person is so extreme, she's not going to even let you get a word in.
It's really depressing. I don't know. It's like, I'm seeing these things grow legs, and Women's Spirit is calling it out for what will possibly happen if they don't start practicing what they preach. Because, it's one thing to come on a panel and say and make it out like it's this glittery rainbow, but it's not that. It's not what we see. I see a lot of vitriol, hate, bandwagoning, cybering, circle jerking. And when I point these things out, it's kind of like they don't give a. It's like they're not trying to hear a counter argument. They want to just stay ignorant, and that's like, no, that's problematic, because if we're gonna go like take off places and meant to be going somewhere with this, they need to actually practice the movement and what it stands for. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of bantering about what white man to go to or who to date out to, and basically you don't like, that's the best option, divest and die. It's like it's so pitiful. I don't understand. Like, and then I don't know where they came, like woke up one day and just decided, I'm gonna come on my platform and talk about your kids ain't shit. Fuck your sons and stuff. And I'm just sitting here like, I mean, I get it. I understand that, like, but like, this is not satire. This is actually reality. A lot of us some women have sons. I don't have a son, but it's the respect. You don't have respect for other women. You don't have respect for mothers. You don't have respect for life. So it's like no one should really listen to what you have to say, because it's just, that's not normal. Something is not right in their mind, and I think they know that they're crazy. It's just that when you argue with them, here's what happens. It's like you're gaslighted a lot of times. They talk about how you probably they try and gaslight you into feeling bad for even coming to them and not like the manosphere or black men. But who the fuck else is black women gonna come to about the shit they're doing? It's our job to check other black women. As a black woman, it's our job to call them out when they're doing certain things. But they don't. They like to like throw tantrums and say, no, go check black men, not me. So how do we come to a point to where there's understanding and not a bunch of tiptoeing around the actual problem? Because this is no shade to tourists or anything, but it's like there's no direct answers. There's no direct answers to the questions. You cannot sit here and say you're divested and you don't see a lot of that happening. And I was saying I was divested. I mean, I thought I was, until I actually learned and went into the community and saw what it was about. And it's just, I think
see, that's why I always try and tell my audience the difference between divestment and sovereignty. It's a difference.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Sovereignty, though, unfortunately, is a birthright. I used to think I can teach it, but I can't teach sovereignty. I can't teach womanism, though. I can teach you how to build better relationships brick by brick with Black women. It's difficult. It's a journey I've been on for a very long time. Black women are so distrusting, and this is why I have an issue with reform mammies, like women that just got into the movement and it wasn't their initial thing. To me, they remind me of the manosphere rejects. You know how these men start with the manosphere and then they start trying to say they love Black women, but as soon as a Black woman do something they don't like, then this Black woman is just on the cutting block. Like it's this same thing with reform mammies, man. They're going to sit up and be very performative and sambo dance. And y'all just watch me go through it with a reform mammy. You know what I'm saying? I taught her what she talking about. That bitch wasn't saying that shit when I met her. You know what I'm saying? And now look at her over there sambo dancing like she care about Black women. It's that performative ass bullshit. And unfortunately, Black women get caught up in the performance and they don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? They just stumble across a woman's channel and she's talking about woman empowerment and all of this shit. And then you believe that she's being truthful, not knowing some years ago, she kicked me off her goddamn channel and called me a bitch for even saying I was Black women first. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, you gotta be able to watch these motherfuckers, man. It's some of us that been in the game for a long ass time, way before a YouTube channel, way before any of this shit. It's a passion of ours. It's what we really believe. And then there's some people that got hip and hijacked messages from other people and took off with it because they had larger platforms. And that's just flat out what the fuck it is. And unfortunately, when you are the person that don't have as many subscribers, a lot of people like to call you the clout chaser. Because they view everything by numbers in this space. Everything is viewed by numbers. But for the people that's really watching, that's paying attention, the supporters and the subscribers, they know how shit started and they know how shit went down. And a lot of these people, they take other people's messages. They couldn't stand Black women a couple of years ago. I'm talking about utterly couldn't stand them. Couldn't fucking stand them. Didn't even think to do a video about empowering Black women. It wasn't even on their fucking mind. Not at all. So it's just like, y'all, I feel bad because Black women are looking for a place to call home, man. That's it. They looking for a place. Where are Black women wanted at? No motherfucking where. Nowhere. So they look for a place to call home. And unfortunately, these motherfucking personality hijacking ass bitches, message stealers, is going to run with other hardworking, passionate Black women's message. And it's going to be a slow grind for the woman that actually believes in what the fuck she's saying. It's going to be a slow grind and a slow build. And then it's all put on the popularity spectrum around here with Black women. You know what I'm saying? So you even got to watch who you give your message to, your pearls. Like casting your pearls among swine will put you on the losing end, because they'll take your pearls. And won't give a fuck and won't pay homage to you, won't show you no respect, won't show you no love. You know what I'm saying? And it leaves everybody in this weird space. Like, we all left in this weird space. We got the women of divestment running around here just being fucking footloose with this negative ass message about children. You know what I'm saying? And then we got other motherfuckers just being petty as fuck towards other Black women. You know, it's just so much shit going on. But I'm telling you, when that shit hit the fan with Kevin Samuels and somebody want to see where the fuck he came from, guess who they going to put on the chopping block? It's going to be us. Watch. It's slowly creeping its way here. I don't know why y'all not watching it, but it's slowly, all these people who used to be in the space getting recognized internationally and around the world. It's going to lead some nosy white motherfucker into this space to look at us and our nigga shit. And they ain't going to come for that protected class of Black men because they victims, right? They victims.
Yeah.
They're going to come for the easier blow. And that's always Black women and children. Yeah, it's always us. They're going to say we hate children. They're going to say we hate Black men. They're going to run with it. Watch. And then they're going to be like, oh, these bitter Black women there apparently seems to be an area on YouTube that is full of bitter Black women. And they're going to talk about the protected class and how we're further victimizing them. And they're like, I cannot believe, is there an issue, Black men? I'm going to run it back to you, Chad. And let's talk to Tyrone and see exactly what his issue is and what he's been struggling with. And then it's going to be our asses with our face sitting up there calling them knuckle draggers. And while the women that's behind avatars ain't going to take no L's. It's going to be us. Sitting right there. It's going to be me sitting right there going in talking about the Tyrone spectrum. I'm telling you, it's going to be us. With Kevin bringing all that traction this way, it's going to be Black women that take the L. And then Kevin going to be sitting up acting like the doctor he is. You know he a doctor now. You know that's what he's saying. So he's going to be sitting up acting like the newfound doctor he is, saying, this is why I needed to speak with Black women.
This nigga is saying he a doctor. Where is his credentials?
He ain't got no qualifications.
He a doctor, girl. He's saying he a doctor, girl.
The lies. I'm sick of it.
I mean, Sweet Life of Atari, I know it is a Tyrone spectrum, but my ass is going to be sitting there and Kevin is going to be like, now let me display this specimen to you. This is the angry Black woman. She has several baby daddies, and this woman is just, this is what I was saying. You should choose better, gentlemen. She's average at best. I'm telling you, like, he about to take off and then he about to say, I'm telling you, it's going to lead right back to us. It always do. Not somebody said he a head doctor. That's exactly what the fuck he is.
He giving Future that top knot.
Black women need to move smart. They're not moving smart. And this is why.
I just
That's
don't
exactly
think they what he is, a head doctor.
For these men to be on these platforms as long as they have since the beginning of the internet and to be getting away with doing the same things, now that we're finally awakening, I would have thought that like we would not have perpetrated like the same cycles and went about it a different way. I know we kind of need extremes, but like to have that bitch as like the leader or whatever she's trying to,
She said, how would it lead back to divestment when they started it? Because everything just falls on Black women, and no matter what, it's always going to be Black women's fault. So that's why.
I don't even know why she don't get that. Like, it's like, how is you following the Black women's movement, and you a lot of y'all need to check the temperature. Where the fuck y'all at?
I think they just came in.
Black men are the cash cows. Like, they need Black men. So, like, we're going to take the hit, not them.
Baby,
that's just the reality.
Hold on. She said that you always have smoke. Oh, no, it's deleted.
And I understand how y'all feel.
It's right there. You can read it, Miss P. I got it up there.
Oh, y'all always have smoke for divested Black women, but not the Black males who was. No, we have.
No, I have smoke for them. I just don't know. It's like
fuck your thuns.
Girl, they be lying, girl. They married to talking points, so they think all Black women sound the same who don't claim divestment. They don't even listen. They just like Black men. They don't stop to listen. They don't stop to pay. Because if they listen to us, they would know that we don't ever cape for Black men over here. So, girl, yeah, you're going to have to try that somewhere else.
I think he will, Darlene, go mainstream because he got Nicki Minaj and a Future cosign. So I think we're in the process of it happening.
Yeah, we are.
I think it's already
Nikki, did you want to add?
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up, actually. I just love your show, Woman's Fair. I just want to say that.
Thank you.
And what's happening as a result of his mainstreamness is the manosphere is starting to splinter. I don't know if anybody looked at that, but I found it fascinating. So the Pookies and the Lames are battling. And I think that's what's going to happen over on the other extreme.
Girl, so much so that Obsidian done yelled into the stratosphere that he like booty gangs and it ain't gay. I mean, they losing it over there, girl.
Yeah, they are losing it. The Pookies and the Ray Rays. And let's get one thing straight. The real Pookies are not on YouTube. The real Pookies are out in the street or in jail or 6 feet under. These are all lames in one way or the other, but that's neither here nor there. I think the same thing is going to happen with the extreme divestors, which is heartbreaking to see for me because I started this journey years ago under KFC and Muslim Bushido and a bunch of others. And so to see that get hijacked and kind of mutated into what this is not what it was intended for. It was for Black women to grow and to change and to go their own way. And now, unfortunately, you're going to have to find your own little pocket or walk on your own until you come up to somebody on your own path. Because, they are very extreme, and they're pulling young women over there who are just angry and want to change and don't know which way to go. And so they all get caught up in that anger. But when I did go over there and I did say, especially I think Pink Pill was posting old videos of her and KFC. And I mentioned, if you want to know where to go, use Google. Half the people selling these events, they aren't traditionally trained. They use Google. They read books. You can do the same thing. So don't take up anybody's talking points without doing the work for yourself.
Thank you, Nikki.
If I'm interested in divestment, I'm going to go look. When KFC went underground and I was struggling and I couldn't afford it, I hit Google.
Because Kendall St. Charles went underground for a long time, and it was not cheap to follow her. I was breaking the bank to watch and pay attention. But
listen, if she ever come back, I'm getting that.
And I keep fucking saying it. Like it's pretty sad that she's not in this space. That's why I said that whole. Everybody was trying to put the full court pressure on a certain creator about the abort Black male. I said, no, Kendall St. Charles was the first to say that.
I was in the chat when she said it, and I was like,
yes.
Yeah, Kendall, when you said it.
Yeah, Kendall was the first. Kendall was the first to say a lot of different things. This stuff goes all the way back, y'all. This stuff is like almost 20 plus years back.
Oh, yeah.
Like this is like a lot of us been in. That's why I said a lot of us been in the game for a while. So it's pretty discouraging. Like even what CK is doing over there, you know, even though I be rocking her world.
And listen, I was still giving her the side eye when she was pinning up at the top of these things, her little $90 a month underground. Like Netflix and Disney don't even pay them type of prices, girl. And they own everything and everybody. Get the fuck out of here.
It's like, even though I be
stuff.
Yeah, I'm always side eyeing fucking her ass. Like she did something to me, y'all. Like I would have to go back and tell a whole story, but she did something to me when I was trying to grow, where she tried to stunt my growth, and I was just really pissed off with her about it. So, but I will say this, like her and Kendall, they get mad a lot of times because they feel like, you know, people owe them something. I don't think people owe anybody nothing, but I think it's fraudulent to just steal people's talking points. Like, I think if you didn't come into the game, see, a lot of us came into the game talking about women, talking about women's rights, feminism, womanism. We came in doing it. You know what I'm saying? So can't nobody really come at you and say, oh, you, excuse me, taking my talking points. They can't say that to women who came in with that passion. But if you was arguing, bickering, and beefing with women over having these talking points, and now they're your talking points now, you gonna get some pushback from the women who was doing that. And that's what CK and Kendall are pissed about. They're pissed about all the blows that they took, you know, just being passionate about something and nobody ever mentions them. You know what I'm saying?
That, what was it? The other content creator who kind of exploded. I'm not gonna say her name here. I'm gonna call her Diana. If anybody knows the movie with Diana and Bleedy, you know what I'm talking about. This girl stole everything, like even the mailing setup that Kendall used. This chick stole even the event titles. The NDA, everything from the rooter to the tutor was taken. So I felt her not just anger, but pain. Like, how dare you? How dare you? And it's KFC light. Like, it's not even, that woman was brilliant. And it's a shame we lost her. And if you did manage to catch the vision, your life has improved exponentially.
Yes, like it was, she had a lot of good information. It was some people that came before her too. I used to watch years ago on Facebook, and it was a lot of people that came, that been in this game for a long time. I placed a lot of them in my community wall maybe some months ago. I might put them back in there for y'all, because it's been a long road for Black women doing this. That's what I'm saying. While we gaining traction, I'm kind of freaking out at the stuff that's being said, because it doesn't matter who goes first. You know, it just matters because CK got out there first, but I don't like what CK did when she got out there. All she talked about was dating outside of her race. Like, she didn't talk about the detrimental position that we're in with Black men. She didn't even fucking talk about it. So it's just like, oh, okay, that was a failed opportunity. You know, so we trying to build and get there to that place so we can get there, y'all. Like it's a slow build, but we gotta get there, and we gotta be careful on how we get there. It doesn't matter who gets there first. It's just when you get there, please be cognitive of the message that you are giving. Because like I said, when CK got there, all she talked about was dating outside of her race.
And teaching Black women how to basically be passive-aggressive white women. Like, that's not going to work. That's not, if you deprogram, maybe, but just the way our hierarchy is set up, that just goes to show that even when you do get to that upper echelon, you still haven't, I think you have to really be up there to even begin to grasp how deeply white supremacy is rooted. We just really touched the surface. We know surface level, but this is like, they had like a 10,000 year head start. Like, get out of here. So I love what you're doing. And I love that you pronounce what you're going to do with boldness, like boldness. I don't care. This is what I want, and I'm going to go get it. And I think a lot more of us of all ages need to have that, because I do believe imposter syndrome is real. You get out, and then you're like, now what? And that leaves you vulnerable for extremism. because now and how many of us on that path have been there. We get out and then we're like, oh shit, I'm out here. Not everybody's going with me. Daughters, mothers, sisters, cousins. I'm out here ass to the wind by myself.
and I'm telling you, like, if they keep up with the shit that they saying, I'm like, y'all about to have us out here ass to the wind again, because I'm telling you, as soon as they hit this spot and find out about this little space of Black YouTube that we're all in, and they get to coming at us because of Kevin's ass, it ain't gonna be Kevin. It ain't gonna be the men of the manosphere. If anything, they're gonna be highlighted because they're a protected class of victimization. We are gonna be the ones to be made out to look bitter, and we're gonna be the ones to be made out to look like we hate children.
And
that's what it's gonna be.
Stupid, because 2 years ago we were yelling in cops' faces and on the cover of Time magazine and guns in our hand and fists in the air. We would look like idiots as a collective. You can't separate one from the other, because that's our image out there. And I said that. I said that to DZ in her chat, because she was upset about the 180 Black femicide day. I think I was on here before and I talked about it. And I said, Black men are protected. Yes, they're doing the same shit. No, nothing's changed, because white people don't want that nowhere near them. But the perception is, don't talk about them. Yeah, they're trash. They've always been trash, but they're not going to risk being canceled.
They not. Then they won't be canceled
because we were just marching for them.
Yes, we did everything to prompt them up to the position that they in, and they in the same position.
Yes, we got Kevin Samuels up there to where Nicki Minaj and Ari Lennox saw him. Black women did that, not Black men. Black women.
His first little upgrade was Tommy Lee. Remember he got Tommy and, her little raggedy tail self talking to him. And then Nikki gonna get up there and say, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time, child. I know you've been wanting to talk to him for a long time. Married to who you married to, Nikki?
Nicki Minaj, what do you need a rating for? Excuse me?
And then she had the nerve to rate herself a 7.
Listen, disappointing.
Oh God. A Sweet Life of Atari. Did you want to add something, boo?
Hey, yes. Hello everybody. And I love what you're doing, Womansphere, with your panel and everything. I learned so much. It was a hard pill to swallow when I first started listening to you and seeing, but I mean, I woke up so quick and so fast. It's like it all makes sense.
Girl.
I wanted to say that the guys, the men, it just sounds like when I listen to the other side, they're basically saying for Black women need to lower their standards. And then it's just like, I think that's the only solution, is that we just raise them, so where it's like, okay, I don't care what y'all say about us. I still require this XYZ before you date me. You know what I'm saying? Whether you Black, whether you white, whether you green, I think it's just the fact of we had easy access to y'all when y'all was obsessed with having a man. Now y'all requiring stuff. That just sounds like that's the only problem. I want you to take out the weave, the hair, the eyelashes and stuff, just so you can be low value, or whatever.
You know what, Celeste down here talking about someone Ari Lennox cake for Kobe Bryant. I had to block her. You know what, Celeste?
That's why her career ain't go nowhere.
Celeste is funny as fuck. Like, not you had to block Ari Lennox. You is a mess, girl. But see, here's the thing, though. Nikki, even though I think she was playing with Kevin, it's like, why even play though? Why even waste your time? Like, why even give him that? Like, damn.
But the gag is Nicki Minaj don't like Black women either.
No.
You don't give a fuck about
all. I was saying that woman is not.
She got that Cardi B energy a little bit, don't she?
Yeah, like, and then it was like this blackfishing situation with like a little group member, and she was defending the white girl that was blackfishing, but she was shitting on the Black girl. I wasn't feeling that.
Yeah, but I think what Nicki Minaj did was kind of important by her telling Black women to not worry about what these guys out here telling y'all to do, and for any Black guy that's out here talking bad about women, y'all need to go eat a,
Yeah, but
but the second she got up there, she gave him everything he needed.
That's why
the rating.
Yeah,
she can do that.
Listen, if a man has to ask you what you bring to the table, he doesn't have a table. He has a couch, and he needs to be asking the therapist what the therapist can do for his couch.
Right.
That means he doesn't know the role of a woman in his life outside of being a sexual object or his mother. This is rudimentary shit here. So when he's asking that or saying that, he's telling you, well, you tell me what you bring in my life, because I don't know. I just need something to put my semen in. That's, I ran out of crusty socks. Like,
acid semen. Burn your damn tongue off, these men. They don't even drink water.
The socks even get up and run away screaming.
Okay, socks stiff as a goddamn dead body, girl. These dirty, funky foot ass men. And black men got the ugliest feet I think I've ever seen ever in life.
On them feet.
Girl, I can't do it, girl. It's like I swear I be having nightmares at night of black men's feet, like just jerking in the bed, child. Like I can't.
Honestly, I think Nicki Minaj is a mammy, because why would, in her right mind, why would she even marry a man like that? Like, and then like even before, like when she was defending him, she was like, this black man in the justice system, he was 16. Well, if he was in the right place, he would have not had to go through that. He was like, the fuck.
Yeah, she definitely whacked for marrying him.
And did you see how his little Squidward, because he looks so much like Squidward, Kevin Samuels?
Oh.
Girl, another black woman content creator. What was her name? Real Talk with Yanni. Yeah. Girl, why the fuck she say he looked like a chicken nugget? Girl, I was fucking
I love her.
I love her too. I was like, why the fuck did she say he looked like a goddamn chicken nugget? Like he looked like Squidward.
Because he's not attractive.
He is not.
He was attractive.
Yeah, that's mammy.
He looked like Squidward. So he was just sitting there looking so calculating. And then when he did the interview with Future, he could say, with Dr. Kevin. I'm like, when the fuck can you become a doctor? I was so appalled. Like, this is not happening here.
They like to role play. Yeah, that's what they like to do.
Give me strong, like down low, choir director vibe.
And then I was so confused because I'm like, why is he sitting here like having a therapy session with Future, and doesn't he like tell women to stay away from niggas like Future? So I'm like in confusion.
They embarrassing the black community. That's all it looks like.
But you see how they all warming themselves up. That's why I had to slam dunk Obsidian little bitty baby ass around, because he trying to follow the same path that Kevin followed. Remember, Kevin's a couple of months back said we need to start supporting the LGBTQ community. And now we got Obsidian running around talking about something. It ain't gay, niggas, to have backdoor sex with a woman. It's like, what? First of all, you're handicapped. You're handicapped. You're handicapped, you have a cane, and you're elderly. I don't know. And I heard that your woman was like a Bertha, like she was tall and like bigger, and you're like 5'2". So it's just like, what type of backdoor is you getting your cheeks clapped? Because that's pretty much what it sounds like. So it's like somebody yelling at the top of their lungs. I said, okay, so you ushering yourself in, because in a minute, Kevin Samuels is going to be working on the gay community, because he know once he get attached to the gay community and they like him, black women ain't going to be able to touch him. We ain't going to be able to bring him nowhere. We ain't going to be able to bring him down once he get that level of protection. He's already a protected class due to his victimization being a black man. But if he starts supporting the LGBTQ community, oh, it's over with. We ain't going to be able to do nothing with him. We ain't gonna even be able to address all the fucked up shit he did to black women. We not.
Which is straight bullshit.
It's like our problems don't matter to people. This guy got famous, or
I'm telling y'all, and I think Obsidian is leading. Obsidian is going into the same lane. That's why he keep bringing up butt gangs and liking to get his ass tackled with and all that shit. And like he trying to bring it in. I mean, he bringing it in more bold than Kevin. I mean, we did catch that glitch in Kevin's bed. Remember that man that was in his bed?
Oh,
girl, these men is something else. I'm like, black men will literally sell they fucking soul to be victimized. They don't even care.
Anything's better than actually trying.
And did you see how Future was trying to look all serious, like he really cared about what the fuck was being talked about? I wanted to punch him in his fucking face. I can't stand Future.
Me
Like
too.
Did he call in to like be to get sympathy from Kevin? Because
girl,
you
it was a
know
whole
Kevin be
sit
bashing
down
guys like
interview,
him.
girl.
I don't know. And the Future is one of those niggas that only mess with his kids if he's smashing the baby moms. He's one of those niggas. I hate Future so much.
Yeah.
What
You
was
should have
did
seen
Kevin
his little
coddle
face,
him?
y'all, nodding when he was talking to him and stuff about his life and his children and everything. Girl, he was just nodding his head like, yeah. I'm like, I can't stand this motherfucker right here. I
No
knew if I
accountability.
was aggravated, just imagine how aggravated Cece was. Woo! Sierra, I feel for you, girl. Because I know you I know you hate you had a baby by that raggedy motherfucker. Especially after you met Russell after. I know she be praying she had all her kids by Russell. I know she do.
Thank God he has a positive male influence in his life.
Beautiful.
Yes. She did an interview where she told everybody that Russell wanted to adopt her son, but Future wouldn't let it happen, of course. Hater. When he don't even be around his son like that.
That part.
My son's father did the same. My ex wanted to adopt my son, and my son's father said the exact same thing. And I was like, you don't do nothing. So what's the problem?
That's why you don't let men sign birth certificates, y'all. Like, if you're not married to them, don't let them sign no birth certificate. And then if you move on and you get with somebody else, they can just adopt your child. You can run off into the sunset. Who said that? Nikki, your ass in the wind. Bye, motherfucker. Because I'm telling you, now that's a level of petty that ain't no hoe. These men running around here not wanting to sign birth certificates, y'all, it do you a favor. Because signing birth certificate, it gives them rights, legal rights. If they don't sign that birth certificate, the world do not even acknowledge them as this child's daddy. Okay? So if you want to run off with your ass in the wind, like Nikki said, and get you another man, see, the fucked up part would be to run off with your ass in the wind and get you a white man and have a white man adopt them. You know, the white men don't play them games about wayward children and shit. They be like, shit, fuck that. No, this person has to have my last name. Because white men are very serious about everybody in the house having their last name.
Yes.
They are serious about that shit. And that'll really piss a naker off. Play with it, nakers, while you listening. While you listening, because I know you're listening in the clouds. Yes, I'm telling them, if you aren't married to the naker, don't let him sign a birth certificate so he don't have no rights to your child. That way, if you want to up and leave or move on or do anything you want to do, just get gone and quit giving them the last name.
Agreed.
I definitely did not give my son his last name. Thank God I did not do that.
And if the nigger start acting crazy, have him sign and is like abandoning your kid, just have them sign the rights away so they can never.
Well, also, even if you did, if you did have them sign the birth certificate, you can actually, if they don't call or have no contact for a year, it's viewed as abandonment. So you could actually file as an abandonment and say, I have someone who wants to adopt my child. This parent abandoned my child. Has not been here, and I have someone who wants to adopt my child, and you could actually bring it in front of the court and get it, because I'm looking into that right now.
Yes, and I'm with 17. She says trick them into signing a lot. I was just saying this the other day on a panel discussion. If you got baby daddies, put life insurance policies on them. They gonna sign them because of the children. Just let them know, like, I'm just trying to make sure if anything happened, you know, our child is well taken. And they gonna feel like, you know, you got their best interests at heart. And get the highest insurance policy you can fucking get on their ass. If you got baby daddies and you're not married, get insurance on them and don't let them sign the birth certificate. Okay? Everybody got it?
That's right.
All right.
Can get up to a $99,000 insurance policy on somebody without having to have a healthcare background check.
Yeah,
I used to sell life insurance.
Thanks for the information. So, okay, so let me ask a few questions then. So you used to sell insurance. So what would be your advice to Black women having babies by Black men if they want to get insurance on them? Like, what would be the best policy?
So it depends on how you want to use it. So most people just get term life insurance, which is fine so say you can get a 30-year, I think you can get up to a 50-year depending on the age of the person being covered. So most people will get a 30-year term life policy. If you get it, you can get $99,999 without having to get a healthcare background check. So if you do that, say your kid is newborn, you guys are in your 20s, the father's somewhere in his 20s or so, you'll be paying $30, $40, $50 maximum a month for a $99,000 life insurance policy that'll last up to 30 years. So, and that's fine. And then you can renew it, or you can find a better coverage as it starts to get older. Say it's getting close. Say I would probably start shopping around at the 25th year for another policy, because when it hits that 30 year, if you renew it, the premiums are going to shoot up a lot. And then if you want to use something more as an investment terms, they're called, you got whole life, and you have IULs, and you have, there's another investment policy, my mind's going blank right now, but those are used as retirement funds. Again, you can get up to $99,000. So how those work is, say you're paying $40 a month, $20 goes into the policy for the coverage for the 99,000, and $20 go into an investment portion. So that investment portion you can borrow against, whether you need to take money out to send the kids to college, or take money out to buy them, say, an apartment building, or whatever you need the money for. And it doesn't have to be paid back, even though you should financially pay it back, but you're not legally obligated to pay it back. And this is all tax-free because you're paying these premiums after your paycheck has already been taxed. So you can withdraw that money tax-free. So a lot of older people, people get them for their newborns right when they're born, and by the time they hit college age, they'll have a couple $100,000 in there, et cetera, et cetera. So it just depends on what you want to do with the policy. But the good thing is that you can, so say like I have a policy on my father. He's the one being covered. I'm the owner and I'm the beneficiary. So I pay the premiums, and I'm the beneficiary. And I did that because he was a deadbeat dad. And so when he was getting older and more poor in health, I went and said, I'm the oldest, you're not married, I'm not spending my money to bury you. So you're going to pay for this life insurance policy. Just sign it over. Don't worry about nothing else, yada, yada, yada. So that's something that you can do. I did the same thing for my son's father. And I have a policy also for my son. And so I might be paying maybe $400 to $500 a month between all three policies, not including myself. I have a policy for myself as well, but I don't include myself in this, that I'm beneficiary of. So, you know, technically I have about $500,000 floating out there if any of these three people should pass on when they pass on, but it's only costing me about $400 a month. So it's a good investment in that terms. And when you think about it, when you put it in your kids as a beneficiary, especially if you have kids with people who are, you know, running the streets and not living, you know, I don't want to say a safe life or whatever, but, you know, you have your dope boys, you have your gangsters, people who are just in and out of prison, yada, 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 that your kids' future can be solidified and paid for a matter of $40 a month. And all they have to do is just sign it and put the kids as a beneficiary, or put you as a beneficiary. And it's even better if you put the kids as a beneficiary and put it in a trust fund, that the trust is managing the money, so that when that money does ever come up, that money is already working for their future almost immediately.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's great information. Thank you. Because I have a whole policy on myself, but I never thought about getting one for my son's father. That's that's an
Yeah.
excellent idea.
Yep. For yourself, for your son's father, for your father. Say, even if you have like I said, my father was a deadbeat dad, crackhead for years. He's struggling right now and trying to stay alive. So it's just a matter of, you didn't pay for my upbringing, but you will pay me when you die. And I can use that money to better myself and my future and the next generation's future based off of that.
Yeah, that's smart.
And it's weird because I got out of the life insurance policy because I found a lot of hesitation with Black people. They just, it's like taboo. It's like weird. Oh, if I get this policy, then you're kind of wishing me to die. And I'm like, well, you're going to die anyway. But if you die, you should at least leave your family in a better position than when you were here, so that they don't have to struggle to pay to bury you and do these little, you see them on the corners, etc. Like that is, donating money and GoFundMe's and stuff like that. That's, you should want to leave as much money as you possibly can for whoever you leave behind, especially your children.
That was much like right.
I seen a TikTok of this gay Black man. He was talking shit about straight Black men, and he was like, y'all don't do shit right. Y'all can't even die right, because when y'all die, y'all have to go create what's those fundraising accounts called?
Those GoFundMe.
GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Estate planning isn't really talked about.
Yeah, estate planning is very important.
My entire family thought I was crazy. I'm a paralegal, and I was working in estate and planning, and it opened my eyes when I started working and seeing how wealthy people really plan, for their future generations. It was awesome. It was like mind blowing to me. And I was so excited. I mean, people think I'm crazy when I talk about it. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not about to not plan. Something could happen to me, and my son's going to be good if something happens to me. Why would you not want to plan for it? But people they just don't think about it like that. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's that very toxic, dysfunctional mentality that I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's weird. It's like it's kind of like if they don't talk about dying, that they're never going to die, even though we're, how many, like even in my family, my grandparents who are now passed on had to, throughout their lifetime, they bought I want to say between 4 and 6 burial plots, because somebody in the family would die unexpectedly, like a child being killed or murdered, or somebody had a stroke and died, or a heart attack and died. They literally were giving away their grave plots because the other family members didn't have anything. So every time they would give one to someone else, they'd go buy another one for themselves. And they had to do this about 4 or 5 times. It's ridiculous.
It's hard to talk about. My grandmother, I was taking care of her, and she would always say, we have to talk about where everything is. I'm like, man, I don't want to talk about that. Just, you want them to live forever. And she made me go to the lawyers with her one day. She guilt tripped me into going. And I thank God, because she passed away, and everything. She put everything in my name. She even put the house in trust, so she wouldn't have to go through probate. I didn't know that until I tried to do probate.
Yeah, that's the smartest way, because if you
She's
don't,
brilliant.
If you die intestate, then now the state is going to have to take care of all your business and finances and all that. Why would you even want to involve the state? Why would you?
And it opens you up to all the creditors. The creditors
to
will
creditors,
come in.
to lawsuits, to fights within the family. Yep.
Yeah, I used to have to file when someone died, and we would have people come in, and I'm like, I used to just want to be like, why would you do this? Because now we have to post that you died. Now you have to give your creditors a certain amount of time to stake a claim on the estate. When there's so many things that you can do to prevent that. And at least if you ain't shit in life, at least die and allow your family to have something. Like, damn,
right.
You want to be not shit and then die not shit. You want your family to struggle even when you're dead. Like, that don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, it taught me a great lesson.
I've literally heard people tell me, if I'm dead, I don't want somebody living off of my death. living a better life than I lived in my life, better life when I die. Like, it's like, what? Like, how freaking selfish can you possibly be? You can't be serious.
That's some toxic.
Black people are selfish. They want
No, that
generations
sound like
the youth
nigga
to
talk.
struggle.
Right.
Don't that
Yep.
sound like something a nigga would say?
That's what I was
That just
thinking on
don't
the
sound like
spirit.
nothing a black woman would say.
No, it was definitely a man.
I
He
knew it was a
wasn't
man.
a black man, but he was a man. But he definitely did say that, and he was dead serious.
I've heard that from a lot of people. I've heard
That's
that from a lot of
terrible.
people say they don't want no one profiting off their death. Well, they didn't profit off your life, so what?
Well,
They were
maybe they're
profiting with your
scared
living.
that maybe they're scared that someone will try to intentionally kill them for that money. That's what they mean.
But they wouldn't get the money, because most people don't get away with insurance murder money like that.
Yeah,
Like, you have to be
yeah.
real slick with it, and trust me, they've seen everything under the sun. You're not gonna get away with that.
Yeah, that's rare. I think that's just an irrational fear. Like, I could understand that, but that's a very irrational fear, because that's just not common. It's just not common. And number one, you can get life insurance without telling anybody that you have it. You don't have to tell anyone that you got life insurance. You can get it,
right?
And then when it happens,
just sock it away.
Yeah,
Yep.
and pass it away. No one has to know you have it, and no one has to know how much your policy is.
Right.
You can just say, I have my burial covered. You don't have to do your business.
Yep. You don't have to tell
Whoever said
nobody
that is a
nothing.
hateful
You
person.
can even prepay. You can go to the funeral
Yeah.
home and pay for everything.
Yep. You can have your whole funeral, death, burial, the ceremony, everything done well, like years before you even die, and nobody would ever know. And what happens is when you die, whoever, somebody will reach out to you. So we have a death claim on so and so. Here's the policy. Here's the money. The funeral home will then get those same documentations, because deaths are public records, so they get notified as soon as that happens. And then the funeral home will contact you. Everything's been paid for. You don't have to do anything but sign this paper. That's all you got to do.
My grandmother
And
paid
it's
for
taken care of.
burial. She was buried next to her husband. Everything. I was shocked. Shocked.
I think that's what black men need to willingly do. Oblige and get on that instead of complaining about child support. This might be the answer. But they don't even want to do that.
Nope. And if they did it when they were young, it's a lot, way like $20, $30, $40, depending on the amount that the beneficiary is paid. And you don't need a health insurance, health. You don't have to go through the blood work or anything like that if it's under $100,000.
So somebody asked, is it possible to find out if someone has a life insurance policy on you that they didn't tell you about?
You cannot get life insurance on somebody without their signature. So even if they did, it's invalid if it's a forgery or anything like that. So say Angela took out a policy on me. If I didn't sign that paperwork, it's invalid. It's absolutely, it doesn't matter. They can take out as many policies as they want to, but if you didn't sign the documentations, so like my father had to sign the policy that I
So
own.
can't
that's
nobody
on him.
forge your signature?
Again, they're gonna go through proof, so they don't just hand you a check when you die. The agent comes to your house. They have the paperwork. They have their original copy. They want to see your copy, and they will do checks and validations then. And if there's any question about it, it goes back to the office, and an auditor will go through everything. They don't just hand over a check if something smells fishy.
Yep, birth certificates, death certificates.
Yeah,
You need
death
all that stuff.
records, birth certificate. You have to have
Insurance
proof.
fraud is a thing. Don't go to jail.
Yep.
They will check your signature. So
Yes.
if you do forge another person's signature, they're going to verify what that signature was. So
Right.
they're not going to just say, oh, you can forge it, and then now he dies, or he or she dies, now you get the money. No.
Like, it's very, very hard to commit life insurance fraud. And if you get caught committing that fraud, you're going to pay dearly for it.
But it's so weird to me. Like, I was looking up something on like when you do go, and it's they say what happened to bodies when you bury them. They be floating in a casket underneath water.
when you it like what do you mean?
They say a lot of caskets because of the rain and all that stuff, and they still that the bodies usually be in a casket floating, filling up with water.
Again, that depends on the kind of casket you get. So sometimes the casket you're buried in is different than the casket for the ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
So they will switch. If say you couldn't afford the high-end casket, there are some mortuaries and cemetery services where they'll give you a casket for display for the ceremony, but then when it's time for the burial, they'll switch it over. So you see those most common if you don't have a gravesite burial. So like you'll do a ceremony in the church or the mausoleum or whatever, but you don't have a gravesite burial. Those are usually the time when they're going to switch from a cheaper casket, and then you'll have that kind of situation like that. And then there's other places like New Orleans and stuff where their cemeteries are above ground because it's too wet and marshy underneath. You'll find a lot of, what do they call it? What are those ones where the body kind of disintegrates and bakes in those tombs and turns to ash and dust faster because of the type of weather that they have down there? Where the heat.
Cremation?
Yeah, it's not it's like a cremation, but it happens slower. So they have those. You've seen in New Orleans. I don't know if you guys live in New Orleans or ever visited the cemeteries out there where they'll have the tombs buried up on top of the ground, and then when somebody from the family dies, they break open the door again and put the body inside, and then they'll brick it back up and cement over it again, and then
You mean a mausoleum?
Yes. The heat from the sun will help break down the bodies faster because they have so many floods and the marshy soil underneath. Like there's a lot of I won't say weird, but there's a lot of different techniques to burying people that that a lot of people just aren't aware of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just that whole idea of like your body floating underneath ground is just so creepy to me. Even though we won't know, it's just still
creepy. Thought of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I plan on being cremated. I already told my son, cremate me, turn me into a diamond, knock yourself out. Go about your business.
Same here. I told my son the same.
Yeah, because it's not as expensive either.
Right.
Yeah, and it's better for the environment.
Yeah.
Much better. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, the embalming fluid, it doesn't decompose with you. It gets into the soil and the
soil and stuff. Yeah.
So you might as well just let your body go.
So y'all have already looked into it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Y'all ain't even that old to be looking into it.
But you never know.
I told you I
know.
started working in a probate or estate planning firm when this was 10 years ago. So I'm 36 now. I was 26. So I was already putting in my mind, like I had never really thought about. My mom sold insurance, so I knew about life insurance, but I wasn't really thinking about it. But once I got into it and realized, I thought, okay, well, anything could happen to me, and I have a son, so I just started, planning. I couldn't help it. I was planning people's deaths.
Yeah,
I was writing people's, wills and trusts and doing all these things. It just had in my mind. I couldn't help it.
And trying to navigate that while you're grieving
is horrible.
Awful. It's not a good experience, and I went through that, so I tell everybody, plan it now. Like, if you want things a certain way, plan it. My husband and I are child free, so we left everything to each other, and then, chose a cousin. So,
really?
Mhm.
That's a pretty special cousin, huh?
Yeah, she's great, and she's really going far, and my husband, and we're also leaving it too because he was already married, and so he's about to be a grandfather. I'm about to be a grandmother too, and so we're leaving something for him, the little baby boy too. So
you don't want any kids, Nick? Is that Nikki talking?
No, I didn't want any. I took care of my mother and grandmother coming out of college, and they didn't. When they passed, I was 39. And out here on my own, and I have friends who have older mothers. I didn't want to be that mother that didn't know what the hell was going on. Why do you need that? I didn't have that at your age, you know. And I did the caretaking thing, and I'm not really, no. And every time I see little kids, we just got back from Disney, little kids everywhere, I go, oh, for 30 seconds, and then nope, can't do it.
I don't blame you right now at this age, girl, because that ain't the move.
And God bless them. I don't know how you do it. I still need my mother, and she's not here, and I still need her, and I'm 44. So
I wish more people would talk more like honest about not wanting kids, you know, because sometimes they paint women like every woman wants a child, like you're only meant to have children. It's like there are some, I tell people that all the time, you do realize there's women who really don't want kids, like they don't want them.
Yeah. And for me, I didn't grow up with my father. And so that really affected me. I knew from a young age that little girls who had their fathers were different. I didn't know how, but I knew they were different. And I didn't want to go looking for a father figure in a man. And so it took me a long time to get over that daddy wound and to figure that out. And so as a result, I didn't deal with men at all because I was terrified of running behind a man for decades trying to get him to act right like my mom did. And so I was not going to just have a baby until I could figure that out. I didn't know it would take as long as it did, but then somehow I realized, oh, I don't want kids. Okay, that's totally different. But when I was young, I didn't want to have a kid without getting that part right. And I lived in a very, it was interracial, but then the white people moved out. I'm a Generation Xer. And so the men around me did not seem like father material. So it was just the amalgamation. But now it's just age. I'm 44. I don't, I don't want a child.
I don't blame you. I think that it's talked about in a way that is not what it actually is. It's like even though we love our kids, it's the day-to-day responsibility of children is a lot. You know what I'm saying? And when you reach a certain age group, you ain't really trying to do all of that no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not a good look. It ain't that right. You hate children and that. You just trying to live your life. You know what I'm saying?
No, I love children. I ask myself every once in a while, why do you want kids? And I can never answer. And I feel like if I couldn't answer, then I don't need them. Because I knew, and it was a mommy wound too, because my mother raised me to take care of her. Mm-hmm. My grandmother and mother had this whole codependent dynamic. And I was sovereign. I was very independent, went my own way, couldn't even go with people if I tried. Something in me just wouldn't let me do it, which causes a whole other set of problems, women's affairs, I'm sure you know. Mm-hmm. And so, getting caught up in that. And when I realized, oh, she wants me to take care of her, and then bucking up against that, it was a whole set of things. And if I was going to be a mother, I wanted to be the best mother I could for my child. That's hard to do when you have a lot of work to do on yourself. For me, I knew I had a lot of work, and it seems like no matter what, your kid always needed something you couldn't give them. I needed something I couldn't get from my mom. And you're human, so you're still learning. But I didn't want to put that burden on my child,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that. That's why I try and have that conversation as much as I can about, having children, about how that's not every woman's goal. That's not, every woman does not want children. That's just what it is. It's just like, I hate that people have made it to where it's like that, it takes away from your womanhood if you don't want children. Like, most of the women who come on my panel don't want children. They say they already made it up in their mind. And I ain't mad at them about it. I totally understand.
I don't even know if we're going to have a democracy in 10 years.
Right.
Scary times we're living in for kids.
If you're approaching parenting like as serious as you should be approaching it changes how you're thinking about it, because children, you have to be there whether you're good or not, if you're going to be a good parent. And it takes a lot out of you.
And they watch what you do. You can talk all you want. they watch what you do. That's why a lot of us grew up and moved away from religion, and because our parents would scream and cry and run all around the church on Sunday and Monday through Saturday, hell on wheels.
Not hell on wheels.
I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing. So, you know, all of that, I guess I took it way too seriously than I should have, but how I was raised really had an effect on me, and I didn't want to be that kind of parent. And therapy wasn't pushed now the way therapy wasn't pushed then the way it was now. I think
he was just paying attention. Like,
yeah, that could have been it too. Self-awareness is a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, a lot of people wasn't paying attention at all. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't paying attention. They wasn't on task. They wasn't looking. They was just walking into the world doing whatever the hell they wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Had not paid attention at all. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of the things I talk to my son about the most is paying attention. Because I went to pick him up from school yesterday, right? And this dude, I may have gave him a little bit more of a conversation about it than what I should have. But this dude, let me tell y'all what my son did. And this is the second time he's done it. So I pick him up. This little boy tries to get into somebody else's car because it's the same color as my car. He's not even looking. He just sees the car that looks similar and he getting in it. So I'm sitting there just looking at him. So the first time it happened, I just watched him. I said, look at him. Look at him. The second time it happened, I went off. I'm talking about I pulled away from the school, pulled on the side of the road, turned all the way around because I needed to be able to focus and look him dead in his face while I was talking to him. I said, do you know what type of cars I drive? And he said, he just looked at me. So I said, what type of cars your dad drive? Because I got 2 cars, his dad got 2 cars too. So I said, what type of cars your dad drive? He knew exactly what type of cars his dad drive. He didn't know what type of cars I drive. I said, why don't you know what type of cars I drive and I'm your primary transportation? His dad is a school teacher and he's not like available in the mornings like that. So even if my son is with his dad will drop him off at school, but I pick him up and I take him back to his dad's when he has him for like his couple of weeks out the month. So I'm like, how is it that you don't know? So he get this look on his face like, uh-oh, I'm about to get in trouble. So I told him, I'm like, you're not about to get in trouble. We need to have this conversation. I literally, like, on the way all the way to his dad's house, I made him look at every car and tell me what it was. I pointed out every emblem of every car. I said, okay, that's a Nissan. That's a Cadillac. That's a Chevy. That's a Jeep. That's a GMC. Like, at every car. And then I made him point. And when we got to the house, we got close to his dad's house. And he started fumbling a little bit. Girl, I took him on another like 30, 45-minute drive, making him point out every single fucking car. I said, do you believe that every parent that comes to this school is a good person? I was like, somebody can allow you to get right in their car and pull right the fuck off with you. Every parent that comes here is not a good person. I'm like, they could be child molesters, they can be child abusers, they can be murderers. You don't know what some of these kids is dealing with when they go home. Like, I had to give him a whole long talk, and his dad was calling me like, where is y'all at? And I was so mad, I didn't even answer the phone, child. I was like, he gonna know every goddamn car before we get in this damn house. You gonna know every car, boo. And he did. He did. And I was just like, I told his dad, I said, tomorrow morning, I said, go ahead and go to work. I'm gonna come over there early and get him. And I was there. Early in the morning. And, you know, me and his dad, I'm able to like be in his house and stuff. So I got like a little set of keys because my son is there. So I come in. And I'm like, we gonna look at the cars on the way to school today? He was like, yeah. He was laughing at me like, Ma. He's like, you making it so serious. I'm like, cause it's serious, dude. I'm like, dude, when I was 12, he brought out my anger when he was like, Ma, you making it so serious. I'm like, dude, at 12, I knew what every car was. BMWs, I knew every car. Like, you too spoiled, dude. You got it too good. No, you need to know. You need to be observative. You need to know what's going on around you. You need to know what's up.
Right? Have you on Good Morning America, 4:00 in the morning crying.
Right. I'm like, well, the first time he tried to get in a parent's car, they stopped him. But the second time, it was like an old lady. And he just got in. And I was so fucking mad. I was like, oh, my God. No, as soon as the dude got in the car, I was like, yeah, Dallas. I pulled off from the school because I didn't want to embarrass him in front of the school. But I had a whole talk with him. I was like, we about to go on a ride. You're going to learn every car, dude. You're going to have to know cars, what type of car it is. Like, that's part of being observative, paying attention, looking at shit, knowing what's going on around you, knowing. You got to know.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just be out here. Like, what you think? We going to be around forever? We ain't going to be around forever. Like, no, like, man, I'm talking about, it was funny because this morning when he woke up, I was in his dad's kitchen cooking him breakfast. He was looking like, what the hell? He was looking at me. He was like, Mom, where Dad? And I was like, he at work. It's me and you. Remember them cars? He was like, oh my God, Mom, you taking
never
it
do
so
that again.
I was about to say, he will never go do that again.
Right. His dad thought it was hilarious. He called me 1,000 times. Like, did he get all of them? I'm like, he got every single last one of them. I'm like, so when you take him to chess practice tonight, just make sure you point them out. And then his dad called me and was like, yeah. He on it. I'm like, all right, we own it then. Okay, thanks for the $5 Cash App, Lady Constantine. Hey, baby mama sphere, just want to ask you to stop talking bad about divestors because it's your bitter 3-time person. We get it. You can't really get a vanilla.
What?
And see, Teresa, where you at when these motherfuckers come up here? Teresa, remember you was in the comments all angry? Where you at? Because these the women we talking about. Thank you for the $5, though.
Wow.
Thank you for the $5.
Like, okay.
Ain't this what we were saying, though? This is exactly what we were saying.
Because you're bitter. What?
And this is a perfect example of if divestment interests you before you call yourself that, try and figure out what it is first.
Yeah.
Because this screams ignorance and this screams taking on other people's talking points and other people's ignorance. The
She
one
said
thing
you too ghetto.
The one thing
Yeah,
that
that's
rubs
what
them
she
the
said.
wrong
I'm too
way is
ghetto.
because they've
Yeah.
been pushed this narrative that in order to date a certain person, you have to be a certain
They're
way.
ghetto
And
too.
Angela pushes against that, and it rubs them the wrong way.
All they
I
do
would
is curse
suggest
on their
finding a
platform.
mirror.
Literally, they curse on their platform. They call black women all these names. They talk about weave. They talk about baby mamas. They baby mamas too. So you say that to say what? See, I don't have children, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's the shaming. We're not gonna get anywhere with you guys coming over here shaming people for having children. And then you say, oh, it's not about that. Okay, then what is it about? What is it about?
It's more importantly having constructive criticism. They rather
They never
attack
have
than
criticism.
look. No, I mean Woman Sphere having constructive criticism and questioning things that don't seem quite right. And instead of them
She
saying,
gives balance. She gives
yeah.
us options. She actually be putting women up game so young women like me can learn from y'all mistakes. What is like? It's the disingenuousness that I'm talking about because she's over here calling people bitter and stuff. But you don't think what Divested Zealot is doing isn't bitter? You don't think how she cusses out black women that come on her panel that disagrees with her is bitter? She literally has sound effects just so she could roast people. So
dude, she be kicking people off with the "this is Spartan" thing.
She encouraged you to come up there just to get your ass roasted. That's not ghetto to you, man.
You can send me another super chat though. You can be as ghetto as you want to in them super chats. Girl, these people. I think they like one of the tactics I noticed that the women of divestment have taken on is the tactics of Black men. You know how Black men try to shame Black women by using like all of that shit, bringing up your kids, bringing up your baby daddy, bringing up what they think you can and cannot do and all of that mess. And I think that they have literally taken on the tactics of Black men.
They sure did.
Mm-hmm.
It's tiring
and they
too.
think it worked. Like, do y'all know that we done tuned Black men out? So that's why I said they ain't nothing but Black men with titties to me.
It's the female version of Educated Lanes versus Pookie and Ray Rays. It's just over here instead of over there. It's the same thing.
How is anybody talking bad about them though? We asked legit questions and and you asked them to come on, and when they come on, then it's like there's no smoke. It's all, oh well, don't bash us, oh well, we're just trying to uplift women. You see, what I don't like what Divestors is doing is they're using this 5-hour thing. They're using all these things that they know Black women are sensitive about, and they're using that to like play on our emotions and intellect, while also wanting us to not take into consideration that they're the same kind of Black people we're trying to get away from. They're still talking about children. They're still offering no solutions. They're still bashing and going on with the circle jerking and hating, the hate train.
Right.
They are a perpetrated cycle of the same things we're trying to get away from, and they are perpetrating it in their videos. No one's calling them out. You call them out, you're a mammy, you like shit log. That's all it is.
And I mean, and what if women spared? What if that $5 super chat was just enough shaming she needed to make her become a divestor, and just take off the shackles and embrace Brad and blah blah blah? You just said what you said, sis. So is she even welcome there? Like, what's the end game here?
Ain't nobody welcome there. Not Bang Yang. They call her Bang Yang. They talk about weave. Women like us are not welcome there. Light skins. Even a Indian woman called in on there. She had a problem with that. Like, these bitches are just bullies. Like, just go out and say you're a bully and you're hateful and you come on here because you don't have your face out. You don't post videos. You are not losing anything. Just go ahead and say that you come on here to vent your frustrations, because it's like there's no honesty going on with these women. That's why it's hard to get up on here and gloat about how this is a woman empowerment movement, and this is about investing into yourself, when all you see is them investing into other women's coochies, babies, kids, lifestyles, choices, and just trashing on the men of our community. And like, that's gonna do something. Like, how are we gonna
see, here's Nami with her shit. Nami be trying to keep it cool, but Nami say Lady Constantine is most likely a Black male. No, it's not, Nami. It's a Black woman. They talk like that over there. They stay trying to divide Black women. Can we ignore the troll? Thank them for the $5 and stop assuming.
No,
yeah, there's an active Discord going on at this very second, so it's not like they don't know what's going on over here.
And they're dividing Black women. We're not doing that. They are.
They're the ones dividing.
How is this weird, Nami? Nami, if you think this is so weird, you can go somewhere else, boo. Like, nobody's begging you to stay. Nami, you do this all the time. You come over, you get offended because you're a divestor, but you enjoy my content. You just don't want me speaking on white men. You don't want me speaking on divested women. And you always get in your feelings, Nami, every time. But I let you rock out because I like you. But listen, girl, like, I'm not offended. I'm just stating the facts. This is what the women of divestment are. She literally just came and did it in your face. And this is why nobody respects y'all, because you sitting up here trying to make excuses and gaslighting me. You're acting like a nigga. Okay? Yep. You're acting like a nigga. I was just insulted on my shit. I'm over here minding my own fucking business. I can talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. I don't go to Divested Zillets and her raggedy ass channel. I never even seen that bitch, but listen, I don't go over there. I don't like what she did and what she said about small children. It sets us the fuck back. It's too bitter. Why don't you go speak about that? Or do you not have a problem with Black women talking about children? Because don't come over here trying to do me like that. Don't
Stop
do
the
me.
motherfucking gaslighting. Come up here.
Nothing more bitter and hateful than
Yes, like it's like we literally making significant points, and nobody that comes up here whenever we talk about it can say anything. And just for the people that's fucking cloud watching, I've been talking about the women in divestment. Bitch, you didn't bring that conversation to the platform. I'm so sick of bitches making it seem like they are the reason for everything you do. Bitch, you was not the reason for everything I fucking do, whore. I saw you over there running your big ass mouth. I've been talking about the women in divestment for 2 years straight. Check my motherfucking category. And Nami, you can carry your raggedy ass somewhere else, because I ain't with this shit. You're not going to gaslight me. She just came over here and insulted me. Fuck is you talking about?
If you're divested and you think that this, like, I want to see how I really want to see how you're going to justify this. Like, let us hear it, please.
If you're going to call yourself that, do the research for yourself. Stop coming over here with other people's talking points. It makes you look like a sheep. If you want to call yourself
ass kisser, like how you that grown?
Find out what it is for you, because I'm telling you, once you do, you won't stay in that mindset for long.
I'm trying to tell you, it's the truth.
You won't
They're
stay
allergic
in
to the
divestment
truth
for long, because it's a guide to get you somewhere else. Stop. If you're angry about things, then just say that, but don't pin that label, because it's destructive now. Do the work for yourself.
Said, why do you think you're going to be held accountable for what divestors say? It's not that we think that. It's that that's what's going to happen. That's the catalyst.
But no, Everbrett, remember when I was talking about Rihanna and they all ran over here to flock over here and say that, oh, it's about the collective. It's about the collective when it comes to a billionaire having a baby, but it's not about the collective when y'all talk about Black children. Okay.
I don't like that shit. Right. It's contradicting. Like, this is why it's an echo chamber, because you guys can't take accountability for shit you do. Y'all planting seeds, that shit's gonna grow. It's gonna grow legs. It's gonna come back to bite you. We've already seen this happen with Black men. Y'all gotta let these men, y'all gotta pay them dust. Because if y'all gonna say that this is about Black women's empowerment, and then you say shit like Black baby mama, shit like that, Black women slander, shit that Black man says, basically, and then you get mad when we talk about it. This is why I left it. Like, I was like, fuck that. That's not what I'm about. I'm not about.
Yeah. Oh, hello? We lost her.
Hello. Oh.
I think she might have dropped down accidentally. She'll come back up.
Yeah, I did that too. Don't hit the back button. It'll knock you out.
But also,
yeah, it's just they always get mad because they really be wanting me to jump on that bandwagon with them and be saying all the same shit they be saying. I'm not doing it. Like, the shit y'all say is so childish to me. It's like, it's really not no real method of growth for Black women. It's not. It's really a setback. And I know for a fact that if anybody get a hold, the reason why the crazy part is, the reason why these bitches behind goddamn avatars is because they know it's a setback. They know they couldn't operate in the world talking like the way that they do.
They lose their
They fucking know
jobs,
that shit.
Yeah.
But they want to play dumb with us, though.
And it's funny because they all claim to be so educated and all this, but it's like you're arguing like literally not logical fact. Like you're arguing, your points don't even make sense. I don't understand it. And they sit on a high and mighty little throne, and I don't get it.
And that's why I say it wasn't like this. Just 5 years ago, it wasn't like this. It was about Black women improving themselves. It wasn't like this. I don't know where this came from. But it wasn't like this back in 2013 through 16 when I discovered it. There were women on Facebook writing all these amazing articles and links. And even now, if you do a Google search about divestment, other groups of women, white women, indigenous women have talked about divestment. They don't bring up the men ever. They're like think tanks trying to figure out how to improve everything. So I don't know where to, sad to see it happen.
That's what I'm saying. Baby girl says, yeah, I had to leave DZ alone. It felt like the women were becoming robotic. Here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I get many women coming to me all the time, talking about, her platform and how toxic it is and how, they don't think they can remain over there. And it's just like, it's like she need to clean her shit the fuck up. Like, I understand the rage part. I understand that a lot of women feel rage, towards the issues and problems and concerns that plague Black women. But when you start getting so much rage to where you forget what direction you going in and you just start going ape shit on Black women, you start going ape shit on Black children, it's just like, okay. Like, this is not adding up. It's not adding up. It's not working. It's not a good look. Like, it's just not. Like, I don't give a fuck what nobody say, man. Like, the shit for me is like, if you that detached away from the Black community and everything like that, like, why are you so concerned? Like, a lot of these women sit over there and say they never been with Black men, they had never dated Black men, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shit, my car thing going off. So it's like, if you never even been with a Black man and you don't deal with Black men and all of that, like, why do you have more hatred for women that I don't get them? They don't make sense to me. And whenever they come up on my panel, I can debunk everything they're saying within 2 to 3 seconds. Like, it don't take me a long time to just debunk everything they fucking say. Like, what you saying is not adding up. This is not, I think the women in divestment need to be separated from the BWE movement. I don't think that they're Black women empowerment at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to be separated. They need to be in their own little lane and do their own little thing, because you're not empowering Black women. You're literally ostracizing Black women based on what you think they should have and what they shouldn't. But at the same time, you're not making no sense in nothing that you doing. Like, for people who are critical thinkers, they're going to be thinking like, well, that don't make sense, because if you feel like that, well, then why'd you do that?
The discerning woman is going to see right through that.
And it's like, that's why I say sovereignty and divestment is not the same thing, y'all. It's not the same thing. Like, don't lump us all in together. It's, sovereign women would never think the way some of the women in divestment think. That's why when they come up here trying to argue with me and go back and forth, I'll be like, okay, so what about this and what about that? You see that lady ain't had nothing to say. When we pulled out the reasons why she should be mad, her ass ain't have nothing to say.
Right.
All she said was, well, I don't watch those places too much. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. You think we believe that shit?
Yeah. She wouldn't have got so offended if she didn't. She felt like she had to come up here and fight for somebody's honor who has no honor.
Yeah, it ain't no honor in disrespecting children, boo. There ain't no honor there with that. The fuck?
That's the line.
No honor with that.
That's the line that's been crossed. And, talk about fence sitting.
I think that's what it is too. I think sovereign women, we catch a hard road because no women really understand us. Like, they always trying to place us somewhere. They always trying to put us in some type of box. They always trying to identify to place us somewhere. They need somewhere to put us. There's nowhere you can put me. Why do you think I created my own lane? But I ain't have nowhere to go in this bitch. Because either it was the pro-blacks acting a complete ass, or either it was the women and divestors acting a complete ass. I had to create my own space because when none of you bitches live enough for me. It's like all of y'all was acting stupid and it wasn't making sense. And I know it was all because of these fucking YouTube politics and shit. Like, y'all are so worried about these YouTube politics that y'all try to stay on the same page with these YouTube politics. I have never tried to do that. That's why I don't fit in everywhere.
And that's the thing with sovereignty. You can't fit in every. When you try, especially for me, I fail spectacularly.
Me too.
Because you're not meant to fit in.
Right,
but it could be like a lonely road sometimes. Like,
yes, it's a lonely road. And you know what? I fail in the biggest way possible too. Whenever I try to fit in, because Black women ain't ready for real for you to just be able to compartmentalize, live your own life, make your own decisions. Like they still need to feel they have that need to place you somewhere.
Somewhere, yes.
And it's like,
you right now.
It's like you contradicting yourself. I'll be like, no, I'm not. I know exactly what the fuck I was saying.
Listen, we're Americans. We have the God-given right to change our minds at a moment's notice. That's the one bit of programming I actually fucking believe in.
But also, like, two things can be true at the same time.
Yes.
Like, I think a lot of times these conversations, which is why I just exited, because it's always one or the other. It can never be that both can actually be true at the same time. That is possible.
Stop playing at Life said they yell divestment, but what about when you have to divest from divestment? Okay.
I made a comment about that. That I gotta divest from divestors. Y'all are crazy.
Yes. It's like y'all don't get it, man. Y'all don't, for sensible people that are just trying to live life, like ain't nobody trying to be boxed in like that, man. It ain't no fun. Don't nobody, they always assume because I got baby daddies. What do y'all think a woman got to be to get a white man? I would like to.
That's a whole other animal. Don't let a white man not get his way. At the top of the food chain.
Girl, they be like,
biggest bitch you've ever seen.
Some of the shit they be saying, I'll be like, y'all could never have been dating outside y'all race as long as I have. Y'all could never. It's easy as hell to snag a white man. Girl, they easy than a motherfucker. Easy like Sunday morning, boo. It ain't that hard. Who these ladies? And I know they got to be watching me from somewhere, because why all of them just start showing up out of nowhere? They got to be watching me from somewhere, probably in their little Discord. You know, that's where they get loose. Girl. But you know what? I wanted to do a Discord, but something about it just seems so sneaky to me. And I don't know if I want to be sneaky. I want to just be outright. I noticed that everybody that got goddamn Discords be on some sneaky shit. They be over there doing all types of fucked up shit in these Discords.
No, it's only good for gaming. If you're a gamer, Discord is good.
Because I was gonna start one. My son was helping me get one going, and because so many people asked to hit me up, and I do got the TikTok, so I tell people now, like, if you want to talk to me, it's something that you need to say that you don't want everybody else to know, you can direct message me on TikTok. But something about Discord just seems sneaky. I don't know nobody that got it that ain't on no sneaky shit. Just seem a little weird. And that would be all I need, girl. You know they love going in on my ass, so it's just like that would be all I need. Woman Spirit, her Discord. She was that would be all I need. I'm just like, yeah, it's something about this. Like I'd rather just holler at everybody up front, man.
Oh, you better listen. The second you snag a rich man, please come up here and tell us so I can watch their heads pop.
Girl, I already posted a video of him.
You did?
Yeah.
Watch it.
Both channels. He showed me his little building that he brought, girl, just for his man cave, to where he can make stuff and do stuff.
Nice.
And I posted that video of him and his bike and all this stuff that he was showing me. And girl, they was hating on that. Like, you're impressed to go to his workshop? Yes, I'm impressed with a man that buys a whole building that takes up.
Listen, that's impressive.
Yes, I'm like, these motherfuckers, like, this is why I don't even go out my way to show them nothing no more, because they just, I don't know what they think. I don't know what they think. I don't know why they think like that. It's that echo chamber they've been sitting in. And I know you listening now, Divested Zealot, you bitch, you. Talking about fucking kids. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I was going to go in on her, but I changed my mind. I was going to go in on her. I was going to drag her, but I changed my mind. Let her live.
Not worth it.
It might be. They said the other day, you know what, and that there is some truth to that. But what I'm saying is that when a lot of people have had negative situations with the women of divestment and they speak on it, and then when the women of divestment come up, they don't really have nothing to say to the questions we asking. Hey, Malia, did you want to add to the conversation? I'm sorry if I butchered your name.
No. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. No, I just wanted to give you your roses and say I love your show. Your show will be very therapeutic. It's bomb, it's lit. I love it. It keeps me busy. As an engineer, it really keeps me sane as well. So I just want to give you roses and say I love your show. And I had to wait until 2 o'clock just to say it because, you know, we can't talk and walk on our phones at the same time on site. But I'm not really in the Black community like that, so I just want to say I love it. Everything I hear is very new to me.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
Well, be thankful. Be thankful, girl, because you ain't missing nothing, honey. Trust me. We wish we wouldn't have had to go through it, okay? So I'm very happy to see a young Black lady that's an engineer that did not have to be subjected to the Black community, because all you're going to walk away with is PTSD.
Oh, no.
or PTD, post-Tyrone disorder. One of the two, honey. One of the two.
Yeah, no. I just like listening to you because, like I said, I'm not part of the Black community. All the stuff that I hear for the first time, I was like, oh, okay, divestment, whatever. Well, because I've never dated a Black man before. I know, shocking, but I'm part of the gaming anime community, and you don't see a lot of Black people anyway. So I relate more to white, Asian, mostly Asian guys anyway. So, but I enjoy your podcast because I can relate to other things. Like when I describe something, I have the things that I talk about is very on a spiritual, intellectual level, if you know what I mean. And I find myself repeating a lot because people don't get it. And I'm like, oh, whatever. But
like that's me all day. I have to repeat myself over and over again. And then like 2 years later, they're like, girl, remember when you said that? I'm like, They're like, oh, I understand what you're saying now. I'm like, oh, great.
Yes, I go through that all the time. I feel like a freaking bird, like a parakeet. They, it's like trying. I just repeat and repeat, and it's like, how can you not get it? And when it happens, they're like, I remember you said that, or either they don't remember when I say it, and it's like, how come you didn't tell me? And I was like, I told you so many times. Oh my gosh. You drive me nuts. And that's why I keep my friendship, my friend circle very, very small. Because these people, there's mostly women, because I speak to them on a higher level and stuff, and it doesn't freak people out, because when the way I talk, especially I get it from my grandmother and my mother, because they talk like the voice of the universe, and some people get scared, like, oh, she's kind of crazy, or something wrong with her. She might have been bopped upside the head too many times or something. But no, it's like, but when I hear you speak, it reminds me of my family, and I consider you part of my family, even though I don't know you, you don't know me, but I can relate to the way you speak, So, but except for the, Black culture thing. So I'm
No,
learning, but
I
I'm
really
not really
appreciate
learning.
that. I get that a lot. A lot of people thank me for the space. Trust me, this space came with a lot of blows to make it this comfortable for Black women and young Black women. But I'm really interested in what you have to say. Like, how is your job going as an engineer? Is it exciting? Is it fun?
It's amazing. Like, I can't really say where I work because it's government.
No, don't say
And
that.
so,
No, don't say
yeah,
that. Just yeah.
I'm not. But it's a government job, and the things that I work on takes people to space. That's all I can say.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's
So
beautiful. So you know what? It's kind of funny because my son is really into anime and gaming and stuff like that. And I literally, like, I was just talking about how I was telling the ladies on the panel about how I had to get him to pay attention, because outside of that world, he doesn't care about the outside world. Like, he does not get along with other kids as well, because he's so into like writing his comic books and stuff like that he does. And so I told him, I said, the goal for this summer is for you to get into the world and do the things that you like to do and the things that you're interested in, as opposed to, only meeting people that are doing certain things here and there. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get you in, because he writes his comic books and he sends them in, like he submits them and stuff like that. And he's a gamer. He's into the graphic designing aspect of it as well. Like, so it's like he's into all that type of stuff, and he feels sad sometimes that he can't make friends that are into the same things that he's into,
Right. It's very few and stuff. So it's very rare unless you go to an anime convention. But outside world, it's kind of hard to relate. I just kind of like.
I agree too. But he's introduced me into a lot of different anime, like cartoons and stuff, and I watch, and I done started getting kind of hooked myself. On the stuff that he's introduced me to. He's on his third comic book that he wrote, and we only like publish it and pass it around the family, but we need to start submitting it and getting it going like he been trying to do. So that's what I'm saying, like getting his work and stuff that he does, that he's very proud of, out there, because that's what he's into. That's what, I tell him all the time. I'm like, you don't have to get out here and get like this traditional job. You can do whatever it is you want to do. Period.
Yeah. I mean, if he's good at art, he could sell his artwork. Have you heard of NFTs? Crypto? He could sell that. There are plenty of artists that sell their original print to warehouses, and they just turn them out. So they sell prints for people and they get a cut. So there's all different. I put it in the back chat because I was telling my cousin about it. She has
Yeah, Nikki, can you hold it down for like a minute or two? I gotta run in here right quick. Did you get my message in the back?
Yes.
Okay. All
So
right.
that's a great avenue for creative kids, especially now. They'll be able to pick that right up and make some passive income. So that's a good thing. See, this is the kind of things we should be talking about.
It's good to see Black women enjoying other things aside from the generic things that we're taught to like, I guess.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, if he's passionate about it. I see when he goes to these anime conventions, he'll make a lot of friends. Of course, you're gonna meet some weirdos or some, stay away from those type of people. But you can actually make money off of his comics books if that's something he wants to pursue.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of underground comics that got picked up by major publishers. So.
And Comic-Con is really fun to go to. I encourage every Black woman to at least try it once.
Mm-hmm.
They have so many things.
They have local cons too for everything: authors, books, even knitting.
Yeah, and they would
Black women are so beautiful too. They'll fit right in the cosplay community.
Yeah, and they also have classes that will teach you how to draw comic books. And they will teach you, if you're into voice acting, they'll teach you like how to get into voice acting, like get a manager and set up an account, blah blah blah, stuff like that, and what to watch for.
Yep, voice
acting. They even teach you, if you don't know how to sew. There's this lady, she travels around the States and she teaches, and she's retired.
Oh, I think you're cutting out. Can you say that again?
But she's really
I thought that was
into anime and stuff. And she makes her own.
Oh, you couldn't hear me.
It's a lot of static in the back.
Okay. Oh God. Oh God. Okay, that's my boyfriend. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just saying that there's a lady, she's retired, and she makes cosplay outfits and stuff. And so she travels to different anime conventions, and she has her own panel, and she teaches people how to sew and crochet and make their own anime themed plushies, their own cosplay outfits. So I mean, it's just little different stuff. But
for people who want to know about voice acting, there's a lady called Susan Berkley. Berkley. She will send you a book for free. Because I started doing voice acting just passively. I haven't done it in about a year. But she'll send you a book for free. Very easy. You know, I got a $25 mic, and you just need a quiet space. I take my laptop and my mic, and I go in my linen closet and talk. You could do medical voiceovers, all kinds of things.
Yeah, you should do it, especially like because of COVID. You do it for games.
If you're into gaming, like VR chat, you guys, I've heard there's a lot of there's like a bunch of people that like get behind a VR chat anime person or avatar. They're not comfortable with showing themselves, and you could do that. You could do like there's a bunch of them doing it. They do ASMR and all that kind of stuff. So,
that's
try
true
it.
too.
Yep, it's money. Money is everywhere. Or hobbies, I guess, as well.
Right. Yeah, you can turn any hobby into a career as long as you're very passionate about it. But other than I'm gonna get off of here because I'm very hungry and I'm on my way home to cook something, and I know my man is hungry. But I just wanted to give, I know she's not here, but I know she's hearing or listening somewhere in the background, but I just wanted to give Black Woman Say her roses. And she's very funny. Although I can't relate to the community thing, but I can relate to other things, especially when she did the whole Tituba historical thing. Now, that stuff I love. And talking about Lilith, more historical stuff like that. Like I said, I'm into other things, not just the community, because I can't really relate. But I like the historical things. I like digging deeper.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So I relate to all that. Anyway, yeah.
Well, thank you for
Have a
coming
good
up.
day.
You have a good day too. It was nice talking to you.
Yes. Yes, I love y'all. Thank you.
That's really cool. Reminds me of my geeker days.
I don't think I'll ever stop being a geek.
I haven't
Ever.
either. I went through that era where I tried to fit in, and it was, when I met my husband, we talked about Star Trek for 3.5 hours. So.
That's my mama's stuff right there. Star Trek. My mom's kind of a geek. She used to play Adult Swim a lot. She loved cartoons, man.
Mm-hmm.
That woman loved cartoons. She'd have on Powerpuff Girls, and then she got me on Inuyasha. That was the first anime. The first anime I've learned was from my mom. She loved her some awesome. Inuyasha and stuff like that. I was like, this lady's kind of weird, but then she grew on me. She introduced me to a lot of bands, just like Red Hot Chili Peppers, Nirvana, Aerosmith, Metallica,
I love Aerosmith.
Queen, all of them, Korn. I was like, Mom, do you know who Korn is? She knew all of it. I mean, she wasn't really into things like Slipknot,
then.
but
I mean,
she was
Snoop and Biggie, and they were all good. But on the other side of that, Rock was doing some great things. A lot of great female singers.
She put me on Biggie too. I don't think she was really into Tupac like that, but she
Everybody was
did put me on
listening to
Biggie.
everything in the 90s. Everybody.
Really,
You saw when they
melting pot, I
came
would
out
say.
last night, everybody was up.
Yeah.
It was just like that back
Even
then.
my black uncles were listening to Evanescence and they played video games, Halo and all that. It was a good time. I wasn't really, I was submerged, I guess, in the black culture because I had a big ass family. Outside of that, I didn't bother to try and put myself in or just feel pressure to fit in. And for that, I think that black people have to stop punishing people for that, because I did, have my little gothic phase. And I remember walking by a black crowd. They were just just laughing and roasting me and shit.
Yeah.
And it made me feel bad at first, but then I kind of got used to it because it was that's all they ever did. They ever did to kids that wasn't always trying to wear the Jordan. Even if you bought the newest
All right, y'all.
Jordans
So I'm
or
back.
shoes.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah, it hurt me hearing you talk about your son and how creative he is and how he can't really find anybody near him like that. That resonates with me. I think around, how old is he? 5, 6, 7? Hello?
Welcome back, Woman Spirit. Can you hear us?
Welcome back.
I don't think she can hear us. I miss what Woman Spirit was saying about her son. Is he
He's
having
very
a
creative. It seems like she wants him to get out more. But I don't know, somewhere around that middle school age, it's like join us or die kind of thing. So it can make you feel very, very lonely. So you might not necessarily come up introverted, but you go into introversion because you can't find somebody that has your like.
That was high school for me. Middle school, I don't know why. It's just I was I don't know. I kind of just grew into it. But I think that it's okay to be alone, but I guess to combat that would be to just try and get them into distract them with things like games, hobbies. They like to bowling. Take them out to go swimming or stuff like that, because it's very depressing, and kids will try to shame you when you're different. They see your talent. Like I've always drawn this stuff and had Asians trying to compete with me, other races of people try to compete. It's something, I think it's a way to it can be lonely. I think a lot of Black people are lonely, especially the weird ones. It's just, you know.
It's a blessing.
Not the weird ones.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah,
Hey.
I had to run in the bank again. But yeah, I've been enjoying the conversation though. It's funny because I had it sitting on the counter, and the white girl that was at the counter was listening. She was like, "Are you on a group call?" And I was like, "No, it's my YouTube channel." She asked me what my YouTube channel was. She was like, "They sound really interesting. They're talking about all the music I love." And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, I got a YouTube channel." She's like, "Oh my God, write it down." I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm like,
Has begun.
Right, because I know she gonna come and be like, "Hey, I'm from the bank. Remember me?" Because she was listening to y'all just tickling her and the Black girl at the counter. They was like, "What is she?" Because I had it on, but I was, withdrawing my money, and they was just listening, looking like, "What the hell did you do?" And they was like, "You on a Zoom call?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "That's my YouTube channel," and it's funny, y'all, because when people in real life find out you a YouTuber, oh my God. That's the first thing they want to do is hear your content. It's like, that's why I say, I'm like, you know what? You got to listen, if you can't stand in what you saying on here, don't say it. Because I'm telling you, I done had some people, I done been had people ask me about my YouTube channel, and it is like a significant part of my life, like a hobby. So I tell people like, well, yeah, I got 2 channels or whatever. And when they see my channel, they be having all types of questions like, so what do you mean? What's going on? Oh my God. Like I would and they always want to come on my channel. They always some people I won't interview. I did meet a lady recently, y'all. Y'all ain't gonna believe this story. Y'all is not gonna believe this. She was 13 and spit on a cop.
Oh.
And they gave her 9 years in prison. Swear to God. 13 years old, was a defiant child, just defiant, had a rough home life. Yeah. And I'm going to bring her on my channel. She recently got out, I think she said 10 months ago. I'm going to bring her on my channel because I think it's going to make for an interesting conversation for us to all get to know her and provide her with a way to share her story, because she's trying to get her story out there, because that was overkill. Come on, man. 13 years old, and you come from if you 13, you come from a broken home. What the fuck you think a kid is going to be acting like? You know what I'm saying?
They don't care about us.
And it's a Black woman. They straight locked her up for 9 years, y'all. The shit had me fucking pissed and hot.
I want to hug her.
Yes. I was like, girl, I'm going to just introduce you to my audience so you can have a safe place when you do come online. I was like, but then we can share your story as well, get your story out there, because she's trying to advocate, for what they did to her. That's just, and the girl is only, 22? 22, I think she said. God. 22? Yes.
She's my age.
Yep.
Wow.
Been in jail all this time, y'all.
Whole childhood just gone. God.
It's gone.
Where were her laws changed at? Where did they pass some laws to help her?
I can't remember where she said she was at, but because she don't live in Ohio. We talked yesterday, and I told her, I was like, I'm gonna plan to stream this week. And then I just, hit you up and let you know when we can get on there and chop it up. I was like, it really ain't going to be like an interview. It's just going to be really you sharing your story, because that's just some fucking bullshit that they took 9 years of your life. If anything, they were supposed to place you in an environment, to try and get you back on the right path, as opposed to just treating you like a common fucking criminal and you was 13 years old. That don't sit right with me. I fucking hate it.
That's how the law handle us too. Sometimes they handle us like that. Yeah. It's like, man, Like I just wish that women would, like the Black women divestment, they would focus on trying to help Black women like this and just stop all the other bullshit. Because like this woman right here, like where was the laws for her to be helped? Like there's no sympathy, no empathy, but you got Black men out here getting out of jail from shooting people, killing women. I think there was a man that he shot his woman, killed her, and only got 6 years and was let right out, killed another one. You got dudes out here going out in and out of jail constantly, 9, 10, 15 times. And you mean to tell me they threw this girl, threw the book at her?
Yeah. 13 years old. That's some fucking bullshit.
A child.
Yep.
A Black little girl.
Yep. And then we got another humiliation ritual going on with one of my subscribers. I ain't appreciating that shit either. Bossy Empress TV, she's about to be homeless, and so she was like, fuck it, like I ain't got nowhere else to turn, so I'm gonna ask for donations. And here we got a bunch of these fucking bitches and niggas and running their mouth and shaming her, talking about her because she's divested, and they, where your white zaddy at? Where your white, I just can't fucking stand Black people sometimes, man. Like I really fucking can't. Like she came up here and she asked for help. Either help her or shut the fuck up. Like they always trying to participate in the humiliation ritual against Black women. They always lined up and ready. And it's always some little weird looking ass biracial bitch coming in. And I'm about to start going in on this shit because I'm sick of the biracial women or the Creole women always putting their mouth on phenotypically beautiful Black women. Always got some shit to fucking say. Like, just leave this shit the fuck alone. Let's leave it alone. What do you have to prove? It's all because they got something to prove. And I do these streams trying to bring us close together, and y'all keep making me put my foot in my fucking mouth because y'all always running around here because you got some shit to prove. So you want to advocate for a bunch of niggas that dog walk Black women on the daily. Like, you don't even fuck with them. So what the fuck is you talking about?
They are not our
I can't
allies.
fucking stand that shit. Like, I'm starting to get so irritated. Like Tina knows irritated the fuck out of me. And I'm starting to get irritated with this shit. I'm trying to bridge the fucking gap and get Black women on one accord. And open the gate for biracial women to calm the fuck down and stop being out here swinging with your head down for Black men all the fucking time. They're not gonna treat you no better, and you already fucking know that shit. So I don't even know what the fuck is going on. Her name, stop playing that life. Hold on. Her name is Bossy Empress TV. She's a supporter of mine. And she's about to be homeless, and she's trying to raise money. And these stupid ass bitches and niggas on YouTube done flagged her GoFundMe. Everybody gave her $410, and they gonna flag it. So now it's on hold. Like, y'all just some fucked up ass fucking individuals. I fucking hate it here sometimes. Like, I really do. Like, I only enjoy talking to the women on my panel because y'all just make everything so fucking ugly and ruthless, and y'all prove every point that Black women are complaining about.
Yep.
Golly, she just asked for help. Either you gonna help or you not. If you're not gonna help, go the fuck on.
Right. It's that simple. Move along with your day. Like, they always gotta fucking rub it in. Black women are out here suffering, y'all.
That shit had me so mad. She got to do video after video after video after video after video to explain why she needs help. And they like, but didn't you used to be a sex worker? Didn't you used that? Nah. Because she's saying she want to change her life. She don't want to go back to that. Like, I mean, if it was that easy, we all know it ain't easy to get no dick from none of y'all. So what the fuck? She don't want to do that no more. I don't, she set up a GoFundMe. She should have never even did it. She should have just kept it on her Cash App. Because these people on here love to do this. She got a Cash App, yeah. They did the same thing to Tanya TKO when she was homeless. They did the same thing to Sansa Ray when she was homeless.
Are you serious?
Just help and shut up.
Right. They held black men with no questions asked.
None asked, girl.
They will give him money to watch him berate another black woman. It doesn't make sense.
I can't do this humiliation bullshit. This is why.
This shit be having me so pissed off. Like, I was just like, man, like when I seen that shit this morning, I was like, I'm gonna just hit her Cash App and I'm gonna just leave. At first, I was gonna do a whole video. My video was gonna be about Bossy Empress TV. I was gonna do a whole video. You know what I'm saying? Like on her and the young lady I'm talking about the humiliation rituals consistently practiced on black women consistently. And all of these men was coming up on her panel to laugh and joke and say, you know, I'm not, and then they was being condescending, y'all, too. You know, I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I'm just saying, what's funny? What's funny? What's funny?
Playing. You know the power of the tongue. It's a very real thing.
Thank you, AZ. Let me put it up there. This her Cash App, y'all.
Thank you.
Like, it's just like, damn, man, like, y'all fucking ignorant as fuck. Like it reminds me of the live stream I did where I said, you know, everybody laughing, but black women not laughing. We not everything is funny that we go through. Her almost being homeless is funny to you. She's trying to prevent herself from ending up on the streets. That's funny to you. What's funny about it? I don't see anything funny. Why is everything so goddamn funny to y'all? Shit is not fucking funny. She don't want to go back to sex work. She don't want to do that shit no more. That's not her lane. She want to switch it the fuck up. And there's nothing wrong with that.
And this is why the world doesn't take us seriously. They don't take our issues seriously.
It's like, just help her or shut up. Like, it's all you got to fucking do, man. It's all you got to do is help this woman or shut up. That's it. You don't got to make fun of her like a small fucking infant baby child. You don't got to do none of that shit, man. Just help her or shut up. That's all you got to fucking do.
That's all they do. They love kicking black women when they're down already.
And I get sick of that shit. Like, that should be depressing, to be honest. It'd be depressing for me. I'd be really aggravated by it. Like, why is this what you chose to do as a grown adult? Instead of helping, instead of offering some words of encouragement, instead of doing any of that, you decided to be a complete dick or a bitch. This don't make sense, man. They love it. And they wonder why don't nobody want to be a part of the black community. I'm so happy for that young lady that said she made it through this world untouched by the black community. I'm happy for her.
Me too.
Because all you're going to do is get stressed and fucking verbally abused, emotionally abused. Everybody going to try to make it seem like they don't know what you're talking about. It's just...
From childhood.
Yep.
And then how many decades does it take for you to dig yourself out from? And that's if you're even cognizant of it, because many of us aren't. It's just a clusterfuck.
This is why some of the women just need to be quiet. They need to be quiet. You can defend.
What's that? Well, one of the this person says, I can see Simply Stephanie and other true diverse channels be more willing to help her. I will say who helped her though. Shout out to her, Lexis Exodus. I think that's her name.
Oh, okay.
She helped her. She brought her up on a panel. She shared. She cashed after. She helped her. So shout out to her for that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we got to move away from these talking points and move into truly helping other black women. We can't be so married to talking points that we forget the needs of black women. We can't forget their needs and channel holders. Like, there's an obligation. You can't just be sitting up making money and you ain't giving shit back. That shit aggravates me too. You sitting up making money and you'll never think to help a black woman. Never. It never crosses your mind. And never black women giving you all this money, cash apping you, showing you love, following your membership, doing all of that, but you don't never give shit back. You don't never give shit back. All these, I get women reaching out to me on a daily. Hey, I need help. I done gave it when I ain't have it to give. And never said a word to nobody. I would never tell my subscribers that I help. It's a reason why motherfuckers come on here telling me they love me. Because I done probably paid a bill or two. Quiet as cat. But I would never give they names. I would never exploit them like that. It's just you motherfuckers sitting up here making all this money, and I never see y'all giving none of this shit the fuck back. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. So shout out to Lexus Exodus or whatever her channel name is. I may be mispronouncing it, but she gave back and she gave Bossy a platform to talk about her situation. Like, give back. God damn. Do anybody even got to tell y'all this shit?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man? Damn. I know you getting the same messages I'm getting. You better not even lie and say you not getting the same messages I'm getting. I'm getting the same I know y'all getting the same messages. Like, I know y'all getting them because I get them. They find a way to contact me, child. They find a way. If they need something, they done found a way to reach me, baby. For real. And I give it because I know it's going to be given back. And then I tell black women this all the time. Keep the money in a circle. As long as it's in a circle, we're going to always have it, right? Yeah. Keep it going in a circle. That's how you're supposed to make money. You keep it going in a circle. You give it, it comes back. 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 That's how money work.
Yep.
Like, y'all can't tell me y'all don't be getting these messages, man. And y'all don't never, like, y'all motherfuckers don't never do a raffle, or post a motherfucker Cash App, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, right? These motherfuckers be making all this money. They don't never give shit back. An iPhone, a baby basket, a goddamn bonnet, something. You just want motherfuckers to pay you to run your mouth, huh?
Yep, that's what it is.
Come on, man. Like, show some love, black women. Just take. Like, this shit be amazing me. Like, show some love, black women, man. You can't be making all that money and shit off black women that's giving it to you because they like you. They just like you. They don't even fucking know you. And you ain't gonna get none of that shit back. Not a raffle, not a hand basket, not a fruit basket, not no roses, not nothing. Nothing. Hell no, man. Like, nah. If you ain't gonna do nothing else, at least post another woman's Cash App that's going through a situation. Let the world know what's up. You know, be an advocate for real. Shit.
You're telling the truth.
I'm for real, authentic ass. Authentic said, not even a damn bonnet, child. I'm for real. God, can't even get a bonnet up out of nobody. Shit. A bonnet, a light bill paid, Pampers, baby milk, something, shit. Hell, use your food stamp card to help a motherfucker do something. Right. Shit. I'd be really amazed by that because I done had so many black women reach out to me telling me they need stuff since I've been on here. And I be wondering to myself, like, if I got black women reaching out to me telling me they need stuff and I'm looking out, I wonder, do other black women get these same requests? Like, you know, I ain't never asked nobody or nothing. But I do be wondering, like, do other black women get these same requests? Like, and I don't never, like, one of the things I don't do when I give, I never question whether it's true or not. I never do. Because you will lose your mind trying to figure shit out like that.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out whether somebody telling you the truth or telling you a lie or trying to get over on you or whatever. You will lose your mind trying to figure that type of stuff out. You would.
Yeah. That's true.
Cause I damn sure be wondering, like, ooh.
If I had
Yeah,
it, I'd give it
I
out all
believe
the
it,
time.
Celeste. What you say?
I said if I had it like that, I would give it out all the time. Because there's so
See,
many
sometimes
women.
some of the times I ain't have it, but I would give what I could give. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, because the fact that somebody humbled themselves enough to ask me, so it would just be like, all right. And like I said, I never really think about whether it's true or not true. I don't let that come in my mind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know that I would probably think too much. I'm an overthinker. So
Me too. You're a wholesome ass person though. Because a lot of black women, we ask for help and we get the door slammed right in front of our faces. This is literally the reason why I understand, myself included, why black women would want to ask somebody for help and stuff. Because look at how they laugh at our misfortunes.
Yeah. I get it all the time, y'all. I always got somebody, you know, especially now that I done opened up my TikTok and, you know, I done got like 2 direct messages, you know, where some stuff be simple though. You know, I had a lady ask me for gas money one time to get to work for the rest of the week. You know what I'm saying? And some stuff just be simple shit, you know. People need help.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like if you got it to give, you should give it, because when you give it, it ain't gonna do nothing but come back triple fold.
It sure will.
Come back every time when you least expect it. So it is what it is. But I was real
trying
thankful
to
for
use
that.
you probably won't come back anyway because they don't want to pay you back.
Oh yeah.
So you'll never hear from them again.
Yeah, that's why I'll never be like it's a loan. I never I never be like, oh, when you gonna no. Had my experience on here with that as well when it was a loan. Took me like 6 months to collect that shit back. So like, no, I'm telling you,
magic
literally,
word,
like
small claims court. You're like, oh yeah.
And that shit was a whole band. That shit was a band.
Wow.
Yeah, it took me a while to get that shit back, man. So no. So now I just give it. Like I don't even be sometimes I just be like, what's your Cash App if I got it? And I send what I want to send, you know. And then that's just it. Half of the time I don't even get their names or see their face. It could be a naker for all I know. But I know my it probably could be, girl, because these nakers is a motherfucker. But good intentions bring goodwill, you know. Good blessings.
I try to tell my husband that he is not. He looks at me like, "What did you do?" They needed it. So I said, I won't give unless I know I can give, and that's our compromise. Because when he met me, I was very much like, well, her tire, broke, and could you get it from her? No, but that's not the point. I wanted to give. He does not understand that concept.
Yeah, we be kind to each other because it's really hard out here for us, especially women in jobs when we work and stuff. We got men
don't
that's
ever
make
think
it
it
hard
can't
for us
happen
on
to you.
purpose. Give us shit all the time. Be trying to screw us over because we're not giving them no vagina. And then we try to make money the right way. You still gonna deal with hate. You know what I'm saying?
That is true.
It's really pitiful.
Okay, so Ebony Goddess says, how is sticking to our predators empowerment? Please.
Who's our predators?
What is
I don't even know. Ebony Goddess, you might have to explain because I don't think I understand what you're saying.
She must be like at the beginning of the video or watching
could be.
If she at the beginning of the video, I'm straight talking about landing me a rich white man and moving off into the sunset. So
can't
be.
She can't be at this part because we talking about a homeless black woman and
Right.
having a helping hand. I don't care about niggas. We care about
Girl,
black
we've
women.
been up here 6 hours, Ebony. The conversation done switched around 1,000 times. Thank you for your super chat, but what are you talking about, boo?
She ain't gonna see this.
Because maybe she off. I'm gonna give her the
talking about a
benefit of
white
the doubt.
woman, a white man. She could be talking about a black man. You don't know.
I don't know what she talking about.
All men are predators. I don't care.
You know, AZ, you know how it works. AZ said, here we are talking about empowering each other, and boom. That's how it always work, boo. You know that's how it always work. It's always somebody that come in. Because I think that they are probably talking about us in the Discord, the divestors.
I would hope not.
Divestors, if you listening, I'm about to take my black son to get some Mexican ramen before I drop him off.
Mexican ramen?
Yeah, girl. It's this it's this honestly I got it from Sin. Sin had talked about eating ramen one time at a restaurant, and I was like, what the fuck is that? So I was at this Mexican restaurant one time and I saw it on the menu and I ordered it. It ain't nothing but noodles, but it's noodles with a whole lot of razzle and motherfucking dazzle. Okay.
I've heard of ramen. I've never heard of Mexican ramen. I am intrigued.
I need that.
Girl,
I am trying to do the keto thing, but I will give it all to God if you tell me about Mexican ramen.
I'm gonna take a picture of it and put it in my community wall because I'm gonna take my son because I was so hard on him this morning. So I'm gonna take my son to get him some today so we can chat it up and talk while I take him back to his dad's. But it's
I
I
had ramen, but I'd never
because I was talking to Sam one day on the phone and she was like, I'm about to go get me some something ramen. I don't know what word she put in front of it, but I was just like, ramen. I'm like, I know ramen is noodles. So I'm like, well, what the fuck is that? And I ended up being at a Mexican restaurant one day and I saw it on the menu and I ordered it and it come with have you ever had those brio tacos?
Yes.
Okay, so it come with that sauce, like that sauce and beef and like it got all these different little vegetables and stuff in there and the noodles is so al dente and girl, it is fucking delicious, girl. And it's a big old bowl too. Like it's pretty good and it's cheap too.
Tell me that I gotta go in there and eat my little sad leftover Super Bowl chili.
Yeah, I'm taking him out to grab a bite because I was harassing him this morning. So
thank you, divestors. You paid for their ramen.
Right. I mean, y'all paid for a black son's Mexican ramen. What the hell y'all paid for today? Thank you for your super chats. Because I'm sure about to take my baby to get something to eat. Now I'm going to listen to him talk about his anime stuff. He probably going to talk my head into the wall. Okay? And we're going to have some Mexican ramen. Yeah. See, yes, y'all, that's what it's called on their menu. It's called Mexican ramen on their menu. But in other restaurants, it might be called something else. I didn't even know that they made noodles in restaurants. I truthfully did not know until Cynthia said it. And then when I was in a Mexican restaurant, I was on the menu and I saw it and I was like, maybe this is what Cynthia was talking about. Let me order this. And I ordered it and I've been stuck on it ever since. Ever since, child.
Sure, somebody has a recipe out there for it.
Oh my God, it is fucking delicious. It is, oh God. The noodles are so perfect. And you know what? I asked the guy, I said, what type of noodles y'all use? He's like, the regular ones? He's like, we use the regular noodles that come in the pack. I was like, seriously? He was like, yeah. And then we just put the bria stuff in there from the tacos. He was like, and then we add vegetables. He was like, that's all it is. It's regular noodles, though. He's like, you could really make this at home. That's why we don't charge a lot for it. I was like, oh, but it's so delicious. I'm going to take a picture and put a picture in the community wall for y'all. Because if anybody in Cali, they probably got it out there.
Oh, yeah.
Cali?
For sure.
Mm-hmm. So did y'all enjoy the halftime show?
I didn't watch it.
What?
I did not watch it.
Why y'all ain't watched the game?
No.
I have been so busy.
And my husband's from LA, so I thought we were going to watch it. He's more of a baseball, so he was like, eh. So we didn't watch it. I still watching him game all night. But yeah, I wanted to see Mary. Didn't care so much about Snoop or Dre or Eminem. So I don't know if y'all heard of Miss Mojo.
No, never heard of her.
It's a YouTube channel. They do a lot of countdowns, and they did the best Mary J. Blige right before her Super Bowl. It's nice to see her finally get her respect.
Yeah, she was up there doing her thing, looking good. She was looking
looked so
good.
pretty. I saw the picture. She looked so beautiful.
That's a good looking woman, though. Mary always been good looking, always. She ages very well. You know, she's just a beautiful, typical black women shit,
For real.
We all age very well. I hate how they be trying to make it seem like we don't. I'll be like, they really just be out here hating on us for no reason, child. Just knowing we
You look at all
look
the
damn
TikTok
good.
stories, you don't know which one is the mother and the daughter.
Right. That's why I said I'm at that age where I can have a father or a son, okay?
Right?
Definitely at that age. That's why my ex was 28. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm definitely at that age. And it's crazy because with my ex, you know who I got the hatred from for that relationship? Older black women. They was like, what you doing with that little boy? I said, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. That is a grown-ass man. Okay? If you know him like I know him, you know damn well he grown shit. He definitely grown, boo. But that's who I got the most hatred from. It was older women. They always had something to say. Like why is you like, girl, what you getting from him? Fun.
Right.
Fun, a whole lot of fun.
When you're at that age, there are no pills involved. It's a win-win.
Right.
Those be the
Oh my
ones that
God.
be always
And they act like that's the thing. Like men, don't they start getting dick problems when they get in like their 50s?
Probably before then.
Oh, I thought it was
between the
sooner.
weed and the fifth plate, they get high blood pressure and can't get it up.
So you talking about like in the 40s then they start getting dick problems?
Probably now based on, lifestyle choice.
Damn, now that I think about it, I ain't fucked a man in his 40s in a minute, because even my youngest son's father is younger than me. So listen, I ain't fucked a man in his 40s in a little minute.
They be fucking so much when they're younger, and then they get older, they don't know how to get it up. That's why I could not do these old men trying to holler at me. I'd be like, sir, bye.
Yeah, at this point you're looking for a nurse. Sorry.
And I was looking at, they talking about 50 Cent. 50 Cent was overweight and looking a mess and looking like he sweat on top of you when he have sex with you. And I'm just not going.
That prison queen is always talking shit.
Yes.
Came out there looking like the Michelin Man. What the hell? All the memes about him were funny though. That's all the memes.
Right. Even Dre looked like he was in better condition than 50 Cent was. I'm like, what the fuck? And Eminem was looking like the typical washed up white boy. Like, I'm sick of his shit too.
Bending his knees 5 years too late. Like,
right. Like, dude, where was your knees before? Go sit down somewhere with them weak ass knees. I was thinking the same thing. Like, they said he was bending his knees because of Tupac, though. That's what they said. Paying respect to Tupac because Tupac music was played.
Yeah, but I don't think Tupac would have kneeled. Tupac wouldn't have played.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't have. He would have acted an ass.
He would have talked. Now, 90% of them NFL dudes would have not appeared on the field, backing around with Tupac.
I always wonder why we ain't never seen a dick pic of Tupac. I always wonder why that. Every other, rapper, artist, we get to see they ping sooner or later. We ain't never seen Tupac's.
I'm glad we never saw Biggie's. Ugh.
Ooh, child. Ooh. That was a hard visual right there. That was a hard one.
What y'all talking about?
Girl, I'm thinking about we ain't never seen Tupac pin. She gonna mention Biggie. I'm like, girl, don't nobody want to see that.
Tupac pin.
Tupac was in Playgirl? No, I don't think so.
No, I was always kind of curious to what Tupac thing may look like. You know, like, was it big? Was it little? Was it, thick? Was it girthy?
Singing about how he get around. He was singing about how he get around. So it better be big, I hope.
Plenty of them get around with Pink Twins.
I mean, he was talking about how he get around, but usually we get to see all of their penises, though.
Yeah.
Like it gets leaked somehow. We even see. Did you see Tyrese's lately?
No.
Oh, girl. I ain't gonna even lie. I can't stand that crying ass nigga. But it was his, and I recently just seen his and Pete Davidson's. Pete Davidson is nice too.
Ew. Not Pete.
It is.
They were saying got a big one.
Pete Davidson's got a little curve on it. I see why Kim's sitting over there all comfy and cute.
I was going to say Dangerous Piece. I'm surprised Jada didn't tell everybody what his penis looked like.
That's why Kim Kardashian's sitting over there all comfortable and cute. She getting her little cheeks clapped. And for some reason, Kanye West gives me little dick energy. He definitely does.
Yeah, micro. Really small.
Not somebody put big meat feet. Y'all are messing this chat.
Someone said ew. Ew, they talking about Lil Fizz. Y'all, I don't be looking at these celebrities.
I don't either. I think the last celebrity penis I saw was Jamie Foxx.
Mine was Genuine. Ugly.
Nah, girl, I be keeping up with when they be having the celebrity ping showing them. Girl, I be keeping up. I'll be like, ooh, let's see what's going on. But Kanye's have never slipped, and something about Kanye gives me little dick energy. It's something about him that tells me it's not, no. Yes, it was dangerous. Nelly dick was super average. It was like 5 or 6 inches.
I heard that. I listened to the Reed podcast and they mentioned that.
Yeah.
I was disappointed, actually.
Someone said Lil Fizz mushroom.
Wait a minute. Girl, why am I not surprised that the baby got a big ass dick? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
I thought it was going to be small because he called himself the baby. All these weirdos call himself baby. But it makes sense because he got like 2 girls fighting over it.
The irony in the fact that these men call themselves babies and we've been carrying them for years and everybody want to be the baby, little baby, and this baby. It's just the irony.
It's so creepy.
But I'm not surprised he got a big dick though, because Capricorn men be having some big ass dicks.
I'm dead.
They do, girl. They be having them big, girthy, beautiful ones too. That's probably why he's so fucking cocky. That's probably why he cocky like that.
He ugly though.
He surely is. It's his smile. It's too big. It's creepy almost. It's like a cartoon character. It's like, okay, smile down. Smile down, dude. Not Khadijah hate big dicks, girl. Wait till you see Pete Davidson's dick. I see why Kim is over there chilling.
I ain't seen
And he makes her laugh. She's never coming back.
Right, and he funny too. Yeah, it's over with. It's over with. Like Kanye was a dick. Like just think how irritating Kanye probably was to be with.
Overinflated ego.
Now that he got a nasty mushroom.
Lil Fizz got that nasty. Ugh. Glad I didn't see that.
Right. That's another tragic tale.
She said she was shook. Kanye West is a genius, apparently. Of what I want to know.
I mean, he's talented. I'll give him that, but it takes more than talent, as we see. And all the talent in the world still.
He had me fucked up putting holes in the shirt and calling it fashion.
Or those cocoon plastic shoes. What the hell are those things?
Right. He's a joke. Didn't he like booty play? Didn't Amber Rose talk about how she put her finger up his ass?
I think so, yeah. Because I think he said something homophobic. She's like, "Oh, weren't you the one who?" You never said it again.
I feel bad for Ash. She is not having this conversation. She's just done. Oh, her jeans were taken from the old school? Okay. I can see that.
Yeah, he is. For sure.
He is so talented to me. I'm so sorry. Safari.
I feel so guilty doing this while I'm at work, but I don't care.
They love getting back. She said, "I don't do demon dick." Well, yeah, girl. I mean, yeah, a lot of them they do be demons. Probably got STDs and everything. I'm about to throw up looking at them. I think they got demon dicks too. They got bad energy written over it. That's why these women be going crazy.
Being digmatized is a thing.
Yo, they over here talking about man with big dicks in there. The chat. I'm dead. I don't like these big niggas with big dicks. The age is trouble. Yeah, I like her too.
Yeah, I like her too. I like her. I feel like she's been painted out to be problematic, but I think she's just outspoken. Yeah. I wouldn't label her problematic. I think she just says what's on her mind, and people have, because she's a dark-skinned black woman, I think people have labeled her to be problematic, but I don't think she's problematic at all. I think she's just outspoken.
Yep.
I don't know why you think that, Khadijah, but okay. That's dog on the show a lot.
Right, they cheat all the time.
Right, that's why I'm like, what is Khadijah butt talking about?
Little dick niggas don't cheat too much. She said too much.
Too much, as if it's a little in and out and in. Like Khadijah a mess. Yeah, I think she misunderstood too, and I can relate to that because I actually feel like I'm one of the, like, literally in my life, I feel like I'm one of the most misunderstood people ever. Like, don't nobody ever understand me, like nobody. They always confuse something I'm saying, or they twist my words, or they think I'm saying this and I'm not saying that, and it's just like, no, what I said is exactly what I said. what I said is what I meant. And they like, nah, that ain't what you meant. You meant this. You meant. I'm like, no, how you gonna tell me what I meant? What I meant is, and I be feeling like I'm like one of the most direct people possible. So I don't even be understanding how I get misunderstood so much. So I definitely relate to people that are misunderstood.
They just tried to crucify the lady because she said something about Zayn or called him a slur. I don't know why they called her racist. She's a whole black woman, and then they also said that something with her beef with Lana Del Rey. Basically, how she beefed with a few white people is why they canceled her. Bullshit like that, and black people didn't help it because you had people like, I really want to say her name, but I'm not gonna say her name.
Who?
You have people like the tea bloggers that really like would do a whole video or 20-minute video going into the shit she does and getting views off of it. So
oh yes, and villainizing her too. Like I would always get irritated by that. Like, why are they villainizing her when they know that she's just opinionated, black woman? It's really what she is, just an opinionated black woman, and I think because of her skin tone, she gets a lot of hatred all the time because Cardi B is just as opinionated and nobody says anything about her.
Oh, for sure. You know who helped villainize this woman? Like when she was doing the things and getting dragged and stuff, or they said that they was roasting her for her edges. Another dark skinned black woman. That's why I just can't. I can't. There's another dark skinned woman
that did it. Trying to think.
She does celebrity gossip. That's all.
You talking about Tasha K?
No.
Who?
She supports Cardi B.
She supports who?
She supports Cardi B. Them types.
Oh, Lovely T.
Yep.
No, she don't need to talk about nobody edges with that little thin scalp she got. So she need to cut it out.
She did it years ago, but I'm not trying to I saw it as a kid. I was really young when I saw it, and I just kind of spiritually, I didn't get on the bandwagon. Just like she dragged Summer Walker, I'm not I don't get on her bandwagons, and I don't appreciate how she comes for darker skinned black women.
But she's not American, is she?
No, she's Nigerian.
That's the problem right there. You know how them women be.
They are.
It take a lot for them to really see our side of certain things. Like I noticed that sometimes they be with it, but I noticed a lot of times it's kind of hard for them to see our side of things. You know what I'm saying? And how we feel about certain issues. And I almost feel like they're a little disconnected sometimes. Like they look at us like, their problems aren't my problems.
Right. They're very quick to disassociate themselves.
I have to agree, but I didn't like how she seems to hold black women to a higher standard, because I remember she does celebrity gossips, and I don't remember the lady's name, but I do remember there was a story that came out that piqued my interest, and it was with a white woman taking pictures of this woman's house and her roaches, and that black woman cussed her ass out, and I was laughing. I was here for it. You don't go to nobody's house and take pictures of their goddamn roaches, but because she was younger, or 20, and the black woman was older, they were basically she presented it as if we have to humble ourselves and not talk to children like that, and I'm looking like this is a fucking adult. She's in her 20s. She took the picture, and that woman, she was like, well, and then her mother was trying to sue the black woman for doing that. I was like, get the fuck out of here. This is just disingenuous. I just got to, because before I found that, I was really, really a heavy supporter of her, and this was before I found you, Cynthia G, and I was just happy that your platforms exist where you hold. It's a gray. It's like you guys see the gray. It's not just black and white, or you don't think a certain thing. Because I got sick of black women. Every time some story came out, she was the first one to do a cover on it, to drag the black woman, to not have any grace for the black woman. I don't have children. You know what I'm saying? I don't have or whatever, and all the stuff she talks about. She talks about how she has her own hair and whatnot. So I understand that, but it was a way that, she was disingenuous. It's like she just wants to be praised by people. In non-black people. I noticed that. And I was like, okay, but you dragging, like you didn't drag Azealia Banks all through the mud and shit. Y'all T-blockers did that to that lady. Y'all villainized women, and this stuff grows legs, you know what I'm saying? And it literally spirals out of control because it's like they look like us. They're doing it. They're the people that's doing it, looking like us. I don't even think she listened to Lana Del Rey when that beef happened, because Lana Del Rey said something about how she was gonna she said something like come say it to my face, because Azealia, she just talks, she talks her shit, and I love a woman, I love women to talk their shit. Like that's what I guess like the internet is for. I'm not saying you go crazy with it, but she was just talking her shit, and she gets like criticism, and Lana Del Rey didn't like that, the white lady, and she said like come say that to my face, and then she was like, is that a threat? They were the first people to like glorify Lana, make her like this heroic person, and then they were making her the villain and calling her scary. I was like, bye. And I like Lana Del Rey. I like the white woman. So, you know what I'm saying? But it's how they do us. That's what I was seeing. It's how they do us. And then she, she was crying about how she got assaulted and all this stuff. But
yeah, I remember that too.
Like things like, well, she cried wolf because she run her mouth too much. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Well, we would have believed her, but it's how she cried wolf, and she's problematic. What?
Like that makes a difference.
Problematic, and she has a loud mouth, or she's very outspoken. You didn't believe that's a reason not to believe a black woman when they say that, hey, I was assaulted. Nobody cared about what she had to say, or especially when she was talking about like the records, and she was putting people on game of what these shitty records do to young people and how they don't care about the person, the artist, none of that. They don't give a damn. Yeah, when you say misunderstood, I definitely see that with Azealia Banks. I'm not even trying to co-sign the stuff that she did, because she did say some off the wall shit, but like PewDiePie says some off the wall shit, and if you're weird and you're a black person, you know what I'm talking about. You're into gaming, you know what I'm talking about.
He's constantly saying off the wall stuff every year.
They drop the hard N words. These motherfuckers will sit up here with 58 million followers, dropping the hard N word, talking about Jews. Where is their platform? Why is their platform not gone? Where is the notification? No one is coming for them. No one is coming for James Charles. No one is coming for Jeffree Star, Shane Dawson, to name the most. But we always got something to say about a problematic ass black person, especially a dark-skinned woman. Now that's what I can't stand.
Okay, y'all. So I'm about to run in this restaurant and get some Mexican ramen with my son. I'm gonna take a picture and post it so y'all can see what I'm talking about.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you, ladies, for hanging in there with me all this time. And you ladies have a nice day.
You too. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
No problem.